and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines, from breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
When you visit Lagos for the first time and Google fun or recreational places in the city, at the top of that list will be Freedom Park. Located in Lagos Island on Broad Street, Freedom Park over the years has become home to the Nigerian arts and the culture at large. From annual big shows like the Lagos Theatre Festival, celebration at the Lagos Poetry Festival, to local festivals that celebrate literature, music, and arts, Freedom Park is one of the most visited recreational sites in Lagos, for both local and tourist people alike. A place to mingle, unwind, or simply just have fun. Freedom Park, however, hasn't always been a place of fun and games. It has a history that dates to 1861, when Lagos was made a British colony. In 1885, Freedom Park was built as a fortified prison from imported bricks. It was referred to as Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison. Some prominent political prisoners were held in the prison, people such as Herbert Macaulay, Michael Imodu, and Obafemi Awolowo. In 1979, Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison was destroyed, reduced to a dumping ground. It was later rebuilt in the 1990s, celebrated in 2010, Nigeria's 50th Independence Day. Freedom Park still holds a bit of its history within its walls. In the museum, where there are pictures and artifacts, some of the old prison facilities have been converted into leisure facilities that people visit and enjoy today.
From the early days of humanity, when people roamed the earth unclothed, to the Stone Age when leaves and natural materials were used for modesty, clothing has undergone a remarkable transformation. As we progress to the weaving of fabrics and the art of textile printing, Ankara emerged as one of the earliest and most distinctive forms of attire. Today, Ankara has evolved beyond its origins, becoming a significant cultural symbol for various ethnic groups, states, and nations. Ankara, more than just a fabric, it's a symbol of pride and culture for millions across West Africa, deeply embedded in their identity and heritage. I bet you've been in touch with this fabric one way or the other, but have you ever asked where and how it all began? The journey and history of Ankara is what we are about to uncover, and how it became a powerful emblem of African heritage. The story of Ankara begins not in Africa, but thousands of miles away in Indonesia, using the batik techniques. Batik is an ancient Indonesian art from where wax is used to create different patterns on fabric. The process involves applying wax to certain areas of the fabric to resist dye, creating elaborate designs. In the 19th century, Dutch colonizers who controlled Indonesia recognized the appeal of batik and then sought to replicate it. They adapted the technique using industrial methods such as roller printing to produce the fabric more efficiently and in larger quantities. Talking about its transition to West Africa, Dutch manufacturers initially aimed to sell the printed batik fabric in Indonesia and Europe. However, fabric found a more enthusiastic market in West Africa, where it was embraced for its vibrant colors and patterns. The Dutch prints, while not initially popular in Europe, became highly prized in West African countries, evolving into what is now known as Ankara. How about its cultural integration? Well, the exact individual or company responsible for introducing batik to the African market is not well documented, but over time, Ankara became deeply integrated into West African culture, symbolizing various aspects of identity, status, and tradition. Despite its Indonesian origins, it is now predominantly recognized as a quintessential element of African fashion. It is clear that the adaptation and adoption of batik by Dutch traders played a crucial role in the fabric's journey to West Africa. By the early 20th century, these vibrant fabrics had become deeply embedded in the West African culture, from bustling markets to family gatherings. Ankara was more than just clothing. It was a statement of identity, social status, and unity. Even today, Ankara continues to hold a special place in West African society, alongside other widely recognized fabrics, reflecting the region's rich textile heritage. Talking about human civilization and the remarkable transformation of covering our body, Ankara fabric stands out with a deep historical roots. Let's take a look at some of the beautiful collections and hear from one of the biggest retailer in Balogun Market, Lagos Island.
I deal in what do you call it, Ankara fabrics. We have the big one, which is vegetable block wax. That's the bigger range. You have the medium range. There are also vegetable block wax. So those are the two types of category that we sell. We buy from wholesalers, which is on the mainland. Then we resell. Like people use it for ashwebi. Some people use it for ready to wear, like tailors. They use it for ready to wear. And some people just buy it for maybe like a mini celebration, or in short, all celebration, all ceremony and celebration. So this one now, this is a medium high target, vegetable block wax. This is a medium one. If you touch it, you will see the texture. It's not that 100% cotton. So compared to this one is a big one. Yeah. So when you touch it, you see the difference. This big one, this medium.
This is big, this is medium.
Yes. That's the difference. This has more quality than this. So that's the difference. And it's not that this one is bad. It's just that some people's pocket that will determine if you can go for big. Some don't like the medium one. So they go for this. They based on this. Buy some that can't afford this. Just buy this.
So the rest is just about design.
Yes.
The two types that you have here.
Yes.
The rest is just about design, different designs.
It's not.
As West Africa gained independence in the 1960s, Ankara's popularity soared. It became a symbol of African pride, a rejection of colonial influences, and an embrace of cultural heritage. From everyday wear to high fashion, Ankara represented a new era of self-expression.
We are playing with this machine. We have this time. So you can leave it for 5 minutes, you can leave it for 3 minutes, depends on how strong you want it to be. So and as long as you can keep it for that a couple of times, that's how it will last.
Will last, okay.
And another thing that make it fade off easily is washing machine.
Oh.
Yeah, when you are using a washing machine.
So it should be hand washed, not
the strong wash. You know, Ankara is not something that, especially when it's adult clothes, you know, it's not something that you rub on the floor. It's just some particular places to wash.
Ankara is for both sex, male and female. And we have adopted it as an African one. Even some of our brothers have brought this taking it outside to show as an African way. A lot of people see it as the easiest fabric that you can take and make anything that you want out of it. That's why no matter how tough the market is, there are influx of artists going out. And you know it's not only in Lagos, when you bring it out, other people will all sorts of places. So that is how we spread. So you'll be surprised that you're sitting down here, you will see design today, tomorrow you come, you don't see it. So there are some trends in Ankara, there are some outfit that is like, well, you can't specify now because anybody can wear anything, but you see some colors that are too sharp. You say that is outside color. Igbos like dull color, yellowish, and you know there are some like this one that is here now. Is an Igbo uniform. That's fragrance stuff. An Igbo uniform. If you see, go to.
Okay.
If you go to function, you see things like that. And if you go to market, it's a separate and the price is different. It doesn't move like the others.
Okay.
So you have to buy with caution. Today,
Ankara is not just a fabric, it's a global phenomenon, worn by millions. It graces runways from Lagos to Paris, New York to Tokyo. As a symbol of African pride and identity, Ankara continues to evolve, influencing fashion, art, and culture worldwide. From its unexpected beginnings in Indonesia to becoming a powerful symbol of African identity, Ankara's journey is a proof to the resilience and creativity of West Africa. However, as we move forward, what challenges and opportunities lie ahead for this iconic fabric? Join us in the next episode as we explore the current
A very good morning to you and welcome to the news update on SOUQ News Television. I am Omevi Idolor. President Bola Tinubu has approved the postponement of the 15% import duty on petrol and diesel until the first quarter of 2026 following a formal request by FIRS Chairman SOUQ Adediji. The deferment comes after extensive consultations with regulators and industry stakeholders who warned that implementing the levy now could disrupt fuel supply, raise pump prices, and worsen inflation as local refineries are still ramping up production. The Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority confirmed the President's approval, noted that the duty is no longer in view for 2025. Oil marketers and experts welcomed the decision, calling it a timely step that prevents economic strain and maintains market balance while the Dangote refinery and model plants stabilize output. They described the 15% tariff as ill-timed and potentially inflationary, urging the government to continue prioritizing consumer protection as Nigeria transitions towards greater local refining capacity. The deferment allows the government to review market readiness in early 2026 and align the policy with production data, price trends, and national energy security goals. The federal government, through the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board, has announced plans to launch the Nigerian Content Equity Fund in December. The fund is designed to provide long-term risk capital for Nigerian oil and gas companies operating in high-value and high-impact sectors. This announcement was made during an event in Bayelsa State celebrating the repayment of a $10 million loan by Tamrose Limited under the Nigeria Content Intervention Fund. The Executive Secretary of the Nigeria Content Development and Monitoring Board, Felix Ugbe, explained that the new fund builds on the success of the Intervention Fund, which has supported more than 70 indigenous companies. He noted that Tamrose Limited's growth into a leading marine logistics company shows what disciplined Nigerian enterprises can achieve with the right support. The Nigerian Content Equity Fund aims to strengthen local content development, expand participation in emerging energy sectors, and help indigenous companies compete confidently on the global stage. Nigeria's Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, Adegboyega Oyetola, says the country's fish production has increased from 1,100,000 metric tons to 1,400,000 metric tons since the ministry was established. He added that the federal government is working with the Bank of Industry to provide single-digit interest loans to artisanal fishermen with the goal of boosting local production, improving fish feed production, expanding storage facilities, and reducing Nigeria's dependence on imported fish. Oyetola, speaking at the Fisheries Committee of the West Central Gulf of Guinea Ministers' Conference in Lagos, stated that addressing illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing remains a national priority as Nigeria loses billions of naira annually to unregistered foreign vessels. He emphasized the need for modern surveillance systems, regional cooperation, and stronger enforcement, while leaders of the Fisheries Committee for the West Central Gulf of Guinea commended Nigeria's commitment to joint sea patrols and enhanced monitoring across the region. The Democratic Republic of Congo has produced its first 1,000 metric tons of fully traceable artisanal cobalt, marking a major step toward formalizing a sector that supplies most of the world's battery metal. The milestone was achieved by Enterprise General du Cobalt, EGC, the state cobalt agency, which says its new traceability model aligns artisanal production with global ESG standards and aims to eliminate unsafe and unethical mining practices. Congo, which holds 72% of global reserves and supplies over 74% of the world's cobalt, introduced export quotas this year to stabilize prices and push for more local processing. EGC's CEO Eric Kalala said the goal is to expand production while ensuring dignity for miners and tightening oversight in sector, employing up to 2 million people. Global demand for cobalt is expected to rise 40% by 2030, driven by electric vehicles and energy storage. The United States has announced plans to remove tariffs on selected food imports from Argentina, Ecuador, Guatemala, and El Salvador under new framework agreements aimed at lowering prices for Americans and giving U.S. companies greater access to those markets. A senior Trump administration official said the move is expected to reduce the cost of items like coffee, bananas, and fruits, with Washington anticipating that retailers will pass the savings on to consumers. The agreements, to be finalized within 2 weeks, mirror earlier deals with Asian countries and include commitments against digital services taxes and improved market access for U.S. agricultural and industrial goods. The deals will maintain existing tariff level on most imports, 10% for Argentina, Guatemala, and El Salvador, and 15% for Ecuador, but will scrap duties on products the U.S. does not produce, such as Ecuadorian bananas and coffee. South American and Central American leaders welcomed the move, describing it as a boost for investment and export competitiveness. The tariff relief comes as President Donald Trump faces mounting political pressure over high living costs, prompting the administration to consider further exemptions on imported food products to ease consumer prices. Many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. I am Omevi Idolo. Coming up shortly is SOUQ Business Landscape.
In Africa, and there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena. The name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. This unofficial love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dantata and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dantata, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one will ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled, being an offspring of Dantata, for his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up will not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to his holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American Business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service and huge investment also got him both local and international recognitions. Like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015, he won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New African magazine in 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was recently conferred with the prestigious award of the National Order of the Lion by the President of Senegal. When it comes to breaking jinx, Dangote has it in full measures. He took his pioneering and jinx-breaking adventure to another dimension with the unveiling of the $20 billion refinery, widely adjudged as the largest single-train petrochemical refinery in the world. The refinery has the total capacity of 650,000 barrels of crude oil per day and is expected to earn as much as $21 billion in annual income. Situated on 2,500 hectares site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lagos, it is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world. When fully in operation, the refinery will provide 135,000 permanent jobs in the region. When it comes to family life, Dangote seems to, however, prefer maintaining a low profile. He got married to Zainab in 1977 but divorced at an unknown date. He was later married to Maria Mohammed Rufai. Dangote has 3 daughters named Halima, Maria, Fatima, and he also adopted a son named Abdurrahman. Dangote is one grounded authority that combines real intelligence with self-effacing demeanor, a persona that naturally makes kindness. Like an eagle, Dangote's foresight and unusual business acumen make him a rare to come by. Though he owns chains of business in Nigeria and across Africa, the quest by this uncommon risk taker to conquer more business territories may not wane anytime soon.
Well, I would say now he's gotten the job. If this question had come before now, I would be able to say that I do not think we need him. But he's there now, so all we need to do is see what best he can do or what best we can do to support him to succeed. Now, going by his previous records, going by all that he's achieved in sports, ordinarily one wouldn't have said he's the best for the Super Eagles at this time. But here we are. Decision makers have made their decisions. They've taken the decisions. We can only talk, but they already have their way. Well, I think his assessment will start when he starts playing games. He's not had any game with Nigeria, so we can't assess him. But going by his previous records, I don't think he would have been the best for Nigeria at this time. Not against other homegrown indigenous coaches who have had better records within and outside Nigeria. On a scale of 1 to 10, I don't think Shele will fit in at any point. But of course, having him been appointed, all we need to do is give support and see the best that we can get from him being Nigerians. And of course, at all times, irrespective of whatever decisions are taken, we want Nigeria to excel. Because in Nigeria's excellence, we are proud. In Nigeria's excellence, those of us that are in the media and sporting media, to be precise, we can do business. If Nigeria is not winning, the biggest brand for Nigeria is the Super Eagles, sports-wise. So if Nigeria is not winning, if Nigeria is not making waves, then we don't have business to do. So it's in our interest that he succeeds. So to that extent, I would say yes. But looking at his appointment, I think it's just a part of the over-politicization of the sporting industry. Power show by the immediate past president of the Football Federation, Melvin Pinnick Amaju. Having failed in his 2 terms, continues to transverse the terrain to show he still has power. And of course, he brought Shele. And of course, the Shehu Gusau, the incumbent president of the Football Federation, has to listen to his master. So his master's voice, that's what we're experiencing. If they like, let them bring Dahiru Sadi. You see, there are things about Nigeria and Nigerian sports that should not surprise anybody. Politics are played everywhere, and balancing of acts are played everywhere. Federal character everywhere, and the federal character thing is just all very pretentious things they do. It's not for the interest of Nigeria. Just to show that okay, we've taken somebody from the south, or we've taken one from the west, or we are now taking from the north. Who will we take in the north? Let's bring Ahmed Musa. He's calm. He'll be able to talk to the players. What is he going to say to the players? He's past his prime a long time ago. So it's all politics and not in the interest of the nation. I can tell you that. But for Chele going around Europe, yes, he has to. Because everywhere you go, to be the chief coach of the Nigerian national team, senior national team, can be a huge task. Because every day you have Nigerian boys showing up in big leagues, in small clubs, in championship clubs, even around the country. You find players everywhere. Nigeria, I think today, if we are not exporting oil, I think we are exporting footballers to everywhere, even those that are born abroad. I mean, you can imagine this young boy at Arsenal, 17, Ethnan Waneri, and there's Anokoli, there's Ndidi, both at Leicester City. So everywhere you go, you see Nigerian boys showing stuff. So to be the coach of a Nigerian team at the level of Super Eagles is a huge task. One would expect that we should have a scouting department. One would expect that we have a department that should take charge of team psychology. We expect that we have the technical department or the directorate for technical at the Football Federation to be well equipped with people that are sound in mind, sound technically, and have capacity to work and deliver. With all of that put together, then they should be able to advise and situate the coach at a point where he can deliver and work well. Well, you see, I said yes, because I've been one of those that have always been clamoring that there's need to have a National Sports Commission. Now, having a National Sports Commission that is populated or that is headed by politicians is neither here nor there. It may not take us anywhere. We need to separate our sport. Yes, sports, you cannot do away with politics at some level. But in terms of the administration, in terms of the management, in terms of the execution, there's need to be able to separate sports and politics. In the days where we held sway in sports, where the National Sports Commission functioned effectively, all of those that occupied the position as Director General, as directors in the then National Sports Commission, were professionals. If you recall from the days of Abraham Odia, Awotro Eleya, and of course Isaac Akioye, that laid the structure and foundation for a proper National Sports Commission just after the All-Africa Games, was a thoroughbred professional from the University of Ife. And there are other such professionals all about this country. And you need to ask, if we are not able to seek and give these people jobs and give them tasks to deliver, we always will go look for political loyalists to put in positions so that they answer to us. Politics is just, to me these days, it's more like a window for public relations for political parties and individuals that are into politics to express themselves, or maybe also at the same time also reward loyalists. That's what we find. So in terms of the technicalities on administration and management of sports, in its true sense, we're still very far from it. Plenty improvement, I would say. The current managers of the league are doing everything they can to ensure that our league gets back to a competitive level at the continent, gets back to a competitive level at the rate at which we, those of us local people like myself, can appreciate our football and our footballers once again. The question to ask is to say, are we doing enough? The answer will be no. Who are those not doing enough? The media, the sporting media in Nigeria is not doing well enough. Would I say sporting media? Yes. And also the bigger media is not doing well enough. And because we are not doing well enough, that's why our league is still where it is. We would have gone further than this. The other aspect of it is government. Government across the states. Football business is supposed to be good business. Football business is supposed to be run by private individuals and clubs. There's nothing wrong to say that the people of a particular state cannot run a football club in conjunction with other private individuals who will be stakeholders and are interested in the promotion of sport and football in the sense that we're talking about it now. But what we have is that we have state governments owning football teams, and those that are administering the football teams are SA this, SA that have been appointed as a reward, that have been appointed because they are loyal, that have been appointed because they can talk a little bit about foreign leagues. Somebody can talk about the league talk about the La Liga and the EPL, and that qualifies him to be SA in charge of sports in some states of the federation. And these are the bunch of persons or the group of persons who are running our football around the country. So who runs the clubs, the texture of the clubs, what names the clubs are bearing, what history behind the clubs, and those are the things that tells you that the states are not doing enough, the Football Federation not doing enough, but I think largely the media, check out our sports programs. All you find are talking heads talking about who scored the best goal in the world, who scored the best goal in Europe, who scored the best goal in England and all that. That's what we find. You hardly will see shows, package shows about the best goals of the Nigerian league over the past weekend. The best goals, the best dribbles, how many passes, proper statistics, because the media is not doing enough. The sporting media, that is journalists, that are practitioners, they are not doing enough because they are not tasking themselves. They just go on the internet, download one or two things, watch and everything. All you know is you take, as a content creator in sports, you need to just take a shot of the goal that the assist that Nwaneri gave, or Merino scored a goal for Arsenal, and you superimpose yourself and you talk over it. And that's content, and you post it, and there are likes and there are followers, and that's it, what we do. But you do not have individuals going to places to take content. All around Lagos, we look at as we are now, all around Nigeria, sports is going on every day. As a practitioner myself, in those days when I used to be the street reporter, we covered football from everywhere. From Abeson, from Bagada, from Volkswagen, down on Ojo, Abeta, anywhere. All of those places, and boys are still playing football. You go to Evans Square, boys are still playing football. Go to Lafayette, they are still playing football. Go to Alakoro, you still see boxing. So all of these sports are still going on. But where are the journalists that will cover these events and bring them to the fore and package them? The journalists are not ready to do that job. Even those that are ready are not funded. Those that work are not paid salaries. So everybody is just finding the easy way out, cutting corners and doing their best. Now for our league and our sports to grow, there has to be heavy investment in the media. Because everything you see about the EPL, the La Liga, you take the EPL and analyze it, you see a variety of shows all about the weekend games, the weekend wrap, the best goals, the best flops, the referee angle, even the advertising and marketing. Because when all of this are put in a fray, then people can relate to it. People can leverage on it. Brands can come and give sponsorship. But we are not able to attract sponsorship because there's nothing for the brands to take away. Because if you give brands value, they will attach to it. And it never used to be so. Before 2006, the La Liga was not popular. The EPL was not popular. The Champions League was not popular. What were Nigerians watching? Because the media itself sold out. By investing, Nigerian media organizations came together, put money together, and went to buy rights of the EPL and started broadcasting it on Nigerian television for the consumption of Nigerians, so they can make cheap money from telcos and from the brewing industry. They made more money for themselves. I mean, the media houses, rather than invest in the local league. Then they will tell them, who will watch Nigerian league? I mean, those are the questions they asked at the time. Some of us that were able to find courage, we found courage and we asked them, why would we be doing this? But of course, we were not many enough for our voices to be heard. And that's why we're here, we are where we are. So it's not far when we lost it. Can we redeem ourselves? Yes, we can, if we want to. But it will take a whole lot of courage. It will take a whole lot of work. It will take a whole lot of commitment. God help us.
Nigeria leather industry has a storied history, particularly in the northern parts of the country where the art of leather farming and crafting has been perfected.
Trafalgar Square, established in 1844, is a symbol of British naval history and a popular cultural spot in London. Named after the 1805 Battle of Trafalgar, it has been the site of celebrations, protests, and cultural events, representing the changing identity of the city. It houses several landmarks, like the Nelson Column, St. Martin in the Fields Church, and the National Gallery. The Nelson's Column, a tribute to a naval hero, is the main feature of Trafalgar Square. Standing 52 meters tall, completed in 1843, it honors Admiral Horatio Nelson's victory at Trafalgar. The column is topped with a statue of Nelson, and 4 bronze panels at its base show scenes from his battles. Surrounding it are 4 large bronze lions added in 1867, symbolizing British power.
Not just in its look, but this is very much the sort of centre of London. You know, whenever there's a celebration, a protest, it's a public space that's very important for a lot of not just people that live in London, but for the UK. You know, it's a place where people would congregate. You know, I remember being here all around the 2012 Olympics, but it was very much one of the centerpieces of British culture. Yeah, no, you used to be able to climb on the lions when I was younger, but you can't do anymore. So There you go. That's progress for you.
St. Martin's in the Fields Church, reputed as an architectural gem, was built between 1722 and 1726. It is known for its neoclassical design by architect James Gibbs and is famous for its portico and steeple and has influenced architecture worldwide. The church also a rich musical history, hosting concerts and helping the homeless.
Yeah, I actually came to London just on a little day trip, and then I remembered that this church sometimes has classical music on, so I just popped in, and there's no concert, but there were some people practicing. So there's a quartet of violins, and they made some lovely sort of practice for some classical concerts. So I really enjoyed just sitting there for 10 minutes listening to it. It's lovely. It's a really nice church, and it's nice that people don't use it much time. So we used to have a nice coffee as well.
The National Gallery, founded in 1824, is a treasure trove of art. Located on the north side of Trafalgar Square, it houses over 2,300 artworks from the 13th to 20th century, with free public access to masterpieces from major European artists.
I'm not really sure. I haven't been through the museum yet, but I'm here for a Christian heritage tour to kind of learn more about the history of the Protestant Reformation in England and Christian history here in England through the paintings that are in the gallery. So that's what I'm here for today.
Trafalgar Square blends Britain's naval history with modern art and culture. It remains an important public space, attracting millions of visitors each year to experience London's rich heritage and vibrant atmosphere. Chike Okolo, reporting for SOUQ News.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974,
take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Petrol said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigerian content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
Friday sees no other smile like any other day of the week. Welcome to SOUQ Business Landscape, where we unpack the biggest stories shaping Africa's economy and global markets. I am Olumide Shokoya. Of course, I have the perfect gentleman, Onyepriye Krumale.
Good morning to you, Olumide.
Happy Friday. Thank God it's weekend.
Yes, thank God it's weekend. And thank God it's weekend to you too. And it's nice to see your faces. Yes.
All right, so let's kick off with some of the things we have on our plate this morning. Nigeria delays petrol and diesel imports to prevent fresh price shocks. Yes, you heard it. Even as the country powers West Africa's recovery off-grid solar solution, manufacturers project a rebound next year on back of tax reforms, while the government warns that rising cow skin, as you might call it, cow skin consumption is threatening a multi-billion-dollar leather industry. Now, remittance trends from the United Kingdom reveal that growing financial strain among Nigerians abroad, but investors at home show renewed confidence with strong demand for federal savings bonds and a bullish recovery on the Nigerian exchange. Yes, and on the global front, the United States and South Korea sealed a landmark deal, $350 billion trade pact that could reshape industrial supply chains. From tax policies to industrial revivals to capital markets and global alliances, we are tracking the forces driving economic momentum in Nigeria and beyond. We'll go on a short break, and when we come back, we kick off. Stay tuned.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Petrol said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
Welcome back to SOUQ Business Landscape. May I remind you, like, comment, and share on our YouTube page at SOUQ News TV. Let's start off with the first story. The federal government has approved a deferment of the implementation of the proposed 15% import duty on petrol and diesel until the first quarter of 2026. Now, this comes contrary to earlier reports suggesting an indefinite suspension. President Bola Tinubu approved the postponement following a formal request by the Executive Chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS, Dr. SOUQ Adedeji. The request, made via a letter dated November 7, 2025, was titled The Deferment of the Commencement of the Implementation of the Premium Motor Spirit and Diesel Import Duty. The deferment follows extensive consultations with key industry holders to evaluate market readiness and ensure a stable transition. When the policy eventually takes effect, the government said the move is aimed at avoiding full supply disruptions and shielding consumers from sudden price shocks. I remember yesterday, Priya, I was asking you that is there any sort of rumor about fuel scarcity? Because the first story I saw was a report stating that people should not panic buying. People should not be involved in panic buying. So I was wondering, is there any sort of fuel scarcity? Then I remember that, the import duty. Then came this story. And I know you are one of the supporters of...
Supporters?
You said that it was too early.
I took a strong position, and I'm glad the president listened.
Well, it's a deferment, not an indefinite.
That was exactly what I was saying, that the time was immature for us to go that direction. Right. And I always refer to the analysis some time ago that Amin Mokhtar gave. Hopefully he's going to join us in the course of the program today. And whilst he was saying initially, the government, Dangote now is in the picture.
Yes.
And to a large extent, the level, the speed, the quantity at which we import fuel, petroleum products into the country has drastically gone down. But currently, even at that, so whilst Dangote's operation is ongoing, he seemed to have the capacity to completely take over the domestic market of petroleum products. And he's doing a good job, because this is what Nigerians want, because the benefit there are enormous. We cannot begin to talk about removing the forex pressure on the Nigerian naira, and how we need to source the dollar to buy the crude that we export out of this country. And when it has been refined back to petroleum product, we needed to import them back into the country again.
Yes.
It to a large extent, putting the Nigerian economy in a servitude mode. Yes. And since the inception of the Dangote refinery, we could see some of the stress, some of this economic strain seem to have depleted and gone down drastically. But that notwithstanding, the government is deregulizing the system, is trying to prevent a monopoly. It's trying to encourage a lot of people to come into the system to run that business. And people have been coming into the business. Now, not forgetting the firms that depend solely on the import of these products. That's how they survive. These are the marketers who import this product. The purpose why they exist is to also check the those who are producing the product domestically, who are refining the product in Nigeria, so that they are not going to be holding the monopolistic power. And the domestic refiners, in person of Dangote and others, are also will be checking the marketers who are importing this product into the country, so they are not going to equally hold the monopolistic power. So both firms or both category of marketers are checking each other. Apart from also the fact that we also reference that those who are refining this product in the domestic space seem to enjoy the quantity that they buy from the government through the instrument of crude for naira exchange. That is even that is good, because those who are importing have no access to such liberty, to such goodies, and they have to.
It's for everybody.
Yes, of course, it's for everybody, but we also know how volatile the dollar is and how they need to source the forex, which is not as easy as we think to access and buy this product. Yes, and that is a disadvantage on their part. Whilst the local Dangote and others know this, they equally push the scale a little bit higher by reducing the price, so that it's been deregularized, so people can. It depends on the liberty of Dangote. Currently now, as we speak, when immediately the federal government came in with that 15% introduction, I told you that look, the time was not right for this, because right now you are tilting the scale to favor one party. It will seem that way. A very good policy, but it will seem that way, even if that may not be the intent.
If I may come in here,
okay, I just want to land. Okay.
Yeah, if I may come in here, I think for us to be able to ascertain whether it's favoring this or that, I think we first need to look at which is cheaper, to buy from NNPC, crude for naira, or to import. That is one of the things we need to first establish before we can now say that, it's favoring crude for naira, those who resort to crude for naira, or those who import from outside the country.
Yes, but yes, we will have to determine which is cheaper. But we don't determine that. Those who are in the business determine that. And for Dangote, he's not getting the whole of the crude that is also imported.
Yes.
So if he's also importing, he's operating on both sides of the divide.
Yes.
Unlike the marketers who are just operating on one side of the divide.
Yes.
Of course, the disadvantage is still but nobody caused the disadvantage is by virtue of their positioning in the market.
Yes.
So now that we have, the reason why I was saying it was somehow tilted, that 15%, was because, as it seems, we do not have many players in the system who are solely getting their products or producing this crude and refining this crude within Nigeria, who are accessing the raw materials within Nigeria. At the moment, we only have Dangote, who is the giant. We have Bua, who is building and yet to come into the system, and probably other investors who are mooting their idea of coming into the system. So, to a large extent, one of the criticisms that was leveled against him by Pengerson and other marketers was that he's trying to monopolize the market. So the policy of the government would not give shape to that criticism. And the government probably should have done this high-level stakeholder meeting that it recently carried out that necessitated him, or that necessitated the fact that the government need to, shelve this plan until the first quarter of 2026. So even if other investors who are building a refinery are going to come in next quarter, or they are going to come in the middle of next year, 2026, into the market, or even in the third quarter of next year, it will be something that, okay, the government has shown some level of leniency. However, if we had gone ahead with this policy, look at what is already happening. People are already panic buying because they know that the prices are going to go up.
Yes.
Yeah. So you cannot even tell those who are getting their refined product from Dangote. Dangote may not really be able to say, this is what they've bought it from him. They have the liberty to place whatever price cap they want to place on it.
All right. So first of all, I want to establish something. Dangote is not the one who determines, or who determined crude for Naira. Dangote is not the one who determines the price at which crude for Naira will be done. Dangote is also not the person necessarily controlling the price of fuel in the market. It's controlled by competition or competitiveness of him and other forces of the market. You understand? Also, panic buying majorly is caused by rumors, not entirely because if you remember when President Bola Tinubu said subsidy is gone, that was what created a whole...
These are not rumors.
That's what I'm saying. At that point, he just said, subsidy is gone. And from that day, fuel jumped up.
Yes.
Do you understand? And we've seen in cases whereby you just hear that, oh, fuel is about to be scarce. Or probably you're driving along a filling station, maybe 2 or 3 filling stations, you see a very long queue, and people are like, oh, that fuel is about to get scarce. That's what always starts all this. And people start to buy. People start to, and that is what leads to all this illegal sale of fuel on the road and all that. So these are some of the things that, but now, for any country to grow, one of the ways the government tried to encourage local manufacturers is to put some tariff on import duties so that it would encourage. So if we're saying that, oh, let's not do this to us, are we not anti or are we not against industrialism? Are we not trying to...
Industrialization? No, I don't think so.
Then again, if you now look at it, whether we like it or not, this 15% import duty will still come because the government has made crude for Naira available to everybody, regardless of whether it's 1 player, 2 player, or 3 players that are in it. They have made it. These same marketers that go to import this for, they have the liberty, they also have the right to purchase crude from NNPC if they want to, but they resort to import it. That's why I said, is it that the cost of importing duties and every other thing, by the time you bring the landing cost is actually cheaper than what Dangote would offer? That's one of the things. Now, it's left to them to understand because even Dangote imports. Yes. But I'm not him, but I know that definitely if he's not enjoying crude for Naira, he would basically import all the crude oil he needs. But definitely he's enjoying crude because he himself said it that in a couple of months, yes, it's his own allegation. In a couple of months, people should sell their dollars that it's going to be rendered useless in a couple of months. And he himself said it that Nigerians don't even realize that because of his refinery and every other thing, it has made the Naira to gain more strength. So in as much as we're looking at whether Dangote has that monopoly, it's because he's there. He has this crude for Naira was established when his refinery came into the fore. So it almost seems as if, oh, it was because of Dangote this was established. But we also have Canada and Ondo State partnering, even though Benga said that it might not
take form,
come into fruition until like 6 to 7 years. But we have something like that. And I'm sure other states will be looking into it.
Okay. But if you look at it differently, the federal government saying subsidy is gone, it's not a rumor. It went.
It went, yes.
Marketers actually reacted to that. Recently, when the government came up and said 15% is going to be put on petrol import duty, it wasn't a rumor.
Yes.
So, and people start panic buying because they know that in the short period of time, the prices of petrol is going to go off the roof.
Yes.
So that was even the reason why people started the panic buying. So it's not a rumor coming from someone who is not a state actor. This is the government's speech. So people
But this 15% import duty, had it materialized into price fuel increase before people started panic buying?
If it had materialized, people don't need to wait. Business people don't need to wait. Now, they have a way of trying to tell you that, look, when the president said we are going to fuel subsidy is gone, those products that they bought, that they had in their custody, that they were, marketing and selling at that point in time was not bought. It was bought during the subsidy period.
Yes.
Yeah, so they started selling in on on how it's going to look like when the subsidy actually is being removed. So the prices went off the roof. That's how. But whenever they feel like the price has been lowered or the price has crashed, they are just going to maintain that. Yes. They will tell you that, oh,
your old stock.
Yeah, this is the old stock. We know that's a gimmick that this business people play. However, if you look at it very well, it's good for the government to do that. By the time we have more than a Dangote, we have like 2 or 3 Dangotes who are in the system, then the federal government can now start thinking of the idea to say, okay, 15% is coming in, like they've rightly said that in the first quarter of 2026. That would be good. That would be very, very considerate.
But
not to look like he just said the weight. It has both its downside and its good side. The federal government does not have, at the moment, the capacity to supply Dangote alone. Dangote's refinery, as it speaks now, is 650,000 barrels per day. It can do more than that, and is also mooting the idea of increasing it. Increasing it.
Do not have the capacity.
They told Dangote they were unable to give him 650,000. No, just a moment. They told me we can't give you that. So they were giving him half of that. Okay. And even when they were giving half of that, they were not meeting their obligations. Okay. And that's even one of the reasons why there was a bickering between Dangote and NNPC at a specific point in time. And the government is not only responsible to Dangote.
Yes.
To that. There are other modular refineries too that it seems that the government will have to supply the product.
Yes.
The government equally have obligations to supply to its foreign clients.
Yes.
Which is through the medium for which we earn our foreign currency.
Definitely.
So if we are going to do that, it will consider them, it will consider Dangote, and it will have to make sure that it meets all the obligations of these parties and the new refineries that are coming into the space. Where are they going to source that for?
All right. So
now, I equally understand that recently, as we speak, in the month of September, we were doing less than 1.4 million barrels per day, and in October we're doing 1.39 million barrels per day, and this is November. People are saying that we are doing 1.6 million barrels per day. Equally, the government has said, okay, we are going to have a conversation with OPEC come 2026 regarding the quota that we've been given, because we want it to be reviewed upwards, because it looks like we are beginning to demonstrate that we have the capacity to meet OPEC's quota, even though we've not met OPEC's quota consecutively in 3 times as we speak. So if we're going to do that and the government is planning ahead, it means the government is thinking ahead.
Okay.
And if the government is thinking ahead, until we are able to get to churn out the crude to a large extent where we can supply both our domestic clients and our foreign clients, to the extent that the government can do that, even if it is not 100%, we can do that in 75%, 80%, then we can begin to sit back and say, okay, we don't need Dangote to go to Algeria to buy, because he's going to be buying in dollars. We don't need him to go to Gabon or to other African countries to try to access the crude. They are going to sell it to him in dollars. He equally buys from the United States of America. So they are going to be selling it to him in dollar. Is he going to sell the quantity that he bought from the United States? Is he going to sell it at the same price for which he's going to be selling that of the quantity he accepts from the Nigerian government? These are questions that we need to ask. So what we need at the moment to do now is the government to make sure that they hit the 2.1 million barrels per day that was forecasted in the 2025 budget. Even if it looks like we're unable to do that this year, 2025, but before June 2026, we should be able to do that, meet that, and surpass the OPEC quota.
I don't believe that we do not have the capacity to meet our OPEC quota, supply Dangote more than what we are giving it. Because if you look at the current state of NNPC right now, there's reform on this side, there's proposed sale of assets on this side, and it's riddled in a whole lot of, it has its own problems of its own that it's trying to sort out. So I believe that we can do more than that. We can actually drill more, we can give more. Yes, and I like the fact that there's this new policy that if you are given an oil license and you do not drill within a certain amount of period, rather, it will be withdrawn. I like that fact, to encourage people and to deter others that you cannot just purchase oil licenses and just leave it moribund for no reason. So I also believe that. But then again, I want to ask, do you think that with this whole proposed reform of NNPC on the one hand and the sale on the other, we'll be able to meet our OPEC quota? Let's say, for instance, now some people are saying, Benga said that he prefers if China comes in to do that, so to partner. That it's better if a foreign company, a foreign national, foreign investor comes in to partner and drill.
I mean, take the refinery.
Take the refinery.
Okay, I will not. The refinery is too big and much of a national asset that we are going to be giving it out, and even if there is this loud clamor for it to be, sold and given to an organization, maybe a concession for them to manage and to be able to make it productive to the Nigerian economy, I will not even support the idea of that. That is why the last time we spoke about this, I proposed that what is the Delta State government doing? Why can't you acquire the Warri refinery? What are you doing? What is the Rivers State government doing? Why can't you acquire the Rivers State refinery? The Kaduna State government equally can acquire the Kaduna State refinery. And it's going to be a huge source of IGR, where the government focuses on drilling and managing the drilling companies, the multinational corporations who are coming to drill. And when they are done, we are the Nigerian refineries are the first point of call before we go abroad. Yes. They are the first point of call, and the capacities that they are able to generate, they are able to produce or to refine, they must be given an equivalent of the crude. So that should be an established procedure of operations. It should be established, because we have to understand how crude oil has become the determining factor of the Nigerian economy. A shift in its price will reflect in every area of life, in transportation, in the cost of food, in the cost of doing business, you just name it, in the cost of moving, in the cost of logistics, in the value chain. Okay. So if it's going to be that way, we must look at it very well. And as it is now locally, we are only able to do 40% of what Nigeria needs to survive in terms of crude. And we are looking, the proposition coming from Packer yesterday in the story, they were looking like until we are able to do 80% of local production. That is when the government should now bring in the policy of the 15% imposition on tariff on import. So at that specific time, nobody will want to sympathize with the marketers or with companies or with agencies, with firms that survive and exist based on importing of the raw or of the refined crude into the country. And if by the time we are near 80%, 90%, I just need you to imagine the cost of foods, the cost of transportation. If we have access to our crude domestically, and if we are selling to, first of all, first point of call, priority given to Nigerian refineries, whether privately owned or publicly owned, with agreement that, look, we are considering you first, because when you are done refining the product, you also will consider Nigerians first. And there should be specific layout of this procedure that, look, about 50% or 60% of your refined product will be sold here in Nigeria. Yes. Because we want to have it in surplus. Yes. Nigeria, the market is big and huge enough to consume from every domestic refinery. Yes. Then the excess of it can now start going to other African countries and to other foreign clients, which then would be good. But you know what? The effect will now be on the Nigerian economy, how the ease of doing business will now play right in front of our eyes. How the purchasing power of the man at the grassroots will be enhanced just because we do not have to import a large quantity. If we are importing at all, probably we'll just import in 10% of what is required for us to run our to supplement what we are producing domestically to run our economy. Imagine the salary that the man is complaining at the moment that it's not enough. The purchasing power is going to grow, and the ease of doing business too is also going to grow. So the cost of food in the market, they are going to reduce because the cost of transportation would have gone down too. The cost of production also will drastically fall because the cost of accessing materials and transportation will have reduced. So the ripple effect that will result to the benefit of Nigerians, they are enormous. And I think that's the direction that the administration should be looking at.
All right, beautiful one. While the deferment is still on, we hope that by the time it returns, Nigerians will be ready and to kick off. Let's move on to the next story. Nigeria has been identified as the primary force behind the recovery of West Africa's off-grid solar market. According to the latest semi-annual Global Off-Grid Solar Market Report by Gogola, released in November, the report reveals that sales of solar energy kits and appliances across West Africa rose by 22% in the first half of 2025 compared to the same period in 2024, with Nigeria leading the charge due to its rapidly growing off-grid energy demand. Gogola attributed the growth to increased investment, improved policy support, and greater adoption of solar solutions in Nigeria's underserved rural areas. The report also noted that rising consumer interest in energy-efficient appliances as the region pushes towards energy access targets. Nigeria's expanding off-grid ecosystem is expected to remain pivotal in scaling sustainable power delivery across West Africa. Off-grid. Nigeria, one of the biggest consumers. But do we actually produce it?
Why are we the biggest consumers? We present the market. This is where the market is. You said Nigeria seems to be belling the cart. Nigeria is belling the cart in consumption with regards to off-grid solar, off-grid energy systems. And that's... Okay, first of all...
It would have been beautiful if it was actually... Now, imagine if it was produced locally.
Manufactured here.
Yes, manufactured locally in Nigeria. Imagine the market is already there. So it would only be fair, it would only be profitable if it was manufactured and produced in Nigeria. So the money comes back, it's not repatriated outside the country, it's still within the country.
Yes, because that's where we are falling short. First of all, solar firms in Nigeria are benefiting from the expanding rural markets and rising costs. The demand for reliable power alternative. Companies producing or distributing solar appliances are experiencing stronger sales and investment flows. Where is the market? 200 million people. 200 million people. Yes, not all 200 million people that can afford that, but at least to a larger extent, businesses are affording it.
Yes.
Individuals who are living, who do not have to depend on buying expensive generators that they need to service each and every time after a specific, probably after 6 months of use, or maybe after 1 year of use, they resort to servicing it with lots of money, and by the time you look at it for 6 months or 8 months, how much you spent in servicing it, almost equivalent how much you spent buying it. And not just that, the noise pollution that comes with buying this generating set.
If you go on some of this website now, they have now modernized very portable solar energy systems. It's the size of a battery, a car battery. It goes for like 300 to 400, and it powers certain appliances in your home.
300,000, 400,000.
And they've even made it that in such a way that you can now pay instrumentally, in installment.
Yes.
So it's a right market that it's really gaining momentum. And a lot of people are looking for alternative ways to get power instead of the off-grid, the national grid.
Excuse me. So is it safe for us to say the nations and the countries that provided Nigeria this technology are the ones intentionally or indirectly making sure that the power industry in Nigeria does not rely, or Nigeria does not have, get to that point where it can boast of stable electric power, where our national grid will have to collapse for the umpteenth time, so that Nigeria as a country and Africa as a continent can be perpetually dependent on them. So these are questions that we should ask ourselves. If our national grid is collapse times with that number, and we are saying that we are able to, as we speak now, we are able to generate 10,000 megawatts. We've done 11 or 12,000 megawatts, but we lack the wherewithal, the technical ability, the technology, and the capacity to be able to transmit the whole of the 12,000 megawatts that we have generated to Nigerians from the grid. Then, if that's the case, our economic relationship with China, our economic relationship with the United States, with the UK, with Germany, our economic relationship with Japan, the government should take advantage of that and direct their attention to expanding and providing not only the technology, the hardware, the softwares, and the technical ability for us to expand our transmission capacity, so we'll be able to deliver at that level. Then we can now be talking about the right perspective of industrialization. But if we're not doing that, and all they are proposing to the government is that we are coming to Nigeria to set up an assembling plant for solar energy, we are coming to Nigeria, we are shipping and importing vast, huge amount and numbers of solar energy appliances to Nigeria to be sold, because we feel Nigeria is a market. The government can put a tariff on it if it wants, or by virtue of the relationship that the government of Nigeria enjoys with the government of that country, because of the several loans we are going to get from them, and the government did not even put the required tariff on this material. So who's losing? Who's gaining? Why would that do you have any idea the disadvantage that it posed to Nigeria when we start looking at it from the balance of trade, Nigeria's balance of trade with China, balance of trade with Germany, and with the United States of America? So I know recently the government talked about increasing the national grid for us to have about 4,000 megawatts. But if we are going to expand it to have or to accumulate more 4,000 megawatts, how are we going to transmit them and to distribute these, when at the moment now transmission is one of the challenges that we face as a country if we are to spread across the power that we are able to generate?
I think power generation is not really the problem, it's distribution. We can generate, because it's
still a problem, because if we can only generate 12,000 megawatts, it's a problem. South Africa is less, they have a population, less populated to Nigeria. They are generating more than 30,000 megawatts of electricity.
Generation is not the problem, because we still have a lot of people. I mean, Adeleke acquired a plant, it's just waiting to be connected via gas. So it's not really generation, because we have a lot of players coming in to generate power. So it has to do more with not even transmission, distribution now. Now, when we talk about distribution, we have to also talk about metering.
Transmission is where the problem lies.
I really think...
Okay, fine. The problem is not unilaterally in transmission.
Yes.
But it's also in other aspects. So because recently, during the Nigerian 2025 Energy Summit, where the Minister of Power, Delabu, was telling Nigerians that, look, about 5,000 meters that we have right now, 500,000 rather, we've only installed about 100,000 of those, and we still have 400,000 out there. And one of the reasons he gave is that there's a lack of technical manpower that has the wherewithal and the technical ability to go around and fix the remaining 400. So no, it's something that we must not turn a blind eye on, because if you look at the tech space, and when we say tech space, most people associate the tech space to only designing websites, managing database system, software database system. Tech also expands to the power sector, and we've been losing a lot of Nigerians who are traveling out of the country. They've been sourced by these people.
If the power discos, if they want to disconnect your cable, your power line, maybe due to lack of payment, they will. They know the nooks and crannies they know those who are owing, and they go into those nooks and they disconnect them. So installing a meter to me shouldn't be a problem. Because when they go about doing some of these things that they do, and which they get money for, sometimes when they go to certain community to disconnect and you give them...
How many people are metered among the 200 million Nigerians that we speak about?
This is not administration.
Of course, it didn't start from this administration.
Former Vice President Yemi Osinbajo ordered that every Nigerian should be metered.
Did he know the technical, the capacity, or the technical manpower? No, it's not about giving the order. It's about what you have at your disposal to fulfill the order and the project at hand. Was he aware of the technical capacity gap that is in the system at that point in time that could not do that? Or is it the same accusation that have been leveled against the power distribution companies that are withholding these meters for nationwide coverage and they're not giving it out?
Are you saying installing prepaid meters is more cumbersome than installing postpaid meter?
It's a new technology. Before the emergence of the prepaid meter, those with the technical capacity in the system were used to installing the what's it called? The postpaid meter. So after there's a transition, and I can't say now we have had 100% transition to the prepaid meters. No, because a lot of people are still using postpaid meters, and they are being, billed. What's the name of the way these people are
band
being
A, band...
Not even the band A, band B, estimated billing system. So it's not that. People are still using the old technology. Do we have the people to come and change it to cause a transition, or is it that the discos are adamant and saying that, look, there's a transition, as far as you are concerned in your compound or whatever it is, you're going to pay XYZ amount of money. Not all those people have the money to pay. Now, we know that Lagos landlords, if they are going to do that, it's going to reflect, it's be directly paid by those who are living in the apartment, not even from the purse of the landlords.
Earlier, you made an allegation, and I wanted us to look at it. You said, is it that these companies manufacturing these off-grid energy systems, are they deliberately trying to make sure that there's no power, stable power? Let's also remember there was a time that there was a rumor that generators manufacturers or marketers were deliberately making sure that there's no stable power. It was almost like a cabal. I also remember that some couple of days ago, Swift was here also saying that sometimes these filling stations, they have some form of gentleman's agreement with these discos to take power for a certain period, so that, of course, when there's no power at a certain period, people flock the petrol
to buy fuel, to power their generators.
So it's a whole... So where is this actually come? Where do you think this? Do you think it's from the solar manufacturers, the generator operators, or even the fuel filling station?
Maybe everybody is playing their own role in trying to drag our country down. But that won't happen. However, let's still put a satellite on those who have the technology and the wherewithal to produce and manufacture those generators. When they manufacture those generators, is it to be sold in their country? These are countries that we know that have constant power, so they don't have any use for generators. They look at the globe, they look at the continent of Africa, there is a market there, so we take it down there. And some of these companies are huge, big, multinational corporations. They are very powerful. They can influence government policies. They can lobby members in the Senate and the House of Representatives to make sure that policies don't go in a certain direction that can empower the country in a specific way that can cause them to lose the market. So when you look at that, these companies will manufacture these generators and they are shipping it. They've established, of course, business ties with some other organizations and companies here in Nigeria or in other parts of Africa, and they ship it straight to Nigeria. Some of them could be sponsoring the campaign, the campaigns of some politicians, whom they know that you have there's a huge perspective for this XYZ politician to get into office. What about the television, the DSTV. There was an allegation against them that there was a time ago that they seemed to be offering some sort of free services to some lawmakers, and the lawmakers were busy pushing their agenda in Parliament. Not to while others were saying that they should reduce the amount of money they charge Nigerians for the use of their services, some lawmakers were defending them. I don't even want to mention a very, very huge and big telecommunication company in Nigeria, and they are not from Nigeria indigenously, but they were the ones that were the forerunners when we were moving away to really telecommunications. When they came here, the profit that they made in 10 years since their existence, they made it in less than 5 years in Nigeria. And they were equally accused of making sure that they are sponsoring some legislators somewhere who seem to be defending their agenda. So these are multinationals, and in the science of doing business globally, they are competent and they are adept and skillful, dexterous in it. So they know what buttons to press and what to do to make sure they get their policies or influence policies for their own good, and at this time to the detriment of the
how do we get this off-grid market into Nigeria? Lithium, one of the components, it's here. Do you think that maybe we should even put some form of import duty tariff on these imported materials that are used?
We should. Currently, as we speak, if Nigeria does not have any local company, any domestic organization that is manufacturing renewable energy or solar energy appliances that are stationed, that are bought and fixed in houses and in organizations to get power, then we should put a huge tariff on it. We know it's going to be expensive when we put that tariff on it because Nigerians are going to buy, but we should start by putting that tariff anyways. We can put a tariff also on those huge import. Look at generators. Some very big politician, son of or daughter is getting married. Just a moment. He's getting married. And I was there and I saw how many huge generators, more than 5 or 5, was made available at the venue to power the venue because the high and the mighty are going to attend that wedding ceremony. So this is the market. And the thing is, if those in power are not seeing this, it cannot be believed that they are not seeing this. They know this. However, sometimes they are equally boxed to the corner because negotiating with multinational organizations is a whole different business entirely.
All right, so in closing, so you said we should put a tariff on this solar energy importers, but you don't feel the same way about petrol. We'll move on to the next.
But there's a condition and there's a gap. There's a reason why that was said.
All right, let's move on to the next story. Now, the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, MAN, has projected a 3.1% growth in the country's manufacturing output for 2026, up from 1.6% in the second quarter of 2025. The anticipated growth is tied to upcoming tax incentives, levy harmonization under the new tax regime effective January 2026, and increased government patronage. Now, according to MAN's October 2025 Manufacturers CEO Confidence Index, this growth could raise the sector's contribution to Nigeria's real gross domestic product to 10.2% next year. Dr. Olusegun Shidikpe, Director of MAN's Research and Economic Policy Division, said the projection rests on the successful execution of reforms, including the National Single Window Project and the proper implementation of Nigeria's industrial and Nigeria First policy frameworks. He emphasized that the sector's recovery will hinge on policy consistency and improved operations to restore investor confidence in enhanced competitiveness. I'm glad this is coming from the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria. They seem to be concerned about what is going on in Nigeria. And I like he made mention of that Nigerian First policy, that for this to be successful, we need to push this agenda to Nigerians, starting from the help the people at the top, the people in government? What's your thought?
Well, first of all, we know that a stronger manufacturing sector in any country is going to boost and promote industrialization.
Definitely.
Not only boost and promote industrialization, it's also going to make sure that things are cheap to purchase. The Nigerian First policy idea by the government, it's a very good one, but we need to go beyond making good policies. We need to translate such policies into the kind of policy that will become, substantial, where it can be the aftermath or the intention, the aim of that policy will be, felt and seen in no time in the lives of the people for which, or the purpose for which that policy was made. The same man that came out that is telling us that at the moment, economic policy, man projects 3.1 output growth in 2026.
Yes.
The same man was sometime last week, raising the alarm that governments are not purchasing most of the products that were produced by lots of man members. That's Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, lots of their members, that their warehouses are full. And that government is not patronizing these locally produced goods. And the reason why they were more specific in mentioning government was that government represents the big buyer of these goods.
Yes.
And if that is the case, that means the Nigerian First policy, and one of the first, Nigerian First policy that made the Bureau of Public Procurement to say that except some of these goods, that any ministry, department, or agency that wants to purchase, to buy some of these goods for the purpose of executing MDA projects in the country must first of all look inwards. And to that effect, the names of the companies that have the wherewithal to have those goods, it would have been put together in a database, and the list would have been captured and collected, so that these MDAs will have to go through them to see those who are producing what, and to be able to buy it for the purpose of executing the government budget projects. And it is on the condition that none of these raw materials or semi-finished goods or appliances that the MDAs wants to buy for the purpose of executing their projects are not in any of these lists of organizations that have the capacity to produce it in Nigeria or access them here in Nigeria. On the case that none of them has it, that's when these MDAs can start sourcing for these things outside the country. And we need to stick to that. But if man came out last week to say, look, our warehouses are full, we are not being patronized, Nigerians are not patronizing us, and the government itself is not showing an example of patronizing us, then it calls for. So I'm wondering where then man now have its own forecast to now say that in 2026 we are going to
it's projected with a clause that if the single window policy and the Nigeria First is being pushed, then this 3.1% growth is
will be
possible.
achieved.
Yes,
is possible. Well, let's begin to look at that. But I think man should go beyond this. Man should be more proactive in lobbying members in the Senate, in the House of Representatives, and also the man branches in different states at the subnational level themselves should lobby the state houses of assembly and also lobby the state governors to make them their
think
first
it's more of
line of
enforcement. The Nigerian First policy is more of enforcement. The BPP, public procurement.
Bureau of Public Procurement.
If they make sure that for whatever purchases they are making, they first, it could be a bid. You could call in these local manufacturers. Well, let's say, for instance, you're purchasing vehicles. Call all the local manufacturers. Let them bid for it. And make sure it goes to them. Now, I understand in some cases, certain things might not readily have the local manufacturing of it in Nigeria. So then you can source for it outside. Let's say, for instance, solar and the rest of them. But most of these things, like vehicles, beverages, appliances, certain appliances, you can still get it in Nigeria, which are manufactured in Nigeria. So I believe that it's enforcement, it's rather enforcement. Rather, if you say lobbying is sort of like a softer approach to it. But if you say enforcement, it means this policy has been signed, it has been implemented, therefore we should go back.
I use the word lobbying because it's actually going to serve as it's going to be a competitive space where different manufacturers who manufacture similar goods will have to approach the government officials for their own good to be patronized.
Okay.
And also lobbying in the sense that, look, this policy, the Nigerian First policy, we need to be very, very proactive and active in enforcing it. Because if we do not enforce it, it's just going to die the natural death like other economic policies. We talked about cars. In the next 4 years, after election has brought in a new government, the cars of the members in the House of Reps, the Senate,
of course,
both at the federal level and the subnational level, and sometimes I dare say even at the local government level, they are going to be changed.
Renovations will be made.
Renovations will be made. People get these contracts to carry out these jobs. And organizations that get these contracts are government cronies. They have contacts in the corridors of power that will facilitate the process. And there could be an agreement between the contractor and the people that are facilitating the process of making sure that this organization gets the contract. So if they are going to do that and they feel they are going to make more return in patronizing a German-made car, because we need to import it, it's bulletproof. We are going to patronize an American-made car, a Chinese-made car. They're not going to patronize the local car manufacturers that we have here. And that is a loss. So sometimes why the government will make laws or make good policies, sometimes they are the first to subvert the process of using that policy.
I think we should go the Trump way. Let's put tariffs on everything coming in.
The government then the government themselves they are the ones that will put that tariff.
I think we should.
And it's still going to do the same, because even when you put the tariff, if they do not resort to buying the locally made cars, they're still going to buy it in a more higher price from the contractor and from the organization, from the manufacturers outside the country. So putting a tariff on that harms your own economy, because you're going to spend more of the nation's money to buy it.
That's because they don't want to patronize.
They need to patronize local made cars. They need to make if you're patronizing locally made cars, then it means that you are showing conscious and intentional economic disposition that will promote domestically manufactured cars. And if that is the aim and the goal of the government, then the government will not look back at imposing tariff, huge higher tariff on those cars and those organizations that are importing the cars into the country, to the extent that even if those cars are going to come, their sale is going to crash.
I will still go back to enforcement, because I remember during the former administration.
Who will enforce it?
The former administration, if we did not stop the importation or the outright ban of imported rice, we wouldn't have gotten to the level where we are right now. At a point, we had to stop it. So it was enforcement that got us where we are. That now
this administration, did this administration remove the policy of importing it? The 52 items that were barred from being imported in the previous administration, in this current administration,
government continued. That's government, which you also rightly said that if another administration comes in, will they follow the laid down blueprint?
It is not about following. Now, in this specific case, we expect we expect some level of probity from the National Assembly, most especially from the committee that has been saddled with the oversight function of checking the activities of the Ministry of Trade and Investment. So they approach the government that, I'm sorry, this cannot happen because we have sufficient local organization that manufactured and produced these goods. 52 items in this list by the previous administration has been barred from importing. They have been considered contraband for them making their ways into this country, either through the ports, through the airports, or through the ship ports, or through the borders. So we can't have them. Now, if you are coming as an administration to remove them, and you still have majority as a party, as a political party in the National Assembly, either in the Senate or in the House of Representatives, they need to know where to distinguish politics and administration. Not only differentiating the difference between politics and administration, but also having it as a government or as an institution of government that has been saddled with the responsibility to make good laws for the common good and the well-being of Nigerians. Is this policy by removing or by removing those 52 items from that list to encourage their import into the country, is it for the economic benefit of Nigerians? If it is not, then the National Assembly should stand up to the administration and say, sorry, we cannot go this direction. And because they have the wherewithal, institutionally and constitutionally, they will have their way. But that will be considered anti-party activity.
All right.
With the way politics is.
So industrialization is where we are headed. We are heading for the $1 trillion economy. And for industrialization to work, there has to be some form of nationalism, unity, patriotism, things that would bring about more economic benefit. Because when industrialization kicks off, there will be more jobs, more revenue, more purchasing power. In all, it's a win-win for Nigeria. We'll go on a short break. When we come back, we'll continue with more stories. It's SOUQ Business Landscape. Stay tuned.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Petrol said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
The growing interest in Nigeria's lithium reserves comes as countries worldwide scramble to secure supplies of the mineral which is essential for powering the green energy revolution. In this special report by Bayo Olaoye, the need to harness this resource for growth and development is examined with the evolution of electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems. Lithium is a key component in the production of batteries for electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems, and Nigeria is positioning itself to become a major player in the global lithium market. Nigeria's vast lithium reserves, valued over $34 billion, is no doubt attracting world attention, while lithium factories are springing up in different parts of Nigeria already. The attention of the international mining industry is also focused on lithium because it is critical raw material for the production of solar panels and electric vehicles. Analysts predict that global lithium market could grow robustly over the next decade, driven by the rapid adoption of electric vehicles and renewable energy technologies. Data from a global future market insight showed that the lithium mining industry has emerged as a cornerstone of the clean energy transition, driven by the skyrocketing demand for lithium-ion batteries. The surge in lithium demand is driven largely by the electric vehicles market, which accounted for over 70% of the global lithium consumption in 2024, according to an Iranian-based research firm. With countries such as the United States, China, and members of the European Union pushing for next zero emission by mid-century, lithium demand is expected to escalate further. The federal government, indeed, the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development, should intensify efforts geared at renewing and resuscitating the viable lithium industry in the country to its full potential. As Nigeria diversifies its economy into other sectors. The lithium industry offers hope and expectation that this sector would earn more revenue for the country. Nigeria should not just watch with folded arms, but must strive with the political will to develop and strengthen the country's vast lithium reserves. Nigeria leather industry has a storied history, particularly in the northern parts of the country, where the art of leather farming and crafting has been perfected over centuries. Traditionally, leather was used primarily for functional items like sandals, bags, and saddles, with little emphasis on fashion. However, the narrative has changed drastically in recent years as Nigerian leather has evolved from a utilitarian product to a symbol of luxury and high fashion. Here is a special report by Bayo Olaoye. The turning point for Nigerian leather came as local designers began to recognize its potential beyond traditional uses. They started to experiment with new designs, creating products that appeal to the modern consumer while maintaining the heritage of craftsmanship. The result has been a wave of leather products that are not only functional, but also stylish and desirable on the global stage. One of the key factors driving the revolution is the exceptional quality of Nigerian leather. Known for its durability and unique texture, Nigerian leather, particularly from goats and cattle, has become highly sought after by fashion houses both within and outside Africa. This demand has encouraged local artisans to up their game, focusing on quality control and finishing techniques to meet international standards. Moreover, Nigerian leather products have benefited from the global trend towards sustainable and ethically produced goods. Consumers are increasingly turning away from massively produced items in favor of the handcrafted, sustainable alternatives. Nigerian leather made using traditional methods with minimal environmental impact fits perfectly into this narrative. This has opened up markets for Nigerian leather goods, particularly in Europe and North America, where there is a growing appreciation for products with a story and a conscience. The rise of Nigerian leather on the fashion scene is also closely tied to the country's booming creative industry. Fashion designers, many of whom had gained international recognition, are incorporating leather into their collections and innovative ways. From sleek handbags and bespoke shoes to stylish jackets and accessories, the Nigerian leather is becoming a staple in high fashion. This trend is not only boosting the profile of Nigerian fashion, but also creating new opportunities for economic growth. The leather industry, once dominated by small-scale craftsmen, is now attracting significant investment. Entrepreneurs are setting up modern tannery and workshops, creating jobs and
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
Welcome back to SOUQ Business Landscape. This is Friday, the last day of the week. Don't forget to comment, like, and share all our episodes of SOUQ Business Landscape on YouTube at SOUQ News TV. Now, let's kick off with one of the stories. The federal government has raised an alarm over the rising consumption of hides and skin, popularly known as pomo in Nigeria, warning that it threatens the sustainability of Nigeria's leather industry, currently worth about $5 billion. Speaking at the national campaign against consumption of pomo in Abuja, Director General of Raw Materials Research and Development Council, Professor Nyalugo Ikemunso, stated that the widespread consumption of pomo deprives local industries of essential raw materials for leather production and export. He noted that the Nigerian leather goods market, valued at $2.79 billion in 2024, is projected to grow to $4.96 billion by 2033. However, continued use of hides for food instead of processing could derail the trajectory. The government is urging a shift in public behavior and support for policies that prioritize industrial growth over consumption of raw materials vital to national development. At this point, I think they might have to declare maybe a public ban of consumption of one, because a whole lot of people, I mean, when you go for, weddings and you're being served that local amala with ogunfe, which we call goat's meat, and a big hide skin, which is known as pomo, it's relishing. I still had pomo yesterday, so I'm also due to that. So, looking at the market, $5 billion. It's a good projection. It's a good forecast. It's a good one that would bring a whole lot of, if we truly export this thing, leather, which is hide skin.
Who's making this statement?
Well,
the government.
The government.
Does the government wear made in Nigerian shoes?
That's a good one.
Do government officials wear made in Nigerian shoes? Do they buy made in Nigerian handbag for their wives and for their children? Even the education system, the government officials take their children outside the country to go and school. They should stop telling us stories about eating pomo. Is that the reason why Nigerian shoes manufacturing or leather industry is going down? Nigerian leather industry is not going down. It's not.
It's not.
Please. I feel, let Nigerians enjoy this, please. What if Nigerians start arguing? The pomo that you talked about, the man at the grassroots level.
Yes.
It's accessible and it's affordable for
Very
him.
affordable.
Very affordable.
Alternative to meat.
To meat. Now, we export all these, if we export all the hides in Nigeria, cow skins, goat skins, crocodile, okay, fine, probably the crocodile skin, the python skin, and the ostrich. They will tell you, don't kill the ostrich. They are already going into extinction.
Definitely.
So please, we cannot kill them. We need to preserve them. Crocodile skin. I don't think people eat crocodile skin.
But they eat
even if people eat crocodile, they sell the skin.
They
eat the alligator if for people who don't do that, and they sell the skin. Those ones can supplement. Fine, but they'll tell you, hey, the population of crocodiles we have and the population of
cows
that we have, it's not commensurate. We know that of cows, the way they breed, so they will tell you that. However, please leave them. In fact, I'm sure before we got back from the break, we're talking about how we are still going to eat pomo this weekend.
Yes.
If we go to parties.
Yes.
Please let Nigerians eat pomo the way they want. Because Nigerians consume pomo does not mean we are suffering industrial depletion, industrial disadvantage. Do you have power to power the industries? You should be concerned about that as a government. If you have power to power the industries or the the manufacturing hubs here in Nigeria, you should.
I also think that I patronize locally made shoes. In fact, I love patronizing locally made shoes because it gives me that room to pick whatever design you want. It's not readily made. We have cobblers, we have shoemakers that you just approach them and you give them a design, tell them what you want, and they will do it for you. And it's, to some extent, it's cheaper because you have to negotiate. It's not on a boutique, it's not in a supermarket where it has a fixed price. This one, you can actually negotiate with the cobbler or the shoemaker that this is how much I can afford. So, and if you look at it, cattle rearing is a big business in Nigeria. I don't think it can even go into extinction because it is readily available everywhere. So I feel there's enough to meet for consumption and processing We
For
just have to
industrial
make
needs.
sure that we balance it.
Is it the 200 naira per month that the man at the grassroots society eats? One say he wants to eat at the road corner and he's telling you put one egg and one more. Is that what is depleting, affecting the industrial processing demand for cow hides and skins?
And pomo is actually an alternative to meat, because I remember when we were growing up, there were some days my mom would tell us, look, there's no meat. She would go to the market and get pomo, and she would slice it and make what you call a concoction, or sometimes, and that's what we would put on the rice, pomo. And I actually enjoy pomo because, I mean, it's a supplement, not necessarily a supplement, but it's how will I put it? It complements the meat or the fish. Do you understand? It's like a reward you get after eating, and it's for the ordinary citizen who cannot afford meat of like 200, 300 naira. Pomo, sometimes you get it for 100 naira, 200 naira. So if he can afford just one pomo in his rice, he is okay for that day.
So I don't think this is actually it. So most of the time I think what happened in the petroleum and gas industry wants to replicate itself in this aspect, where they feel like, okay, when you're done killing your cows and all of that, none should go for consumption. Just pack everything and let's export it out of the country as raw materials, probably to Italy or to some other countries out there, or to China themselves, who now make shoes, bags, and every other thing that they need to make, then import it back into Nigeria and sell it in a very astronomical price for Nigerians and for Africans. Please.
It's quite interesting. Let's move on to our next topic. Now, new data shows changing remittance partners among Nigerians in the United Kingdom, revealing how financial strain and strong cultural obligations shape money transfers to Nigeria. Currently, 58% of Nigerians in the United Kingdom send between £100 and £500 monthly, while larger remittances above £1,000 have dropped from 17% to 12%, indicating tighter personal budgets and more cautious financial planning. Notably, 54% of Nigerians aged 18 to 28 send between 10% and 50% of their income back home despite limited earnings, highlighting a deep sense of responsibility to family and community. While the World Bank estimated sub-Saharan Africa received $54 billion in remittances in 2023, with Nigeria as top recipient, these aggregate numbers mask evolving personal dynamics driven by economic realities and enduring cultural ties. What's your thought on this?
Okay, first of all, I think Nigerians abroad are beginning to tighten. They begin to run on a very tight budget.
It's no more greener on the other side.
It is. It is green. However, sometimes you know that globally the cost of energy has gone up, and to an extent the cost of groceries too, climbed a little. And if you look at recently, Rachel Reeves, the financial secretary in the UK, was talking about increasing the purchasing power of the Britons by imposing less tax. Also, there is another thing about allowing people who have more than 2 children to be able to access government grants and benefits to not just 2 children, but more. So in other words, they equally have the priorities of their economy. However, Nigerians who get monies from their relatives in abroad have a lot of things that they spend it on. Most of the time, £100 to £200, £500. It goes a long way, most especially when you convert that money to naira.
Yes.
And what are the things that Nigerians use it for? They use it, as way of supporting the capital in their businesses, to expand their businesses, acquire a few assets that they need to run their businesses. And of course, those who used to send $1,000 and co, or send lots of money back home, they use it for real estate businesses where they can buy land and start building, or maybe sometime because they are not on ground to actually give full supervisory activities and functions to whatever they are building. They buy houses straight, and if they are buying houses, they can be sending an equivalent from 50 million to 100 million naira and more, maybe 150 to 200 million naira, depending on the location where they are buying those houses. Most especially Nigerians abroad again, when they know that, okay, when I'm coming back to Nigeria, if I want to come and spend a month or two,
yes.
I don't want to just go stay in a hotel, though sometimes they do, but they equally want to have an accommodation, a house of their own. When they are not around, of course, it's for renting purposes. But when they are around, there's a room or there's a bungalow where they can go lay their head. And because of this monies that they send back home, in fact, there are numerous ways that it helps Nigerians to stay afloat, and there are numerous ways with which it affects and sustains the Nigerian economy.
You know, one of the things I like about Nigerians, the diaspora is that they always look forward to December. And when they come in, there's an influx of money coming into the economy by way of enjoyment, going out. Hotels get to make a lot of money, food vendors, even real estate also make a lot of money from these people. And sometimes they also go to the village, they do some form of charity projects and all that. They give their parents, build roads, do this,
build community center for the youth.
And all that. And you know, sometimes a lot of people don't understand that when they are abroad, especially in the United Kingdom, they don't really, what you see them do in Nigeria, when they come back, they don't really do it over there. You find out that some of them, what they wear is just a t-shirt and a jeans. That's all. And sneakers. Whereas when they come down to Nigeria, you see them in their barbarigas, like what I'm wearing, you know. It's even towards the time they're coming to Nigeria, they start shopping for clothes and items and what to wear. But most of the time, when they're there, they're on the go. Sometimes they eat fast food because it's on the go. They work different shifts. So now, and of course, just like you rightly said, the purchasing power and all that is really adding a toll. And some of them are also schooling. So you have some who are schooling at the same time are working. I remember 2 years ago, a friend of mine reached out to me, and you know, she was trying to meet up with her tuition fees, which was a whole lot. I'm talking about £15,000. She was looking at for that amount, and she said if she doesn't, you know, make that balance in the next 1 year, she might be escorted back home. And so this is one of the things that Nigerians are going through a lot out there, because a lot of people sell their properties in Nigeria, hoping that they get to the United Kingdom. They do maybe a 1 year, a 2 year course. Sometimes couples, the way they plan it is one part of the couple, one part, maybe the husband is schooling, or usually it's always the wife. The wife schools while the husband works, and it's all safe. So whatever the wife is earning is probably for the normal household running. Then whatever the husband is earning is what they get to save, which is then repatriated back home, either to their family members, to help them secure houses and all that. But while they are there, you can't. It is very rare to ask someone in the United Kingdom for money.
And they give you.
And they give you.
But they give. Nigerians know.
Unlike the United States.
Now, if the United States gives more.
Yes, if you ask someone in the US to give you maybe $50 or $100, yes, chances are he might. But if you ask someone in the United Kingdom to give you £100, the stories that you would hear sometimes would even make you feel pity for the person who you are asking this money from, because they start to narrate all what it takes to get that £100. And you know, it's really not easy for them. But because the economy there is quite different. There's tax, this same tax that we are still trying to navigate into, it's already structured for them. Tax is there. They tax everything they do there. But the economy works for them because it's a good economy, that it's viable, that has prospects, you know. So that's why it's quite different. And a lot of people see it as a better way of meeting their financial needs, rather than staying in Nigeria and hustling their way from the bottom to the top.
I told you I spoke to someone who told me that he started working, he traveled to the UK and he's working for just 2 years now. He's been working in Nigeria for a long time. But by chance, he traveled to the UK and he worked 2 years, and he was able to afford to buy a house just for 2 years. He
2
was able to
years.
buy a house for back here in Nigeria, for 45 million naira.
Wow.
Just 2 years work. I'm sure you'd have worked like 10 years here in Nigeria and you had not been able to afford a house. So how much is 5,000 pounds? 5,000 pounds is about 9.4 million naira. The 15,000 pounds you're talking about, because I made a rough estimation, and that's about 28 million naira.
Yes.
The gap, the value of the currency is very wide. And so you go there today and you start working there today. Yes, you're going to pay tax. You'll be taxed for most of the things you do, but you see the tax that you pay reflect in the society where there is power, constant power, where you can afford to buy a car and drive on the road, where you be able to, your children go to good schools. I'm not saying they don't have a problem of their own, they do, but that is the direction and the way that African countries, including Nigeria, should be looking at getting to, so that how much is 500 pounds? 500 pounds. Just sending it to a Nigerian and he's thanking you, like, thanks, because he knows what that can do for him.
And that same 500 pounds is what someone is using to rent an apartment in the United Kingdom for a month.
No, it's more than that.
It's more than that.
It's more than that. So for a month is more than that. So you see, there's a system, and we need to allow a system to work. We've been building a system since 1960, and it's gotten to the time where that system needs to stand and work on its own, run itself, and becomes even more advantage and beneficial to the people.
Well, all in all, I would encourage Nigerians who are finding it hard, to survive, to come back home. And I mean, there's so many benefits you actually enjoy being a Nigerian.
I'm sure they will reply you because they can hear you.
All right, this is where we will round up SOUQ Business Landscape for today and this week. It's been a pleasure staying with us from Monday through Friday. It takes a whole village to get this show up and running. So I'd like to say special thanks to everyone who made it possible, from the cinematographers to the technical engineers, those in the MCR, the producers, the directors, everybody who made this possible. I say a big thank you. But a bigger thanks is to you watching us, streaming and watching us, staying glued to us, enjoying all our programs. We say keep it up. There are more programs still coming today. Don't forget to like, comment, and share. I am Olumide Shokoya.
And I'm Oyim Priya Krumale. Many thanks for watching. Do have yourself a splendid weekend.
Take Nigeria, because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Petrol said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If we say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
Hi, my name is Grace Komolafe. Welcome to Cashcraft, your daily guide to profitable ideas inspired by African heritage, global markets, and local possibilities. Today we travel north to Libya, a country known for its oil, but one whose hidden treasure lies in leather. Yes, premium leather crafted by desert hands and traded through centuries. But this is not just Libya's story. This is a business opportunity you can tap into. From Kano to Accra, Lusaka to Nairobi. Let's break it down. But do not forget that this is not a professional guide, rather a wake-up call and an eye-opener to the many opportunities out there. Now, the leather business is simple but strategic. From raw hide to refined fashion, the value chain runs deep. What you need raw material, which is animal hides. It could be from goats, sheep, cow, or camel. That's up to you. You need tanning. This helps you turn hide into durable leather. Other elements involve crafting, which is the process of making bags, shoes, belts, sandals, wallets, and more. Branding plus sales. This can be achieved via online platforms, boutiques, or local markets. One thing you need to know is that Libya's traditional leather is thick, durable, and often dyed using natural desert herbs, an edge for eco-conscious buyers. That's your niche, right? Now, are you ready for this business? Then let's get familiar with the necessary steps so you can get started. Step 1. Source your raw materials. Connect with local abattoirs, herders, or meat sellers. In Libya, camel and goat hides are popular, cheap but durable. Step 2. Tanning. You either set up a basic tanning unit using lime, salt, water, sun drying, or partner with a local tannery. Modern vegetable tanning is eco-friendly and adds brand value. Step 3. Crafting your products. Start small. Leather, wallets, bracelets, passport covers, all of that. You can just pick any. Needed tools: cutter, hole puncher, edge burnisher, thread, and all of that. Now, you need to train with a local cobbler or learn online. Hand stitching sells well. I just need to bring that information to you. We go to step 4, branding plus sales. Choose a unique name and logo, local yet global. Sell at local trade fairs, via media platforms, and all. Sure.
All right, glad you will join us on what we'll call SOUQ Exclusive. It's a special one where we do a close shot on a special guest to look at their story and to draw inspiration for younger people who also want to make something out of life. My guest today is quite special because he's rare to come by. He's a man of many parts. He has a lot of experience when it comes to military operations, when it comes to global affairs, and when it comes to the economy. It's taking time to be with us today, and because you deserve the best. And that's why we always reserve the special guest for you at this moment. Today, I'm privileged to host Ambassador Wallace Williams, who is the Honorary Consul General for Antigua and Barbuda, and also the Chairman, Africa International Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Glad you have joined us on SOUQ Exclusive.
Thank you very much, Femi. I've been looking forward to coming to meet you, the team, and I'm happy to be here today and to have met your wonderful chairman, and everybody has been so extremely hospitable. I feel at home, I feel welcomed. I'm looking forward to pushing the SOUQ brand, you know. Wherever I go, I'll be talking about this station, for sure. You know that.
Hello there. Glad to have you join us on the Queen's Court, where we discuss the role of women in leadership and nation building. I'm Julia Benitie. And indeed, educated people across the globe often seek opportunities that offer career growth and resources for a good lifestyle. This sentiment is common across gender and age and groups. After we have been fighting patriarchy for many years, women have finally made a place for themselves in the corporate world. We see it in Nigeria with all the MDs, but is it as rosy as it has been? Despite the heightened visibility and technological advancement and social media allow us, women today are still battling with unfair biases, disproportionate job losses, and dispiriting barriers to advancement. Today, we will be addressing issues confronting women's safety and security at the workplace. But before we get started, let's go on a short break. Welcome back. Now let's delve into our conversation for women today. Women leadership and the challenges they face in the workplace. And joining me on this discussion are two queens in the house. We have Mrs. Adeyinka on set, Adefokwe. She's an educationist, a youth advocate, a specialist in community engagement for development. Welcome, Lady Yinka, or Lady Adeyinka.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
And of course, joining us online all the way from the UK is Mrs. Buki Femi Ajala, another Queens in the house. She's a lead consultant and trainer, BFA Learning Field Limited. Welcome, Lady Buki.
Thank you for having me. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone.
For joining us. Today we are going to have a lovely conversation to enable and enhance women leadership in the workplace. It has been a challenge. We still have a gap of women leading at the top echelon, but we also know that there are tremendous challenges. And for many women, because of these challenges, they refuse to take up leadership. They are afraid of leading. They are wondering what to do. In the corporate world, which you have experienced, and Lady Buki, can you introduce us to some of these challenges women are facing in the workplace?
Let me start with a little bit of history, and then I'll go on to the workplace. Historically, because we live in a patriarchal society where the word of the husband or father stands, a lot of young girls way back then couldn't go to school for the simple reason that it was believed that they will end up in the kitchen. Unfortunately, that is still what is happening in a subtle way. A lot of people still believe, what will she do with this education? She's going to have to end up cooking and looking after children. So there's a bit of reticence in investing in the girl child on a large scale. Not that it doesn't happen, but some people still nurse that opinion. It's subtle, but it's still there. Now in the workplace, when you go for an interview and you're a lady, let's say between the ages of 28, 30, 32, the bias is, oh, she's going to get married very soon. Oh, she's going to get pregnant very soon. Oh, she's going to be needing maternity leave. My child is ill, and all those things. And so there is that bias, even if she's so qualified for that position, for the interviewers, who sometimes might be women as well, to reconsider giving her the opportunity to show what she's capable of doing. And oftentimes the male should I say male gender? I was going to say male species is favored because he's not likely to get pregnant. He's not likely to go on maternity leave. He's not likely to need to do any of those things. But he may not be as qualified or capable. And so even today, in the corporate environment, to a large extent, that still exists. Therefore, when you see a woman excelling, what we hear is, oh, she was able to hold her fort despite the fact that she was married, and, you know, as if as if it's a feat, you know, that is exceptional. But the woman is capable. She can, and often she does.
Thank you very much for that introduction into this great discussion. And we want to throw it over to Lady Buki. From your experience in the corporate world, what do you think is the biggest challenge? Is it sexual harassment, or is it pay disparity, or is it what we call the issues of pregnancy or lack of equal opportunity?
Okay, so if I had you right, you talked about the fact that from my own experience, I should pick one of the 4 things you mentioned. Is that right? I had inequality, I had sexual harassment. I wasn't too sure if I had the remaining 2. But let me bring it into perspective based on my own experience. I worked in the bank for 21 years, and I rose, you know, from a junior officer, you know, to call it the height of my own career, you know, to the management level, where I was actually seconded, you know, to be the founding MD of one of the bank's subsidiary. And I find myself as the only woman, you know, when we have MDs of all the subsidiaries, we had about 9. So I was the only MD there. So I will be talking from my own experiences, and I would also narrate what others feel, you know. But from my own experience, it was not about sexual harassment, you know. It was more of the fact that the ideology of the people that you work with, they believe that the woman's place, you know, if you escape the home, right, then, and you are in the corporate setting, your best bet is just a junior officer. So you now have to show your capabilities, your skills, your competencies, you know. This is where leadership comes in, you know. And then, of course, your results. Because where I'm coming from, I mean, data is king. What do you do? So it's not even an issue of, you know, a subjective testing, you know, it's very objective. So it's more like, okay, if you have done this and you have done this, then you warrant it. So, but generally speaking, yes, I consider myself privileged, you know, but generally speaking, I know what other women, you know, actually face. You know, I do a whole lot of trainings now, so I see different perspectives. So some of them, yeah, like you said, sexual harassment is really big, really big, you know, where some men just decide that, you know, you can't have this except you give me this, you know. But it now depends on the culture. It depends on the culture of the organization. So it doesn't cut across. Then, of course, we talk about the fact that, you know, this unconscious biases, you know, it's still there. And then, you know, the cultural and societal norms, you know, Inka mentioned it, you know, in terms of, you know, there are still some men that still believe that you cannot be my boss. You know, I experienced that, you know, but I had to manage it, that this is the boss, you know, speaking. So we all have our different roles, you know. Yeah, so cultural and societal norms also was really big. And then, of course, from the women angle, I'll probably mention this, and then I'll use that to wrap up as well. You know, even we ourselves, we fight some battles. We fight self-doubt. even when a role is placed on us, self-doubt, we still say that, okay, can I actually do it? You know, we talk about the fear of failure, you know, and then of course even being assertive, you know. I mean, like I said, I had to at some point had to go learn it. You know, I mean, nobody taught me, but I just knew that I just needed this, you know, to make a good success of my role. Yeah, I think I would like to stop there. Thank you.
In India, here it's even worse.
Oh, wow.
Where the women are not still now given the opportunity, the gap, what we call the equality gap in the workplace is still huge and large. Yeah. Of course, Nigeria, maybe the data, we have not measured it well, where women and men do the same work, but women are paid less.
Yes.
Why do, what
pay more tax?
Yes, they pay more tax. What informed that idea, and why are we still here in that same discussion when women have made the height into the World Bank, leading big mega organization, but yet we have policies that are still hindering and holding the woman back?
I always like to go back to history and to conclude with the present day. We have somebody like Mrs. Funlayo Ransom Kuti, who in her generation, where women were supposed to be seen and not heard, rose up and spoke up for womanhood generally. And over the years, we've had one or two women speaking up for women. But we are in a generation where, for whatever reason, we are not fighting for ourselves. Women are not speaking up for women. If you're a woman in an in a panel, and you do not cover other women because your position will be threatened, then we are enabling that very subtle ideology. I'd like to say, I'd been in a forum before. It was organized by women. I think you probably were there. And our expectation was that we will hold each other's hands up. But there was no holding up of any hands. It was more of my hands being high enough for me to be seen. What am I saying? Women are not fighting enough for women. We're not speaking up enough for women. The truth of the matter is that men don't have to fight for men because they already have the stage. But for us to have the stage at the degree which we can have the stage and stand and maintain our position, we need to speak up for women, we need to fight for women, and we need to create spaces for women and help women to succeed in those spaces that we have created. Not stand on the sideline and watch to see if she will succeed or if she will not succeed. We need to build platforms under other women to help them succeed without being threatened, without our positions being threatened, or without thinking that, oh, she's coming to take over my position. Okay. We need to do that.
Lady Buki, based on your corporate experience over the years, for you got to the top of one of the subsidiaries, like you said. In what way, what helped you to rise? You said you also had to train yourself to face these challenges that were, as it were, hindering a lot of women. Because take, for example, the woman may not have another woman to be her champion. What should she do to overcome these challenges? Because they are real. They are actually very real, and some people just compromise to get to the top. And even many women are accused that when they get to the top, they accuse them that they got to the top by laying on their back. And that's not true. We have competence. We went to the same school. The exam papers were the same. I don't remember seeing a female exam paper and a male exam paper. I didn't see the list of making a 2-1 in a separate lane. So what is the matter arising within that sector that needs to be challenged?
Yeah, I'll try and balance it off. So in my own experience, you know, when I entered into the banking industry, it happened that my managers, the people I was submitting to were women. So that gave me an idea that if these people, not that I didn't have men, there, but more from the woman side, well, possibly maybe because it was a bank that was friendly, maybe, I don't know, but I just had that opportunity of being led. Let me use led, because they were the people I was submitting to, and I saw them, and possibly there could be a connect. There could be a connect because I'd actually seen my father, he rose up to be the third, then, for some of us that know NIDB, I think he became BOI now, to the top of his career, it was number 3. I grew up seeing him work and all that. So, and then, of course, I saw my mom also walk through, the nursing career, and all that. So that gave me a picture. So when people, talk about, oh, this one was suppressing me and all that, it was a little bit difficult for me until I actually, got to levels where I now started relating with other women, of my peers. And then, when we compare notes and things like that. So I said, oh, I'd had that privilege. So to be honest, you did ask a question. So what should they do at that time? For me, and what I always tell people, number one, you have to work on yourself first. Because if you are coming with a mindset that, oh, I'm a woman and I cannot do anything, you already have defeated yourself. So you must stand in front of the mirror and tell yourself that, hey, you have these skills and capabilities, and also look at the things you have done before, the data, probably you've moved figures from one figure to another figure, you've opened one branch, and then whatever it is in terms of your report, can you lay hands on the things you have done? And then you can now talk to yourself that if I've been able to do this, then I can do 10 times more. So when you have conquered your internal fears, then you can now conquer the external fears. And simple. Right now, we have more people that are aware that when you as a lady, you are on top, you need to begin to carry people. You need to leave that ladder there so that people can actually climb and bring them up. That awareness is more now. Unlike before that, you are just there on your own. You probably, yes, except maybe you are privileged, to know about the likes of Margaret Ekpo, Fumi Kuti that Yinka mentioned, and then maybe histories of women, that were substance, in terms of their family. Today we talk about Susan Wellesley, how she raised their boys, and you can actually look at some other leaders. We talk about Amina. Let's look at Nigerian history. We talk about the Abba women, So we have couples of them, and also even in the corporate society at that time, I'm talking of 20, 30 years ago, you could still see some women rising, not just in nursing and education. I'm even talking about, but they were very, very few. But as we speak today, I always tell people when they say, oh, they don't see mentors and all that, I say you are not looking well, because a whole lot of women are rising. A whole lot of women are rising now because they have known that we've got to help ourselves. Yes, it was a song before that women do not help themselves and all that, which was true. What was there for me to help? What was there that was even willing to help me? Even these, my managers, I just had to look at what they were doing and aspire, to be there. Nobody sat me down to say, you know what, you have to know how to delegate, except when they send you for courses. And that's why I said, even if you do not have a mentor, right now, there are many courses you can latch on. There are many courses you can latch on, be it free, be it paid. But for me, you've got to pay some. And then, of course, you've got to look for people. There are mentors. There are schemes. Today, we talk about WIMBIS. At least that's the one I can really remember. Today, we talk about NEW. There are all couples of women that have risen because they know the effect of they living, the female folk. So a lot of them are rising. Even you, Reverend J, I know what you do, the stuff you put into women, because women have the DNA. It's just that the society has given us that mindset that seed is nothing. But when that seed gets to an environment that can flourish, you see the leadership in women. It just rises. We have it. I tell men that if you men, and I'll use that to wrap, if you men can entrust the life of a baby, and you will tell the woman, raise this boy to become so and so, and that boy becomes the president, becomes an inventor or whatever it is, or the child, that means that woman has the capacity, that woman has leadership capabilities, that she was able to nurture and influence that child to become great. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. That was a very powerful one to push forward. Let's be sincere and talk about sexual harassment. Because some women are facing it right now. And I knew about one that I had to cancel. That she was so involved with her boss that by the time she now refused, she lost her job. So let's talk about that aspect of the challenge within the workplace. How do we begin to overcome that? And if necessary, the policy to deal with that?
I don't know if Nigeria has a policy against sexual harassment or even sexual assault. I think that women who've had to deal with sexual harassment, let's start with sexual harassment, have had to fight on their own. And sometimes they have had to fight bringing men, other men, and then maybe some women on board. So I looked up the difference between sexual harassment and sexual assault. She's pretty, she's young, she's ambitious, she's in the office, and there's this man who has just either believed he's falling in love with her, he has a crush on her, or he's been taught that, oh, women are for the taking, she doesn't have anything for herself if I don't get in her way. And a lot of young girls fall into that net. Unfortunately, we have a society that has taught a lot of young girls that if you don't give what you have, you cannot get what you want. So yes, some girls don't like it. Sexual harassment is walking down a boss, male boss, touching you in a way you don't like, smiling at you in a very suggestive way, asking you to work late, just the two of you, so that he can have access to your time. And it's legal, it's within office policy. You have to finish this work before you go home. And this work doesn't come until about 4 p.m. in the afternoon, when closing hours is at 5. So you are forced to stay in the office for a longer time so that boss can take you home. Or, things that infringe on your personal space. That is that is sexual harassment. Touching you, making you do things that, talking down at you. And the assault. Now, the assault is when the boss actually tries to grope you in the office, push you to a point where he's nearly raping you, or speaking to you in a very derogatory manner so that your personal self-esteem is on the line. You look at yourself and you think you're such an idiot. Now, that is harassment, and that is emotional harassment as well. And a lot of young girls sometimes have had to give in, succumb, because maybe there's nobody else and they need this job. Mother is in the village, brothers are in school, a lot is on their shoulders that they have, but they hate it. And there's nobody to report to. that will take on their case. So they grind their teeth and bear it, not because they want it. And we don't have a policy to protect them because, sorry, the person you're going to report to is going to look at you and wonder, aren't you a girl? Give what you have to get what you want or what you need sometimes, and that just enables it and is not in the girl's best interest.
Let's go to Lady Buki, and I'm going to ask you to wrap up on this. Is there a way we can push for strong policies? What must we begin to do for these issues to be minimized as much as possible, especially the issue of denigrating women within the office space and affecting them emotionally? Because some people take these emotional issues into their homes and into other parts of their lives, and it actually dampens their capacity. What solutions do you see as a way to deal with this issue? From your experience now, you got to the top. So now if you're given like a frame, what should be done from one organization to the other and at a national scale? Because it cuts across even in the political space, in all spaces, these things are happening, and it's time for us to confront it, even as we conclude. Lady Buki.
I agree that that's a space that some women, empowered women that understand now should actually take. And you asked the direct question, what should we be doing now? So let's look at cases that they have gone through this and they have surmounted it. I mean, they're organizations that, even if you want to do it, they will fish you out. I don't want to mention names, but I think about 2 years ago, a year ago, one of the network, providers, it was everywhere. They will fish you out. You dare not. So what have they done, which we can actually copy and also improve? Number one is you, as a woman, you need to understand your rights. So when you are coming into the organization, because we know these things happen, so it's an issue of what are your rights as a woman, what are the things that you need to know, your responsibilities. And then, of course, the institution will also now bring out a charter. That is what most organizations do not do, particularly the ones that we call one-man business in Nigeria. But multinationals, big organizations, they come up with a charter, your responsibility, how you behave and things like that. So that forms like a cover, for you. However, I also know that there are some people that will beat that system, particularly if you're a very young officer and you're working with this man who says, well, until you give me what I want before I get you promoted. If you are a woman of value, you will not compromise. You will continue to insist, but that does not mean that you will not do your job, because at the end of the day, your performance will show. If it's a well-structured business, they will say, why is this woman not being promoted? She's been on this seat for about 5 years and we can see her report. That is why I always say that even you as a woman, you must perform. You must perform excellently well, so that somebody somewhere can actually speak up for you to say, why is this not happening? And then, of course, they also talk about relationships, So those are some of the things that we can also do, that a young person will have a mentor, in the organization. So these are things that we can actually copy, and then, of course, to also have a voice, call it a whistleblowing or a safe place. Because right now, there is a sex offender, whatever, but I don't know if it works, I know there's so much noise and let me call it voice noise, whatever it is for sex for grade, in the educational system. But also it works also for the corporate bodies, but it's just that we have not really been hammering so much on it. But this is where a safe place comes for organizations. I know organizations that are led by women, they now have such safe spaces that just in case somebody is harassing you or somebody is assaulting you, or you feel that somebody is doing something because of this and this and this, you have a safe space to come and talk. So those are the things we can actually do. But for the places where we call a one-man business or whatever it is, well, if you can prove your mutual in terms of your performance, fine. But if you feel this is against your value, I mean, it's as bad as, well, if you can cope with it, fine. If not...
So sorry, resign. In conclusion, what do you think we should be doing? The policies, the advocacy?
I think
briefly,
the advocacy, what we need to do now, to be honest, is to actually get in the face of the government. Women organizations, WIMBIs, NGOs, you know, women-focused NGOs, civil rights organizations need to get in the face of the government and write the policy and present it and ensure every organization should have an SOP, standard operational policies that guide the performance, not just the performance, the behavioral policies, what should happen in an office, and get it signed and make it available, and let even children in schools have it, so that from bottom to top to bottom, the girl child knows her rights. The lady knows her rights.
Thank you very much. You must remember that as a woman, you have rights. And before you go into an organization, find out if they have a charter that protects your rights. Do not just go into an organization blindly, because for you to rise to the top as a female is a daunting task, but you can't do it. You can overcome all the obstacles. You need mentors, you need training, you need capacity building. But remember, you can lead your world. You can be that MD. You can be that great woman. You can actually start your own organization and also help other women to rise. We want to appreciate our ladies, our queens in the house. Lady Adeyinka Adefokwe, thank you for joining us. And also we want to thank our sister, Lady Buki. Thank you for joining us this. We appreciate you. God bless.
It was my pleasure. Thank
you.
you.
On part 2 of this program, where XYZ, Generation XYZ, will be speaking to us. God bless you.
Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines, from breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development. Human achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ig Mokwede, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Ig Mokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Aiboje Ig Mokwede. If you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, Ig Mokwede's story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966 in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, he hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Aiboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guaranty Trust Bank PLC GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry. Throughout his career, Ike Mokwede has taken on different leadership roles, including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank until December 2013. He later became president of the Nigerian Stock Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today in office.
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, Petrol Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability. Hard work, they say, pays. Igboje Ige Mokwede's hard work earned him many awards and honors. He received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2009, conferred with Commander of the Order of the Niger CON in 2011 by the then President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, during his administration for contributing to banking and finance. As a visionary leader, he was installed into the E&Y World Entrepreneurs Hall of Fame in 2011 as the EY West Africa Entrepreneur of the Year and named African Banker of the Year in 2013. These amounting to how much others values his leadership and ideas. He got honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Beside his work, Ige Mokwede also gives back to society. This philanthropist is involved in efforts to improve governance and healthcare across Africa through his Ige Mokwede Foundation, making a positive impact on people's lives. He initiated the Adopt a Healthcare Facility program in 2019, and he is the chairman of ABC Health and director of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria. He is the founder of chairman of Coronation Capital Limited since 2015 and has contributed to the growth of the Coronation ecosystem. Coronation Capital Limited, with other arms of its businesses, also bettered Coronation Art Gallery in Lagos on the 13th of May 2022, a platform for showcasing exceptional works of art that embodied the essence of cultural significance and artistic expression. Igboje Ige Mokwede founded Coronation Art Gallery with the vision of democratizing art, foster appreciation and understanding for the artistic world, and making it accessible to a wider audience.
Me Augusto is I knew Bumi when she was born. I know her parents, and I know all her siblings. She's a beautiful, wonderful, gifted Nigerian artist, and just like many of the others here. The piece behind me is a triptych, long throats, all up to longer throats. I actually thought that I was going to caption this collection. You know, this is really a microcosm of my entire collection, but I was going to capture it longer throats because this represents a lot of this collecting I did during COVID. Many of these pieces actually were not in Nigeria. I brought them home. I'll tell you something. I'm known for collecting masters, you know, the Enwonwus and the Yusuf Grillos and so on. I still do, okay? And I kind of stuck to that genre of classic. Those are the people who, when I was growing up, as I told you, those are the people who were my parents, either just older than them or contemporaries. So I grew up knowing these artists as my uncles, okay? So my first collecting was, you know, from works, you know, done by masters like that. After a while, you know, these works are really priced in. But Bumi Augusto, you know, her works, you know, which may appear even a bit pricey now, in 10 years' time, you know. So this is also hosted by Coronation, which are companies that are all about wealth creation. So there's also the investment angle. I don't collect for investments, but, you know, with all that these great Nigerian and African artists, the young ones, have been doing, and the way their prices have been rising, you know, I've got to focus on investments now.
Collaborated with the Nigerian Civil Service to digitalize work processes and public service delivery in October 2021. Recognizing 43 public servants at the 2022 Civil Service Award ceremony on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation with an encouragement of cash prize worth 500,000 naira for each awardees.
It is my understanding that annually 43 public servants will be recognized in this fashion. And so with effect from the 2022 Civil Service Awards ceremony, on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation, we will be putting an endowment with effect from this award session, whereby each awardee receives a cash prize of 500,000 naira. And in the interest of digital culture, the credits will go directly to your accounts.
Among his many certifications, affiliations, and fellowships, Ige Mokwede holds Triumph MBA from the London School of Economics, New York University, and HEC Paris. He attended an executive management program at Harvard Business School in the year 2000, and he is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, also appointed to the International Advisory Board of Oxford University's Blavatnik School of Government. Ige Mokwede is a honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and had received an honorary doctorate of science from Olabisi Onabanjo University in 2018. Also honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria last year in a groundbreaking ceremony.
If the operators of our markets, of a nation's capital markets, are properly resourced in terms of skill, capacity, and conduct, nothing can stop that nation and its citizens from leaving the tarmac and moving from third world to first world. Nothing can stop it. The correlation between the advancement of financial markets and the advancement of national economies is perfect. It's not almost, it is perfect. And so, you understand why I have tied myself to the future of this market, and why I have tried from the very word go that my voice was heard to get the public sector and the elite within the private sector to understand that we cannot ignore this market.
Aiboje is the first African co-chairman of the Global Business Coalition on Health and chairman of the Friends of the Global Fund, Africa. The business mogul has made significant donations to the Global Fund. He is the vice chairman of the Global Citizen Nigeria and creator of the Nigerian Solidarity Support Fund. There is always a story, or say many stories, behind every success, and this Ig Imokwede has shared in a book called Leaving the Tarmac, Buying a Bank in Africa, Red Door 2020. In it, he talked about how he and others turned Access Bank into a major success, showing his determination and vision.
On a personal note, I think the first thing is that I left Access Bank. I retired as CEO in 2013, and I knew that I needed time off just to recharge my battery, so to speak. I didn't think I would have more than a year and a half before my perpetual motion character, kind of took over once again. And so I wanted to use that period as productively as possible. So I had a year and a half, and what better to do in a year and a half, than write a book. And for me, it was an opportunity, for posterity to tell the story to my children in a structured sense, because before then, I just hadn't had the opportunity to sit down with my kids and say, this is what I did today, or this is what I did yesterday, and these are the highs and the lows of this journey. Herbert and I went through a hell of an experience between 2002 and 2013, and for him, that experience has continued. We learned so much. We were exposed to so many things. We had really, really great mountains that we climbed. We scaled some pretty high heights and so on. And, in a sense, it would be very selfish of us to, lock this up in a box and not share it with others, because I think our experience, can be used by any other person who has an ambition to go out there and do, whatever it is they seek, whatever it is they dream about. And so the notion of writing for posterity and recording this period in my life, and probably more important, the notion of preparing a way for others, those are the things that drove me to write the book.
Ig Imokwede, former managing director of Access Bank Group, returns to lead Access Holdings, replacing Abubakar Jimo. His return after a decade aims to realize the shared vision of the late co-founder, Herbert Wigwe. Access Holdings PLC, trading under the Access Corp ticker on the Nigerian exchange, began to feel Aiboje's progressive impact as its stock value increased by 1.52% following his appointments as chairman. Aiboje Ig Imokwede is back again. Ig Imokwede is married to Ofovwe Ig Imokwede and has 4 children, namely Ohiozoje, Aima, Morenike, and Renown. He has been able to balance his family life with his professional achievements, setting an example as a leader and role model to many. He is an ordained minister of the Promised Land Ministry. In the annals of Nigerian business history, his story stands out, showcasing the power of vision, perseverance, and giving back to the community. From his humble beginnings to global recognition, he inspires others to dream big and make a difference. His legacy remains as he continues to make strides in business and philanthropy.
My name is Muiba Wonu Folami, an indigenous of Lagos State, Ikorodu, to be specific. I was born in Lagos 86 years ago, and to the glory of God, I'm still alive and well, and trying to be a relative in the cause of women. I attended primary school. I started at Ansarudin Alakuru School. From there to CMS Girls School, and then Queen's College, Lagos. From Queen's College, I went to the Portsmouth College of Technology for my A-levels, and then University of London for my first degree in law. The same university for my master's degree in law. I had, between obtaining my master's and my first degree, I was in Nigeria to do the mandatory law school course. I was one of the last people to do a 3-month course before it was changed to 1 year. And then went back to England for my master's. And from there to lecture at the University of Zambia. Back to Nigeria, I was appointed by Dr. Taslim Elias, the CJ of Nigeria, to the Commission for Advance Notice to Lawyers of Developments in Law. It was a commission funded by the Ford Foundation to keep lawyers abreast of the developments in law. I was a director there. Then from there, I was admitted to the Federal Ministry of Justice. After being legal advisor to many ministries, I ended up as the Director of Public Prosecutions for the Federation. And after that, whilst I was the Director of DPP, I was appointed Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice in Lagos State. After retirement, I've been involved in social work, in religion. I've always had religion, but I spend more time on religion. I read, I watch telly, and I live a good life, to the glory of God. You see, when you begin to think that it was not until 2007 that women started to get equal pay in tennis tournaments. And it was something that was fought for. Little things like that does not add to equality. But when it was done, it may be small, but at work, even at work in employment, women are still discriminated against. And most women do 2 jobs. They look after the home, and they do the normal work that a man does in an office. Why I fail to understand this inequality in the treatment of women is that the work, the responsibilities in the workplace is not reduced for women, even though we do not want to be paid the same salary as men. It's a fight that has continued, and in that area, I think we need to do more to push for more recognition. Women have contributed immensely to the society. The men that are now resisting equal pay were brought up by women. Exactly. That's what I do not understand, that they can think like that. We continue to push.
But how can we speed this up?
By bringing it to the attention of world powers, recognition by every country of equal opportunities, equal pay. I want to know, I want somebody to explain to me the jobs that women cannot do.
Yeah.
They've contributed immensely. Even in the new thing, IT, we're at par with men. So I do not see the reason for it. Unfortunately, I did not experience it, because when I left university, I practiced law briefly in my uncle's chambers before I went to University of Zambia as a lecturer. There, my position was enhanced in the sense that I was a foreigner, and I got all the benefits of being a foreigner, serving in their service. Fortunately, in Nigeria today, the federal government does not discriminate in terms of salaries. Whether you're a man or a woman, you get the same salary scale, and you are promoted on equal basis. Kudos to the federal government, to Nigeria for that. But in the private sector, things are different. In some companies, this is the area that we have to work on, because the job content is the same. Some of these facilities are available in Nigeria. I learned by being a member of the Society for the Disabled that every government body must admit a certain percentage of women and of disabled people. So most times this opportunity is not taken. They are bound to employ them. We continue to push for that to be implemented in most ministries. It's important because it's there. You have to take a certain percentage of disabled people to work in government positions. It's important that we work to enforce that rule in our society. When it comes to discrimination, Nigeria is way, way ahead of some developed countries, because maybe because through slavery, we faced discrimination right from the beginning. We now know how to resist it. But in my country, Nigeria, in the federal government, in the state government, there is no discrimination. It may happen in private organizations, but they must continue to push to let them understand that the job content is the same. Well, you see, traditionally, under our culture, women are in the other room. To borrow the quotation.
Yeah.
That's our society, that's our culture. it's going to take a long time to evolve. In my time, female education was not so-called popular. It's only the educated few that strove to send their children to school, their girl child to school. They end up trading with their mothers or going to market and getting married off early. But as education began to rise in our community, its value was seen by my parents and others of their contemporaries to educate the girl child. And I believe the society is benefiting from that. So we must continue to push for the education of women, of girls. I have thought that, when I read that, the certain state government has appointed look at our National Assembly, 4 women in the Senate. Isn't that shameful? And that is the society. We have to continue to push women up. Let these political parties know that we want women. Let us organize ourselves to continue to vote for women massively. I give kudos to our governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu. His cabinet women is well represented in his cabinet. And I enjoy that. I love him for that. And I continue to urge him to do more. He's done a lot. I think Lagos State has the largest representative of women in cabinet. First of all, they have to project themselves in their office space, their workspace. Let everybody know that they are equal to the task. Let us organize. There's a lot of society groups and societies that cater for the interest of women. I believe now violence against women is reducing in the society because there are sanctions for such behavior. I must say that speaking to the organization in charge of violence against women, I was amused to learn that some men come there to complain and that they are also being violated and abused.
Yes, it's a two-way thing.
It's a two-way thing. So that is reducing our society. Education of the girl child is important. We have to let the locals know that education is important. Let them showcase to them the lives of those who have been educated and who are holding high positions. I'm glad that our president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has returned history to the classrooms. It's important. Let them know about people that have contributed to the development of our societies and country. It's important. Yes, it's education. It's education. Once people are educated and they know that there is nothing a man can do that a woman cannot do when it comes to the workplace. We have women engineers, miners, and also all over. Give me a job specific. that a woman cannot do, then I'll change my views. So the moment you begin to upgrade education, let government now continue to vote more for education. I don't believe we are doing enough. There is a UN convention, and I think Nigeria is part of that convention, that a certain amount of a nation's income should be devoted to education. I'm not sure whether Nigeria is complying with that. But some states are better than others. And we must, education, I believe in education of the girl child. Some states now are taking children, girls off the street. Walking is completely prohibited. Things like that will help. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, we are not advanced enough to use our votes to change things. We are still not voting for individuals. We are voting for parties, irrespective of performance. Education will help. And when we join other nations for the same purpose, we will get results. Our organizations who are fighting for women in Nigeria should join worldwide organizations to showcase our own situation and learn. I believe that when you talk to others, you come back with ideas on how to improve things. So we must improve things by telling women in positions to continue to prove that they are more than up to the task. It will not come to us on a platter of gold. We must show by our actions and behavior that we are up to the task. Of course, some women are wrong in claiming equal rights to their husbands in the house. I completely abhor that behavior. Even though they are husband and wife, the man in my culture remains the head. He should be respected. His views should be respected. It's only now the condition of living is so high that you join the two incomes together to run the house. In the past, it was the men that ran the house to pay for everything. Maybe some of these women are thinking that because they are contributing a quota to the development, that they have equal rights. Yes, they have equal rights on the upbringing of the children in their homes and everything. But respect is important. That will keep the home, and the children will learn and imbibe it into their own children too. Equal right does not, in my view, mean that you can be rude, can not submit to your husband's wishes. Equal right means something differently. Respect comes out of it. It's important. I go out and I'm like appalled at the way women dress. There's a competition to show as much of your body, to do that much as your as much of your body that you can. It's absolutely disgusting. They're not women. They're no longer women. the exposure, things that if you did in my time, a member of the community will cover you with a cloth and send you home. Because community mattered at that time. You dare not misbehave outside your compound because this community is watching you and reprimanding you if you go wrong, if you behave badly outside. That is law. And that is why you see people, even their dressing, show disrespect to womanhood and to themselves and to the community. We must teach our children etiquette of dressing, speech, how to think and speak in a decent manner. We don't have it anymore. We're losing it, and it's shameful because people are appreciating naked women on the streets. Both sides. If people dress badly and you tell them and ignore them, they won't try the next time. For instance, I believe nobody can dress to come to my house or to come to my party like a naked woman. I will turn her back. I will turn her back. So that's the type of thing that we should all do. Let the people doing this know that we do not appreciate things like this. When the society itself corrects it, we must correct it individually. We should, if their parents cannot correct it, we must, by ignoring them and not allowing them to come near us. Show our women that have contributed to the society. Show them, showcase them, showcase them.
Yeah.
We have the first woman senior advocate of Nigeria. We have Okonjo Iweala. We have, in the UN. We have all sorts. We have, what's this pharmaceutical woman? She's done so much. The younger ones are there. Little ones like Shadi Okoya is managing her husband's company and doing well. Let's encourage them. They are young. The young ones, they are working to improve the society. There's so many of them out there. We should showcase them. Let them know that we have women who are of top quality, intelligent, and well-behaved, and they dress well. Dressing well is dressing in a manner that is appealing to the eyes, not nakedness. That's my darling, this new CJN of Nigeria.
Okay.
Who do that? I did talk about Kikiri. I mean, we're there. Female CJN.
Yeah.
And there are so many female chief judges all over the Federation. There are so many in the medical profession, in the engineering profession. We have pilots. So let them know that there is nothing that a woman cannot do. In IT, in everything, women are moving forward. We should showcase them. We should let their pictures be seen in our newspapers, in our news, in everything, to encourage young girls that you too can get there. If they don't see and if they don't know the history of these women, how they got there, they too will not be inspired. We have to inspire the young people with the achievements of women achievers. Kekere rose from magistrate to right to the top. I admire her. She's well composed, well behaved. Some of these people, when they become something, they lose their heads. They start this, no, she's so respectful, well behaved, well dressed. I don't think she would allow herself or her children to come out naked. Never. So people like that, Okonjo-Iweala are the same. We have a lot.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, Ishaku Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa Ishaku Rabiu, founder of Ishaku Rabiu and Sons Group, the family-operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in Daihatsu products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business, established BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with Bois to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. Bois expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by Bois in 2005. Bois started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, Bois had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in a publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, SOUQ Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogun-Obela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which is at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line, which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother, Rabiu Ishaku Rabiu, was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. He operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, our younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of BUA Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the Best African Economic Leader under the age of 40, the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute, Chausseo. BUA invested $300 million in a 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 for the refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Ogun-Obela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, BUA Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. BUA Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as at 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, BUA Food exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased his direct shares in BUA Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. BUA Foods PLC and BUA Cement PLC companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, BUA Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP, while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, and an African-focused fund for social development and renewal, which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development, partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of a 7.5 billion naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and River States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion naira tertiary education grant schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. ASR Africa Initiative also donated 2.5 billion naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year 2021. A recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, and Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa Khadija Kuki Rabiu, Ishaku Khalifa Rabiu, Junad Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508th in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu.
Drop makes a hole in a stone, not by force, but by consistent dripping. Nothing describes these women more apt than our indomitable and consistent drive for excellence. Born Bilikisu Abiodun Moturayo Omobalanle Adekola on December 24, 1962, into the family of Alhaji Abdulmoshood Adekola, the first grandson of the first Alhaji in the city of Ibadan, and a Cameroonian mother, Mrs. Hannah Aduke Adekola, in the ancient city of Ibadan, Oyo State. While her mother was still pregnant with her, left for England to further his education. And while she was pretty much young, her mother left the country to go join her husband, to return while she was 8 years. Meanwhile, she was left to be cared for by her grandmother. She was registered in a private boarding primary school at the age of 4.
My parents had me. My father went off to England to go to school before I was born. He left my mother pregnant with me. My mother had me, and before I was a year old, left to join her husband in England, and I was left with my grandmother. I grew up with my grandmother before my parents came back like 8 years after. Spent my first, from at age 4 or 5, I was sent into a boarding nursery school. I lived in boarding school at a very early age because my parents wanted to protect me from becoming a local Ibadan girl.
And she usually attributes these to her early independence and wisdom. Omo Agbanimi, some of her friends sometimes poke fun at her wisdom, which is way beyond her age.
I was raised by my grandmother, so I'm a bit of an old woman in my brain, in how I think, as my friends say.
Her foray into business started at a very young age at her grandmother's shop where she sells salt. Little did she know that this was going to stand her in good stead in life.
My first exposure to business was my grandmother's little shop where she sold salt. And I used to love to sit behind her little kiosk and help her to sell the salt. But who knew I was being trained for business in my future?
While at secondary school, she participated in the literary debating group, excelling in it, which made her consider a career in law, though that didn't last. Also, it is worthy of note that Ibukun Awoshika could hold her own in athletics, earning her the nickname Rabbit because she could really run.
As an athlete, if you want to run, and I used to be fast, they used to call me the Rabbit.
Unsure of what career path she was going to settle for, she considered becoming many things at one point or the other of her life. After secondary school, she thought of becoming a medical doctor, but she couldn't stand the sight of a cadaver, so she let go of that idea. Later on, architecture was another fancy that caught her attention. Similarly, she also considered becoming a chartered accountant, finally only see she could work in a bank.
I thought I wanted to be a doctor. Then I found out that they work with real dead bodies. I changed my mind very quickly. I then thought, you know what, I'd like to be an architect. I was good in sciences and had a problem if parents sentence you to science when you're good at both. So I ended up in Ife to study chemistry. By the end of my first year, I realized how much I hated chemistry. I could pass it, but I didn't love it. So then I thought, you know, I'd make a good lawyer. I debated throughout school. I used to represent my school in school's debate. So everybody knows that I can win an argument. So I gave it everything trying to change to law. I used to go and sit outside the door of the dean of law. And then one day the man said, come, what do you want? I want to change to law. Is that that why you've been sitting outside of my office? Yes, sir. Okay, if I only take one person from another department next year, it will be you.
After the completion of her undergraduate degree at the University of Ife, she went for the compulsory one-year National Youth Service Corps, NYSC, in Kano State, where she worked as an audit trainee at Akintola Williams & Co., which later became Deloitte.
For youth service, I did everything to make sure they sent me to an accounting firm. They first sent me to a Muslim school to go and teach. That was easy to solve. I just wore a dress off my shoulder. I went to report. I was immediately rejected. Once they rejected me, I went back to the posting room and waited there for days until they sent me to Akintola Williams & Co.
Although she was later given full employment after her service year, she felt becoming an accountant wasn't a thing.
You would have thought that having gone through all that trouble, accounting would be the love of my life. When I got there, within the 1 year of my youth service, I realized how boring accounting is to me. Because they had all the processes somebody else had thought about before. All I had to do was open old dusty files from company to company without imagination or initiative. I'm a very restless human being. That was not going to work. So I finished the work. I did well. They offered me permanent employment, but I said thank you, but no thank you. Why? Because at that moment, I had come to a realization that that was not the vision for my life.
After returning home, she joined Alibert Nigeria Limited, a furniture company, as showroom manager, in a word, only to kill time. She only stayed for 3.5 months. She left to begin a furniture manufacturing company called Quibis Limited in 1989, just a month before her 26th birthday. The company later grew into SOUQ Chair Center Limited, following a venture merger with SOUQ SA and Guarantee Trust back in 2004.
But the first job I could find 1 week after was in a furniture company. So I went there to kill time. My kill time project has resulted in 30 years of investment of my life in building a manufacturing group in furniture. So it was never the plan of my life. So some of you will accidentally find your purpose.
One could only wonder what had led her not only to compete, but to thrive in a male-dominated terrain. With over 30 years in business, Ibukun Awoshika is a woman to reckon with, encouraging more women to participate in the business terrain. Her passion to see the girl child not just to be educated, but much more to learn to own our own value and trade with it when there is need for it. Her lifelong ambition is to see herself die empty.
My biggest ambition in life is to die empty. Totally empty. That no talents, no giftings, no opportunities, nothing that I was born to do, that I have the capacity to do, that I do not do.
Following her remarkable achievements, she's been conferred with different doctorates, including one in business, entrepreneurship and human capacity development from the Lagos State University, Ojo. Similarly, she was given a honorary doctorate of business administration from the Obafemi Awolowo University and another from the Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agoiwoye, Ogun State. Apart from our entrepreneurial prowess, Ibukun Awoshika is an ordained minister of the gospel, a presenter, writer, and a TV host.
The Bible tells us that let every man be what? A liar. And let who alone be true? Let God alone be true.
She hosts a television program called Business His Way. Also, she acted in the 2020 Kunle Afolanyo movie titled Citation, which in addition to the books she had written, including Business His Way, The Girl Entrepreneur, The Girls in the Boardroom, and My Thoughts in Codes. In 2004, she earned a certification in Business Administration and Management from the IESE Business School. She's also the chairperson of the Novel Nigeria Office for Philanthropy and Impact Investment. She has consistently encouraged women to take up more leadership positions without compromising their values and integrity. In 2005, she was appointed the MD CEO of SOUQ SA of France, GTB PLC, the Chair Center Limited, and some local investors after the ban of the importation of furniture by the federal government of Nigeria in 2004. Furthermore, it is noteworthy to note that she independently established another ultra-modern furniture facility, Furniture Manufacturers Mart in Ikeja, Lagos. In 2008, she was among 5 Nigerian entrepreneurs who appeared in the first African version of the Dragon's Den. Unlike a great deal of others who knew exactly what they wanted to do from the beginning, she admitted to accidentally finding purpose. Ibukun Awoshika is a member of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, a member of the board of Nigerian Sovereign Wealth Fund, a former chairperson of the Board of Trustees of Women in Management, Business and Public Service, and a member of the IESC's International Advisory Board. Furthermore, she sits on the board of Digital Jura Limited and Cabri Nigeria PLC. Additionally, she's a fellow of the African Leadership Initiative and Aspen Global Leadership Network. History was made on the 7th day of September 2015. Following the resignation of Prince Ajibola Afonja, she became the first female chair of the First Bank of Nigeria in its 126 years of existence. Ibukun Awoshika's octo-Nigerian father, Abdul Moshood Adekola, who was a great influence in her life, passed on the 20th April 2020 after serving the Lord as an usher at the Fountain of Life Church in Idupeju. He was a Muslim convert. He was converted few days before his 60th birthday. She got married on her 28th birthday to Abiodun Awoshika, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Excel Exploration and Production Company Limited, and they are blessed with 3 fine young men, Oludola, Olufishika, and Olamiposi. To celebrate a life of impact at 60, friends and mentees surprised Awoshika by building the Ibukun Awoshika Sports Center at our beloved secondary school, Methodist Girls High School, Yaba, Lagos. This project took about 6 months to complete and had some of our mentees like Tara Durutoye, Ndidi Okuano, Chichi Nwoko, and Bisola Runsewe. They marshaled it alongside a team of other successful people. She stands like Joshua upon the pinnacle of the Horeb, looking to command an army of a new generation of women entrepreneurs that wouldn't stop at anything to achieving their God-given dreams. For her, she believes that regardless of how illustrious her career is and how successful she could ever get in life, her family and husband remain the most important gift in her life. Ibukun Awoshika.
The National Assembly, in collaboration with the African Development Studies Center, ADSC, held a 5-day national capacity building workshop on treaties, agreements, and protocols for federal MDAs, with the theme, Enhancing Institutional Capacity for Effective Treaty Negotiation, Implementation, and Oversight in Nigeria. Honorable Barrister Rabiu Yusuf, Chairman of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols, and Agreements in the 10th Assembly, highlighted the importance of strengthening the skills of key government officials in treaty processes.
At this particular moment of our country, we need a situation whereby all the stakeholders involved in external engagement with other countries, particularly state and federal governments, and mostly MDAs of the at national level, to ensure that they are aware, they know what it takes, they know how it will be, and they know what it takes to ensure the institutionalized democracy and the legal approach as far as ratification, engagement, domestication of treaties. That is why the 10th National Assembly, under the able leadership of the Right Honorable Speaker Tajuddin Abbas, mandated our committee, pursuant to Section 12 sub 2 of the Constitution, that we should reach out to all necessary stakeholders who are personally stakeholders on this engagement to ensure they know how it takes and they know how to execute it. Basically, that's the reason we are conducting this exercise.
Actually, I think there is no point for me to deliver my remark at this time, because I'm very much aware that my remarks have been delivered instead of extension. So in either words, I will just say I really sincerely appreciate your presence in this program, and I believe it will go far in helping the system, stimulating the system, and work for the Nigerian progress. So I wish you a fruitful discussion and a successful outcome. Thank you very much.
The major challenge, everybody is going silo, in the sense that we are not trying to bring ourselves into the same table to ensure that before you find any entity, be it state, local governments, or federal entity, as far as engagement is concerned with other outside world, you need to know there are provisions of the Constitution which you need to comply. Failure to comply with that provision of the Constitution, whatever you do, it will go to a nullity, invalid, and is inconsistent with the provisions of the Constitution. And to the extent of that inconsistency, it is null and void, and of no effect whatsoever. So we're trying to avoid this scenario whereby at national level or at international fora, Nigeria will be embarrassed because the stakeholders, the principal actors, they didn't even know what they are doing. So that is why we decided at this particular moment it is ripe and necessary to ensure that we engage with unnecessary stakeholders. That is the basic reasons for engaging these activities. Actually, I recommend their effort to any other entity, because if you can see, most of them, they are legal luminaries. They know their audience, they know what they are doing. So I really appreciate, they did a very wonderful job. And I sincerely appreciate. That's the main reason that I say I need to be here in Lagos, at least to supervise the happening in Lagos, and I'm impressed. Engagement with outside world it is two ways. It is going to be either bilateral or multilateral. So with this kind of workshop, or with this kind of discourse, we believe the principal actors will now know what it takes to enter a treaty. And if they comply with what they are taught in this session, if they advise their principal when they go back to their respective MDA on the right way to go, I believe most of the treaties will be legally binding in Nigeria, provided they follow the procedure laid down by the Constitution. The future is bright. And the future, we will ensure in the future that all the treaties, all the agreements, all the international protocols are being observed to the latter, are being protected and enforced as it is enshrined in the Constitution. And with this kind of workshop, we believe we will create a series of avenues whereby we will engage other parties, other necessary stakeholders. We just set the ball rolling, and we will be there, inshallah.
Also sharing insights on the workshop, the clerk of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols and Agreements discussed the value of the training in improving the understanding and application of international agreements across MDAs. He noted that the engagement served as an eye-opener, equipping participants with tools for more effective negotiation and oversight.
I'm a Nigerian, I'm a citizen of Nigeria, and I want Nigeria to benefit from its interaction with the international community, and it starts from things like this. For us to be able to to interact well, we need to know what it entails to engage in the international community. When we are talking about treaties, what does it entail to enter into treaties? How do we do that? How do we negotiate? How do we implement? How do we oversight as a parliament? So it is my duty as a clerk of the committee to advise the chairman and the committee members on how to go on all these issues, and also very instrumental to the organization of this workshop today. Our partners, the facilitators, are very, very excellent. We appreciate them, and it's also a collaborative effort between us and them. And so far, so good. What we have achieved so far has been fantastic. The participants are very, very impressed. I myself am impressed. And I also there are some things I'm taking home. For instance, now, Nigerians used to think before that our negotiators who negotiate treaties will just go abroad, go on tea party, shopping, but it's not more the case. By what I'm seeing here now, I can see experts, technocrats who know their honors, who take the bull by the horn and do what it's supposed to do. That one has been established. Even our facilitators can attest to that as well. Another thing is that the quality of ideas being shown and being given us here is very, very apt to our situation presently, so that we can apply in our situation in Nigeria. And going forward, if this lesson continues, it's going to impact a lot, because MDs, many of the MDs are here, even state governments, like Kogi State Government is here, the SSG is here, the Attorney General of Plateau State was also here, and also some top directors in the federal MDA, they are here. So it's a high-class, high-level engagement workshop. We are in a political environment, I must tell you that. But we, technocrats, are supposed to be the advisors and movers of policies. So they don't need to bend. They need to stick to the rule. And I also to advise our government, our leaders, that as well as they are making policies, they should also consider the benefits, the interests of the country, not just politics. They should not play politics with it. They should consider the interests of the country first, and also the people. It's an appeal that everybody that has a responsibility to do, either in the public service, or in private sector, in government, do your responsibility as much as you can, in a good faith, in sincerity. Don't put your personal interests above national interests.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my pleasure to be here to make a closing remarks forward on behalf of His Excellency, the Right Honourable Speaker, 10th National Assembly, Right Honourable Tajudeen Abbas. He has mandated me to deliver this goodwill closing remarks. We appreciate your time, your dedication, and your efforts in trying to attend this program and attentively pay attention to the discourse and the further issue being deliberated here. And it is believed that this message you have learned here, or what you have learned here, will be passed towards your chief executive officers, and at the same time you will guide them achieving the necessary mandates in deciding issues of treaties, publication of treaties, and what have you. So at this juncture, on behalf of the Right Honourable Speaker, we wish you a safe return to your various destinations, and we believe you will pass the message to all others necessary stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked to CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history. an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom.
Hello and welcome to the Midday News on SOUQ News Television. I am Olumide Shokoya. Now let's begin. The Airline Operators of Nigeria, AON, have raised strong objections to the planned introduction of $11.50 charge scheduled to begin on December 1st, arguing that it will worsen financial pressures confronting domestic carriers. According to AON spokesperson and chairman, United Nigeria Airlines, Professor Obiora Okonkwo, he said the fee initiated by the Nigerian Immigration Service but be enforced by the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority, NCAA, adds to the long list of taxes that airlines already struggle to meet. He warned that cumulative burden of multiple levies has pushed many operators to the brink, making it harder to maintain operations and enforcing inevitable increases in ticket prices for passengers. Okonkwo described the new charge as unnecessary and poorly coordinated, questioning the values of services rendered in exchange for existing fees, such as the earlier $20 security levy on international flights. He expressed concerns that Nigeria's aviation sector, already grappling with high operational costs, irregular policy direction, and limited government support, risk losing competitiveness. The United Nigeria Airlines boss appealed to the federal government to intervene and provide single-digit interest loans and stronger institutional backing. He stressed that thriving aviation industry is crucial to achieving President Bola Tinubu's $1 trillion economy ambition, noting that modern economies rely heavily on efficient, well-supported air transport system. The Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, MAN, has projected a 3.1% growth in manufacturing output for 2026, driven by tax incentives, harmonized levies under the new tax regime, and increased government patronage. According to the association's October Chief Executive Officer's Confidence Index, the projected growth would raise the sector's contribution to real gross domestic product to 10.2%, up from 1.6%. recorded in the second quarter of 2025. Now, this forecast reflects optimism about reforms aimed at easing the business environment and stimulating local production. MAN's Director of Research and Economic Policy, Dr. Oluwasegun Oshidipe, noted that the elimination of multiple taxes and targeted incentives for small and medium enterprises would free up capital for investment, access to single-digit interest loans under the government's $75 billion Industrial Support Fund, which has already lifted capacity utilization from 57.6% in late 2024 and 61.3% in the first half of 2025. Oshidipe added that improved credit, coupled with a more predictable regulatory framework, would sustain manufacturing growth and efficiency. The association further highlighted the role of government patronage in accelerating production, state sourcing vehicles and equipment locally alongside anticipated policy support will stimulate investment, employment, and output. MAN also forecast a stronger naira, easing inflation, and broader gross domestic product growth to around 4%, underscoring the potential for a more resilient and productive industrial sector in 2026. The House of Representatives has taken a development-focused step on directing the Federal Ministry of Education and the West African Examination Council, WAEC, to postpone the introduction of computer-based testing for WASC until 2030. Lawmakers said the extension will give government schools and communities enough time to build critical digital foundation needed for a successful nationwide transition. The move follows concerns about rural infrastructure gaps, including limited access to functional computer labs, stable electricity, and internet connectivity for the majority of candidates. The House has shifted the timeline to ensure every child everywhere can sit for future digital exams without fear of mass failures or technical glitches. lawmakers are calling on the state and education authorities to act fast at recruiting teachers, building digital classrooms, installing internet, and providing backup power. These moves, they say, won't just support exams, but will strengthen teaching and learning across schools nationwide. The resolution also mandates key committees to work closely with stakeholders to design a phased, practical roadmap for the transition of education. Experts have also welcomed the development, noting that the gradual, well-resourced approach will enhance transparency, modernize assessment, and ultimately prepare Nigerian students for a competitive digital world. Stakeholders across Africa's finance and extractive industries are intensifying calls for greater value addition and integration of gold into the continent's financial system. Speaking at the Gold Show Africa, Executive Director of Tropical General Investment Group, Mudassir Amre, described gold as a strategic asset to the power to shield African economies against global shocks. He noted that gold's recent surge beyond $4,300 reflects shifting global trust and a renewed appreciation of metal as a tool for financial stability. Amre stressed that Africa produces more than 40% of the world's gold, yet captures less than 2% of its financial value due to limited refining capacity. He urged governments to prioritize domestic processing, warning that exporting raw gold while importing finished products undermines sustainable growth. Initiatives such as those of Kian Smith Gold Refinery, he said, demonstrates the continent's potential to retain more wealth within its border. A panel featuring Chapel Hill Denham Chief Executive Officer Bolaji Balogun and Africa Development Bank Senior Director Bode Oyetunde reinforced the need for coherent policies, stronger infrastructure, and private sector participation. Participants concluded with a commitment to align national strategies, attract long-term investment, and expand local gold processing to drive inclusive, resilient growth across Africa's mineral value chain. The United States has announced it will resolve tariffs on selected imports from Argentina, Ecuador, Guatemala, and El Salvador are more expected to enhance market access for U.S. firms while lowering prices for key commodities such as coffee, bananas, and other foodstuffs. The framework agreement, set to be finalized within the coming weeks, reflects a growing commitment to trade facilitation and regional economic cooperation. U.S. officials indicated that the changes aim to benefit both American consumers and Latin American exporters. Now, the agreement also includes commitments from partner countries to reduce non-tariff barriers on U.S. goods, encouraging deeper bilateral trade. Officials hailed the framework as an opportunity to foster stronger economic ties, boost investment, and expand supply chain efficiency. Argentina, Ecuador, Guatemala, and El Salvador welcomed the initiatives, noting that their potential to strengthen export sectors and create jobs. U.S. Treasury and State Department representative highlighted these measures, which are part of a broader effort to stabilize consumer costs and incentivize economic growth. By combining tariff relief with predictable trade framework, the deals are expected to encourage investment, enhance competitiveness, and strengthen partnership across the Americas, offering long-term benefit to both producers and consumers. Many thanks for watching. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. I am Olumide Shokoya. Coming up shortly is Just Africa. Do stay with us.
The rise and fall of Nigeria Airways is a story steeped in mismanagement and missed opportunities. Established in 1958, Nigeria Airways, the national carrier, initially soared as a symbol of national pride. However, a series of missteps led to its unfortunate demise. In 2008, financial mismanagement became its Achilles' heel. The airline became bloated with an oversized workforce, hemorrhaging money on profitable routes while neglecting crucial safety maintenance. These issues stemmed from a lack of transparency and accountability. The government, as the majority owner, failed to implement proper checks and balances, allowing mismanagement to foster. Weak regulatory oversight likely played a part as well, with instances of impounded aircraft due to unpaid debts and safety concerns raised by international bodies. Ultimately, the crippling debt burden proved unsurmountable, forcing Nigeria Airways to cease operations, revealing a void and a valuable lesson for the future. This lack of transparency and accountability isn't unique to state-owned airlines. Several privately owned airlines have also suffered the same fate. Effective corporate governance, including robust financial management and adherence to safety regulations, is essential for any airline to succeed. The broader lesson here is the critical role of corporate governance in the aviation industry. Effective management, robust financial strategies, supportive economic policies, and modern infrastructure are crucial for the growth and success of airlines. Addressing these challenges requires a concerted effort from both the government and the private sector to foster a conducive environment for aviation to thrive. Corporate governance is a multifaceted discipline that encompasses a wide range of processes, customs, policies, laws, and institutions that influence how a corporation is directed, administered, and controlled. The primary goal of corporate governance is to enhance economic efficiency with a strong focus on maximizing shareholders' welfare. Effective corporate governance has been linked to improved organizational performance, a fact supported by numerous studies. For airlines, factors such as board compositions, management practices, and regulating compliance significantly impact performance and operational efficiency and customer satisfaction are paramount. Robust corporate governance ensures that airlines operate transparently, ethically, and in alignment with both regulatory standards and stakeholder expectations. This is crucial for maintaining public trust, ensuring operational sustainability, and achieving long-term profitability. Across the Atlantic, one airline consistently ranks among the world's most profitable, Delta Airlines. What propels this country to such heights? The answer lies in its unwavering commitment to strong corporate governance. Delta's governance structure is robust, featuring a strong independent board of directors. This board comprises individuals with diverse backgrounds, skills, and experiences, ensuring a wide range of perspectives in decision-making processes. As of December 31, 2023, the board includes 10 independent directors and 2 non-independent members, one being the Chief Executive Officer and the other a nominee from the Airline Pilots Association. Diversity extends to gender, race, and ethnicity, with 1 out of 12 directors representing historically underrepresented groups. Key committees including audit, corporate governance, personnel and compensation, safety and security, and finance play critical roles in overseeing various aspects of operations and governance. By bridging the gap between Delta's global success and the realities of the Nigerian aviation industry, a thriving future can be achieved. For regulators, strengthening regulations in Nigeria's aviation industry involves implementing stricter enforceable measures to discourage irresponsible practices while protecting consumers, employees, and investors. This includes a thorough review of ownership structures by setting up minimum competency standards for owners, exploring diversified ownership models, and enforcing stringent disclosure requirements. Regular independent audits should be conducted, extending beyond mere compliance to identify areas for improvement in operational safety and sustainability practices, thereby fostering a more robust and reliable aviation sector. Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
The Trump administration has once again thrust U.S. immigration policy into the global spotlight with the recent announcement of a new voluntary self-deportation program that offers a $1,000 stipend to undocumented immigrants who agree to leave the country on their own. This incentive-based strategy is a calculated shift from the traditional, more aggressive deportation measures and is already stirring debate among policymakers, immigration advocates, and the public alike. The program, introduced in early May 2025, is being implemented by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. It allows undocumented migrants to register for voluntary departure using the CBP1 app, after which they will receive a government-funded flight and a $1,000 stipend upon confirmation of their exit. Homeland Security officials argue that this move is designed to save taxpayers significant amounts of money. According to data provided by the DHS, a forced deportation process costs the government an average of $17,121 per individual. In contrast, the stipend program is seen as a cost-effective alternative that also reduces the strain on overcrowded detention centers and court dockets. This new measure is a part of a broader, intensified effort by the Trump administration to curb illegal immigration and tighten control over the U.S. southern border. Since returning to power, President Trump has reinstated several policies from his first term, while introducing new ones aimed at deterring undocumented migrants. Deportation numbers have surged, with nearly 66,000 individuals removed from the U.S. within the first 100 days of his new term. Family detention centers, once heavily criticized for their impact on children, have been brought back into operation, while legal aid for unaccompanied minors have seen severe cuts. These developments come at a time when the United States is experiencing a historic high in its foreign-born population. As of 2023, nearly 47.8 million immigrants were residing in the U.S., with an estimated 11 million of them undocumented. Many of these individuals have lived in the country for over a decade, raising families and contributing to the economy. Immigrants, regardless of status, are a vital part of the U.S. labor force, contributing billions in taxes and significantly shaping industries such as agriculture, construction, and caregiving. Critics of the $1,000 self-deportation offer argue that the program may oversimplify the complex reasons behind undocumented migration. Many of those targeted by the program have deep roots in the U.S., including U.S.-born children, community ties, and long-term employment. Human rights organizations warn that such policies, while less aggressive on the surface, may pressure vulnerable individuals into making life-altering decisions without legal representation or full knowledge of their rights. There are also concerns about the ethical implications of offering monetary incentives for departure, particularly in cases involving asylum seekers or those fleeing violence. From a strategic standpoint, the administration insists that this approach is a practical way to reduce the migrant population without resorting to mass raids or extended detentions. Supporters say it offers dignity and a choice to undocumented migrants while protecting national interests. However, immigration experts question the actual effectiveness of the program, noting that similar efforts in the past have yielded limited results. The offer of $1,000 may not be enough to motivate individuals who have risked everything to seek better lives in the United States. The debate around this policy underscores the broader tensions within American immigration discourse, balancing border control and national sovereignty among humanitarian obligations and economic realities. With the 2026 midterm elections approaching, immigration remains one of the most polarizing and politically charged issues on the national agenda. In the wider global context, policies like this could set a precedent as other countries monitor the U.S. approach, especially those in Europe and parts of Africa facing rising migration numbers. Questions around voluntary migration, incentives, and state-led deportation policies are likely to spark wider international debates. What remains clear is that the Trump administration's latest move is not just a domestic policy. It is a bold, controversial experiment in reshaping the global migration conversation. I am Moyosore Adibi for SOUQ News TV.
Eco Atlantic has become Nigeria's most sought-after city for its high-end infrastructure, prestige, and well-planned city layout, as reflected in an 8-lane boulevard, about 13 internal bridges, underground cables, and green footprints defined by over 30,000 trees. Additionally, having a building in the city has become a trend among the so-called big boys, as was the case with Old Ikoyi, Victoria Garden City, popularly called VGC, Osborne Foreshore, and now Banana Island. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye states that this talk of I belong and the prestige mentality has also spread to the big firms. Before now, Kingsway and Ozumba Mbadiwe used to say that Victoria Island were the go-to locations for high-rise office buildings. These locations are home to iconic developments such as Kingsway Towers, Heritage Palace, Fanfa Towers, the Wings and the Waves, among others, making them Nigeria's equivalent of Silicon Valley. The Eco-Atlantic City was modeled after the skyscraper district of Manhattan Island in New York City. It has become the new destination for big-ticket corporate firms which are building or relocating their new headquarters to the 10-square-kilometer city, rising off the coast of the Atlantic Ocean in Lagos. The city is attracting investment interests in both residential and commercial real estate, the latest being MTN Nigeria, preparing to build a new headquarters. MTN is coming on the heels of First Bank, which recently turned the turf to build a 40-floor corporate head office, making the city's most iconic development so far. Prior to this courageous and ambitious entry into Eco City by MTN, First Bank, Dangote Group, and the Embassy of the United States of America have taken positions there, developing a new head office and a diplomatic facility respectively. Much earlier, a co-development company had occupied the city as the developer of the Azuri Towers, offering both residential and commercial facilities for high clients and corporate bodies. Arkland Property Investment and Oak Homes are also in the city, developing A&A Towers simultaneously. These are the residential developments that will be standing on the 22nd floor and the 33rd floors respectively. Other developments are the Pan-African Towers by Periwinkle Residences, Eco Pearl with Champagne Tower and Eco Pearl Black Tower, Amni Towers and Ani International Petroleum Development Company, and Louisville Towers by Total Energy Staff Cooperative and Multipurpose Society. Louisville will comprise 300 residential homes spread between 2 towers, a world-class sporting center and a club, retail outlets, and other facilities. It is designed to employ modern technology to achieve smart living and high standards. Eco-Atlantic is an exclusive luxury city with superior infrastructure that appeals to the kind of investors we have seen in the city so far.
Welcome to Cashcraft, where opportunities meet insight. Today, we're journeying into the field of prosperity where towering oil palms wave not just leaves, but the promise of wealth. From the humid groves of Edo to the rich red earth of Delta, a quiet boom is unfolding. Though has been there for many years, but we could take advantage of this. This is one opportunity that holds the key to food security, foreign exchange savings, and thousands of jobs. Yes, we're talking about palm oil, Africa's red gold. But how do you tap into this opportunity? What does it take to build a business around palm oil, from plantation to profit? Let's break it down, step by step. 1. Understand the landscape. The first step is knowledge. Nigeria's oil palm production has risen by over 41% in the past decades, from 8.2 million metric tons in 2014 to 11.6 million in 2023, according to the Food and Agriculture Organization. Yet, with over 200 million mouths to feed and rising global demand, we are still importing palm oil to close the gap. That's your opportunity to become a local producer or processor. Step 2, choose your entry point. There are 3 main ways to enter into the palm oil value chain. Palm plantation farming. Cultivating your own palm trees is long-term but rewarding. Now you can look at processing. Buying palm fruits, popularly known as banga, I'm sure you know that, and converting it into oil with machines. That's another one. And trading. You can buy and sell finished oil in local or export markets. Each has different startup costs and time frames, so you must match your capital, patience, and passion. Before I go further, remember that this is not a professional guide, rather a wake-up call that there are opportunities everywhere. Now let's go to step 3. Get land or source supply. According to research, some initiatives like the Edo Oil Palm Development Program, EOPDP, and Delta State Delcom scheme are making access to land to become easier. Findings shows that in Edo State, over 114,000 hectares have been allocated to both big and small investors, and over 65,000 hectares have already been accessed. In Delta, 130,000 hectares have been provided by communities under a cooperative model, with over 3,000 smallholders farmers already on board. Even if you can't own land, you can start small by sourcing fruit from cooperatives or leasing a small processing space. Of course you can. Now let's move to 4. Know the cost and time frame. It costs between $7,000 to $8,000 to cultivate 1 hectare of palm from nursery to maturity, but it takes about 3 to 4 years for the trees to start yielding. If you want quick returns, processing and trading may be better. You can buy a small-scale palm oil milling machines for 1.5 million to 3 million naira, or even less if you join a cooperative or lease. So let's go to step 5. Invest in knowledge and market access. Join farmer cooperatives like those in Delcom. They give access to training, markets, and funding. You can also link up with established companies like Presco and Okomo Oil. Yeah? I'm not marketing, but it's a way to tell you that, look, there are opportunities everywhere. All of these are listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange. Step 6. Think sustainability and value addition. Palm oil is not just for stew and soup. Yeah, think big. You can produce refined oil, cosmetics, biodiesel, and export-grade products. Investors are already joining this, and governments are backing it. You can do your research. There is also growing interest in eco-friendly farming and traceable supply chains. If you do it right, foreign buyers will come looking. Palm oil may have its controversies, but in Africa, especially in Nigeria, it is heritage, it is economy, it is future. The rise of Edo and Delta as palm oil giants is not just about hectares or harvest. It is about people, creating jobs, reducing imports, and saving foreign exchange. If you are looking for a business with cheap roots and wide branches, palm oil may just be your calling. This has been Cashcraft, your guide to turning ideas into income. I am Grace Komalafe. Join us again next time, and remember, the ground beneath your feet might be your next big break. See you again.
Nigerian National Medicine Development Agency, NNMDA, was created in 1997 and backed by Act 2019 to enable the federal government of Nigeria through Federal Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation actualize its critical and strategic mandates to research, develop, document, preserve, conserve, and promote Nigeria's natural medicine defined as indigenous medicine. 4 Director Generals had steered the affairs of the agency since its creation 28 years ago. A new vista, however, opened in the history of the existence of the agency when Martins Emeje, a distinguished pharmacist and professor of nanotechnology, was appointed as the 5th Director General and Chief Executive Officer in May 2023. Before taking on the mantle of leadership at the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje was the Chair R&D at the National Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development, with many feats on drug formulation and R&D results to his credit.
I deliberately applied for this job. There was advertisement. I applied. I wrote the exam. It was an online exam. Nobody saw anybody. And 1 hour exam online. When you submit your answer sheet, you have a copy of the answer sheet. So I have the copy of the answer that I submitted online that day. And that is my manifesto. So every month, I look at the answers that I submitted, and it guides me in the work that I do. As a researcher and proudly the first and only research fellow in Nigeria who is heading a research institute, I know exactly the problems of R&D in Nigeria, because nobody in Nigeria has or is currently heading a research institute, and he went through the rank and file from being a trainee researcher to an intern researcher, an NYSC researcher, and then a research professor. This is the background that I have.
Call him a round peg in a round hole, and you won't be wrong, as he hit the ground running, leaving a lot of innovations on his trail, achieving great strides in the areas of education, agriculture, and health, thereby raising the bar in R&D in natural medicine for the agency. From May 2023, when he was appointed, within just a few months, 4 oral solid dosage formulation products were unveiled.
My greatest moment actually happened on 8th of March 2024, when the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Chief Uche Naji, came to Lagos in the campus of NNMDA here to launch 4 oral solid dosage forms. It was not just the first time it was happening in NNMDA, the very first time it was happening in Nigeria. We decided that we will go for education as a major target, as a major KPI. And we went for it aggressively and got accreditation to start a 2-year national diploma in natural medicine. So this agency, for the first time in Nigeria, we now have a school of natural medicine. It's never been heard before. It happened in this administration within these 2 years. Within these 2 years too, because the country saw that we had made explosive advancement in this area, we got upgraded to what we call an awarding body for national skills acquisition in traditional medicine. One of the best medicinal gardens that you can find in Africa right now is in this country, owned by the Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency, and we did this these 2 years. In fact, two of our products that is waiting for Mr. President launch was we got our raw materials from our Nasarawa State Farm in Karo. Nigeria is the largest producer of cassava in the world. Cassava. The only country that competes with Nigeria is Brazil. Yet, Nigeria does not have value-added cassava products. Yet, Nigeria imports starch to make pharmaceutical products. We made a presentation to the National Assembly, and the Senate of our National Assembly supported us. So we went into development of pharmaceutical grade starch. Today, we have pharmaceutical grade starch. In health itself, we have developed and submitted to NAFDAC about 23 different products. 23. And they are all at advanced stage of NAFDAC's regulatory assessment at this point. Now, 3 of such products plus 5 of what we did the previous years is available, and people, because we are a research institution not capacitated or competent by reason of mandate and skilling to do marketing, we do them. We do proof of concept, and we wait for entrepreneurs of pharmaceutical industries, nutraceutical industries, food industries to come take them to the market, right? But we also owe, because, like I said, the huge component of the Renewed Hope agenda is that people should be attended to, so that they know that they cannot lose their hope completely in their country. So in this environment, anybody who wants drug for hypertension, for malaria, for erectile dysfunction, for arthritis, for diabetes, for hepatitis, for about at least 8 different disease areas, they come to our pharmacy here to get the drugs.
The past 2 years, under the leadership of Professor Martins Emeje, has seen human capacity development like never before. A development that propelled the agency's researchers into breaking new ground.
This agency had never, in its almost 30 years of existence, had never participated in any local conference where researchers went with work they did in their own laboratory to go make competitive presentation. In our maiden outing in these 2 years, we won 2 awards. We went out for the first time and we got 2 awards. We took first position and we took third position. That is gold and bronze. When I came, I met researchers that have been here working for 15 years but with 1 degree. And I told them, you can't be a researcher with 1 degree. So I embarked on rigorous and aggressive drive to partner and collaborate with investors. So we went into that. Today, as I'm talking to you, we have at least 13 researchers and of the agency that are doing different postgraduate studies in different universities in Nigeria. I have a staff that was in Zimbabwe for 6 months. Now he has a master's in intellectual property. At least 7 of my staff have gone to India.
Quality assurance has been one of the top priorities of the NNMDA Director General, and the accreditation of the agency's laboratory and product development unit for pharmacy internship program by the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria a year ago. Under the watch of Professor Martins Emeje, the agency recently graduated its pioneer pharmacy interns.
I went into nanotechnology or nanosciences after PhD, and I had to go out of the country to train in this area for more than 4 years. So it's an area that I'm keen about. I'm one of the first people, if not the first, in Nigeria to have put in practice nanotechnology. What it has done to me as someone who studied Western pharmacy, which is more like macro study, it is that it has taught me how to manage resources, no matter how simple.
The last 2 years has seen NNMDA signing important memoranda of understanding with reputable academic institutions and other critical stakeholders in the areas of training and laboratory services to Nigerian universities. As part of its advocacy and public enlightenment drive, the agency brought together critical stakeholders in the nation's natural medicine space for a national dialogue on rethinking natural medicine aimed at galvanizing the needed support and political will.
I want the president of Nigeria to just be coming on television and saying that people, natural medicine, no other thing. Natural medicine, let's do our own. Let him just be saying it. Anytime he's talking to press, let him say it. Because once people know that this is where the president is, this is where his mind is, this is what his body language is, they will start investing in natural medicine.
A turning point for the agency was the resolution of the National Assembly on Natural Medicine Gazette. The visit by the chairman, House Committee on Legislative Compliance, was a further demonstration of the renewed impetus.
We cannot have 160 million people subscribing to something, and then the remaining 40 million people, you now want to say that foreign medicine, what you call allopathic medicine, that is the superior to our natural medicine. No, it's not. So when the House of Representatives passed that resolution, I told myself, I have now achieved. So what I was thinking would take me 4 years to achieve, actually, we got it done in 2 years. And it's one of the, so our target has actually increased. The best place to actually functionalize or operationalize Renew Hope agenda, Mr. President, is in the health sector. It's in the health sector. And I always tell people, 2 things that if you have security in it, then you are safe. Food and medicine. Any intervention, any project that we do, that it is not about developing our own indigenous resources, is short-term. It's not sustainable. The only sustainable form of development is indigenous development. So anybody who wants to give me support now, I will just tell you what I want. For example, I want all my staff to live in this compound. If you go to other countries of the world, all these staff of the research institution, they live inside the compound.
Inspiring a new mindset among staff and attitude to work, for the NNMDA Director General, the task of achieving the mandate and the vision of the agency is work in progress.
Nigeria, rich in traditional and cultural heritage, is intentional about promoting history and retaining cultural values. The country has succeeded in preserving its identities and that of the forefathers for ages through folklores, folk tales, traditional ceremonies, community-based initiatives, cuisine, and most notably, museums and cultural centers. These institutions serve as invaluable repositories of history, ensuring that future generations remain connected to their roots and appreciate the diverse cultural tapestry of the nation. In Nigeria, there are over 38 museums comprising national, state, and privately owned institutions scattered across the country. Each of these museums plays a crucial role in safeguarding Nigeria's vast historical wealth, with collections that reflect the uniqueness of different ethnic groups, traditional practices, and historical transitions over time. In Lagos, the National Museum, located at the center of the city in Onikon, claims a notable collection of Nigerian art, including pieces of statuary, carvings, archaeological and ethnographical exhibits, among others. Of particular significance is the terracotta human head, known as Jema head, dated between 900 and 200 BC, which is part of the renowned Nok culture. The piece is named after Jema, the village where it was discovered. The museum is administered by the National Commission for Museums and Monuments and remain a key educational and historical attractions for visitors. Another prominent artifact housed within the museum is the famous Benin bronze head, an evidence to the artistic excellence of the Benin Kingdom.
The museum has a lot of functions, some of which are to educate, to entertain, research, interpretation, conservation and preservation of our cultural heritage. And the museum was established, Lagos Museum particularly, was established in 1957. It was formerly referred to as Department of Antiquities. So, well, the journey so far has been interesting because, we are here, to showcase our cultural heritage, not just to the country, but to the world. And we've had, we have series of
Hello and welcome to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. Here we explore the people, the ideas, and the movement shaping our continent's future. We break down trends, spotlight opportunities, and tell the business stories differently. I am Omevi Idolo, and I will not be doing this alone. I have Amulu.
Hi, Just Africa viewers. It's a Friday, and of course, we're relaxed. We're talking art today, and I like the fact that Omevi is looking all African today. I
came prepared.
I want to take some of the things that she's wearing. I can't wear a dress, but I just look nice on it. She's got very beautiful, colorful beads on her wrist, and don't worry, we'll have off conversation.
I'm a proud African. There's a whole lot going on.
So back to
yes, today is going to be an interesting episode. There's a new sound rising from Nigeria's nightlife, playlist, and underground studios. A sound that doesn't just hit your ears, it grabs your chest. A sound that feels like heartbreak, healing, desire, rebellion, all wrapped in a velvet. Welcome to Redefine Soul, the voice of a Nigerian R&B generation. We want to show young African musicians that it's possible to succeed while staying authentic, that your story, your sound, and your heart can be your biggest strength. It's a whole lot that most artists don't stay true to themselves. They just want to go with a trend. They just want to do what everybody's doing.
And before we came on there, off air, behind the scene, I was talking to our guest, who will unveil in a few seconds from now, that everybody now captures into one group and say we're all Afrobeats. But I like the fact that she's standing out, and that uniqueness is taking us to another side of Africa where many people do not even know exists.
Yes.
Or perhaps they do, but they don't even appreciate it as much as they should do, with the likes of Afrobeats that are taking us beyond the shores of Africa. So let's hear this new sound.
This new sound in today's music world, where Afrobeat rules the airwaves, a new sound is quietly growing. Calm, soulful, and deeply honest. One of the voices leading this change is Jema Ufili. I hope I pronounced that well. A Nigerian R&B and soul singer, songwriter known for her rich lyrics and emotional delivery. Her albums through, was it an album or an EP? Through My Skin, that was released in 2020, and A Journey of Love, released in 2024, tells stories of love, growth, and self-discovery. Hello, Jema. How are you?
Thank you.
Yes, you look beautiful.
Thank you.
Always, isn't it?
Yeah, I like
I would just fold my hands like this. I'll be looking at it all of you. This kind of direction, this guy nice is one-way traffic. Hi, Jamal. Nice to have you again on Just Africa. Last time we sat together on this table, we were talking fella. Now we want to talk about you.
Yes. Now, my first question, because we really don't have all the time right now, I want to ask. You do not want to go with the trend. You don't want to go with what is happening. You just want to be where you are. You just want to be true to yourself, authentic to yourself.
Yes.
Now, what made you so comfortable under your skin being alone? Because before you know it, other people start coming into your life.
Accurate.
So,
yes.
How?
What made me comfortable in my skin is interesting. I love the framing of that question because it's what drove the very name of my debut EP, Through My Skin. I wasn't always comfortable in my skin.
Okay.
That's the history. So I have always been different. From childhood, like it's not something I grew into. Difference is my DNA.
Okay.
And it didn't always feel pleasant. It hurt at first. But I have a wiring. I'm a high conviction person. I'm literally unable to do something if I do not believe in it.
Okay.
I'm constitutionally incapable of it.
Oh.
So I had to grapple with the discomfort of sticking to what I believed in a world where people went with the flow. It's interesting because I was talking about a different issue on Twitter. It's been raging over the past few days.
Yes.
And this morning on my way, just before hair and makeup, I talked about principle. To sticking to principle is difficult. Under any circumstances. It's uncomfortable most of the time. Occasionally, it's painful. It's a very difficult thing. But, and we're social animals. We're social animals, so we feel the pressure from that social dynamic to conform.
Yes.
I'm not judging people for giving into that pressure from time to time. I understand it personally myself, but I realized that very early, even when I thought I was lacking in confidence, I had a different kind of innate confidence that meant that I valued my own opinion of myself over everyone else's. And when the world goes away, when the world steps away, you're left with yourself. There's a song I actually wrote, one of the very first songs I ever wrote as a young adult. And I've not released it yet.
Okay.
But it's called The Enemy Within.
The Enemy Within.
Yes.
Wow, that must be
So I love the fact that we're doing something different because I don't want anybody trying to conform and then they say, okay, Africa is just Afrobeats. Right? Again, we're still talking about another artist who decided to do rock.
Yes.
Now you do soul, and most of the songs, please, where do they originate from? Because I know soul music would definitely move you to emotions. You want to cry. But again, what moved you to choose soul?
Soul chose me.
I love the sound of that.
Because my background is classical.
Okay, classical.
My background is actually classical. But the more I evolved into my own personal expression, the more I sounded like soul. I was influenced by pop, by soul, by the actual Afrobeat fellas, by jazz, by funk, by classical music, by high life. All of that happened. But because I'm a deeply emotional person, very sensitive, very intuitive, very in touch, I think it was a natural outcome that soul would be how I express.
So hang on, I'm sorry. How do you now write your lyrics? Because one of the things that stands out is your lyrics. I mean, soul shows you, but then again, the lyrics part of it, which many people don't necessarily pay attention when they're diving into a song.
Yes.
You ace that part too. How did you get to be to write music as well?
I've always written. In fact, before I pivoted to professional music, excuse me, 5-6 years ago, what I did for a living full-time was writing.
Okay. Writing songs?
Writing.
Just essentially
writing articles, writing posts, writing product descriptions. That was what I did for a living. I was a writer, editor, and proofreader.
Okay.
So I've always written. When people ask me, do you have a passion for writing? Do you love writing? It makes me pause because I have never had a moment where I thought I love writing. I know that I love music. I have a passion for music. But with writing, I don't stop to think about writing. I write like I breathe. Nobody asks you if you like to breathe.
I know. To this one, I'm sorry, love. I can confirm because I followed you on Twitter, and Jesus is Lord. Anybody who follows Jama on Twitter knows that she loves to write. You know, when we write articles to explain something, she has the time to do that. So I can acknowledge that fact. But I mean, already, if there's somebody who quantifies music as a singer and a musician, I think we've got the right person here because I know she plays instruments as well.
Yeah, you do. What's your favorite instrument?
The guitar.
The guitar. Which of that? The lead, the bass?
Lead.
The lead guitar.
Yes.
Okay, so there is a lady out there right now that wants to venture into music.
Yes.
Who is scared?
Yes.
She doesn't want to go with the trend. And she's not very comfortable. What do you have to tell that woman out there right now that is watching this program and she really have passion, love music so much?
Follow your inner compass. Follow your inner compass. It will always lead you home. Always. It's hard. It's a hard journey, especially when you're trying to do it authentically and from a principled place. It is very, very difficult, but it's rewarding. If it weren't, we would have given up.
I would have loved to hear you sing.
Oops.
Like, right.
Okay. I mean, I'm
my own original or any random song.
Anything.
Something from Soul, though. That'd be great.
I hate the way you tease me. I am not alone, I'm alright. You sure don't make it easy to shake my hand and say good night. It's a song by Leon LaHavas.
I'm seriously having goosebumps. I wish this.
That was lovely.
Thank you very much.
A beautiful voice.
Perhaps we just do another live concert and just invite us and just come. So
absolutely. Don't worry. Once my voice recovers, I'm actually on the cold at the moment.
Mentioned that earlier.
But once my voice recovers and I'm like back on the beat, you'll be hearing from me.
That's beautiful. That's a beautiful one. The time is really, really short.
Yes.
But I and Amulo, actually, we'll work on that and see how we'll get a longer time for you to be on the show.
Absolutely. It'll be my pleasure.
She's always willing to come. If it's Jama, that's what I can show.
Thank you so much for coming on the show today. Yes, so we'll go on this quick break. And when we come back, we'll be going straight to the second segment of Just Africa. Stay with us. Amulo is still in the studio with me.
Nigeria, rich in traditional and cultural heritage, is intentional about promoting history and retaining cultural values. The country has succeeded in preserving its identities and that of the forefathers for ages through folklores, folk tales, traditional ceremonies, community-based initiatives, cuisine, and most notably, museums and cultural centers. These institutions serve as invaluable repositories of history, ensuring that future generations remain connected to their roots and appreciate the diverse cultural tapestry of the nation. In Nigeria, there are over 38 museums comprising national, state, and privately owned institutions scattered across the country. Each of these museums plays a crucial role in safeguarding Nigeria's vast historical wealth, with collections that reflect the uniqueness of different ethnic groups, traditions, traditional practices and historical transitions over time. In Lagos, the National Museum located at the center of the city in Onikon claims a notable collection of Nigerian art, including pieces of statuary, carvings, archaeological and ethnographical exhibits, among others. Of particular significance is the terracotta human head, known as Jema head, dated between 900 and 200 BC, which is part of the renowned Nok culture. The piece is named after Jema, the village where it was discovered. The museum is administered by the National Commission for Museums and Monuments and remain a key educational and historical attractions for visitors. Another prominent artifact housed within the museum is the famous Benin bronze head, an evidence to the artistic excellence of the Benin Kingdom.
The museum has a lot of functions, some of which are to educate, to entertain, research, interpretation, conservation and preservation of our cultural heritage. And then the museum was established, Lagos Museum particularly, was established in 1957. It was formerly referred to as Department of Antiquities. So, well, the journey so far has been interesting because, we are here, to showcase our cultural heritage, not just to the country, but to the world. And we've had, we have series of, events that we do, that involve the community. And because of that, we create that awareness that this is where you can come and, see and feel your cultural heritage, your traditions, your history. Because it is said that a people without a history is a people without identity. So the museum portrays this to the people. And over the years, that is what we've been doing. Through education, community participation, we have galleries, that we display some of our objects, our antiquities, that showcase our patrimony and all there is to know about our cultural inheritance. And so the museum, has been doing that over the years, and, we still keep doing more.
The Lagos National Museum was founded in July 1957 by English archaeologist Kenneth Murray, following the submission of architectural sketch in 1948 at a conference on museum policy in Nigeria. Kenneth Murray collected several traditional masks from Cross River State to display in the museum's early years, according to historical records. The primary purpose of structuring the museum was to preserve Nigeria's historical artifacts and cultural heritage. Fortunately, that vision has remained alive to this day. The museum serves as a significant tourist attraction for Lagos residents and international visitors alike, offering an immersive glimpse into the nation's past. Some of the remarkable artifacts currently on display at the museum include the bullet-ridden car in which former Nigerian head of state, General Murtala Muhammad, was assassinated, pictures of previous rulers and presidents of Nigeria from different eras, a diverse collection of cultural drums, tools, and ceremonial staffs from various ethnic groups, historical crowns and caps of revered traditional rulers symbolizing their power and authority, photographs of Queen Elizabeth II and her entourage during her visit to Nigeria, reflecting moments of colonial history.
It's so immense. Museum is a reminder of what the society is all about, because a number of us are missing the link. We don't even know the role, the significance of the society we find ourselves because of foreign influence. But when you come to museum, it will bring your mind back to the original habitat, the way of life of people, how things should be seen in the society and how we should react to phenomenal changes in our environment. Basically, we'll be doing this work of educating the general public, not only Nigerians, over 20-something years here, and the impact has been so tremendous. To the point that what we do at the museum is in consonance with the curriculum of our institutions, from primary, nursery, primary, secondary, even tertiary, even people in their corporate organization. They deem me to come to National Museum. Anytime they feel like, we are missing the link, we have missed a lot of things concerning the way of life of our forefathers. You know, even here, apart from that, we do have what is called seminar. We organize seminar for expatriates, for individuals. They come around on Wednesdays to come and listen and learn on cultural-based subjects.
I think it was great. I mean, I particularly like the circle of life that are presented in here, right? From birth to reincarnation to external influences. I think it gave a good history of Nigeria. I learned a lot about that. There seems to be some real big connection between Nigeria and Benin in terms of the history that I wasn't totally aware of. I was able to see the different artifacts and stuff that were presented. So it was quite interesting. They did, I think, a pretty good job doing a comprehensive tour or comprehensive history of Nigeria and its culture and its surrounding areas.
A visit to the Lagos National Museum offers an enriching experience, transporting visitors back in time and allowing them to connect with Nigeria's rich and diverse history. The museum provides an opportunity to explore stories of resilience, artistry, and governance that have shaped the nation. Whether you are a history enthusiast, a student, or simply a curious traveler, stepping into this museum promises a nostalgic journey through Nigeria's past, fostering a deeper appreciation for its cultural legacy. Nigeria continues to reflect the stories that shapes its people, steadfast in its commitment to promoting history and preserving its cultural values for generations to come. Grace Komalafe, SOUQ Perspective.
The Eyo Festival, also known as the Adamu Orisha, is a traditional Yoruba festival unique to Lagos Island in Lagos State, the center of excellence. It is one of the most iconic cultural events in Lagos and serves as both a spiritual ceremony and a public spectacle. Eyo dates back to the 19th century, though original traditions suggest its origin may be older. It began as a rite of passage for the transition of a diseased Oba or High Chief in Lagos. In today's special report, Bayo Olaoye traces the antecedent and the genesis of this renowned cultural event. The first recorded Eyo festival was held in 1854 to commemorate the passing of Oba Akintoye. Over time, it also became a celebration for the installation of a new Oba or to honor prominent Lagosians. The Eyo festival is rooted in Yoruba religion and spiritual practices, specifically those of the Orisha cult. It is particularly associated with the Adamu Orisha, a deity representing ancestors and spiritual guardians. The Eyo festival is essentially a masquerade festival. The masqueraders are called Eyo, and each represents a spirit of the ancestors. These Eyo figures are customized in flowing white robes with large hats and face coverings. They carry opas, known as batons or staff, used to generally discipline those who break festival rules. The Eyo festival can also be described as a spiritual cleansing of the land and people and used to escort the soul of a deceased noble into the afterlife. It invokes blessings and peace for the community, purges the city of evil spirit, and misfortunes. The festival is organized by 5 major Eyo groups, or IGAs, also known as palaces, each with its own color and significance. Eyo Adimu, black.
Yeah, welcome back to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. You can follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. Please ensure you subscribe, you like, you comment, and of course, some of your comments will be read during the live show. Okay, so Africa's digital economy is entering a transformative phase, driven by creators, startups, and product innovators who are reshaping users' experiences and redefining trust in technology. Across the continent, the new innovation era isn't just about code or capital. It's about community and stability. And joining us in this second segment of the show is, we will be having a conversation on, first of all, let me give you the topic for the second segment, which is Inside Africa's Digital Shift, Building Products, Trust, and Communities in a New Innovation Era. We will explore the dynamics of tech with Shaman. Shaman is one of Nigeria's most influential tech voices, known for his relatable reviews and deep insight into the gadget and innovation space. Shaman sits at the intersection of content, community, and consumer trust. His influence reflects a wider cultural shift where tech storytelling helps users make informed choices and gives African creators a voice in global conversation. Hello, Shaman. Welcome to the show.
Hello. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay, how are you doing this afternoon?
I'm good. I'm good. Just having a very chill day.
That's beautiful. Okay, so as one of Africa's leading tech content creators, how would you describe the current state of Africa's innovation and digital product space?
Africa's tech scene is quite interesting, yeah? There seems to be a lot of energy, especially with regards to fintech and mobile solutions. So you have mobile money solutions like in Nigeria, like you have OPay, you have Money Point, which bring financial services to everyday people. So you don't necessarily need a traditional bank account to enjoy those services. You have AI solutions like AI agents that are used to solve issues that emerge on a daily basis, ranging from work environment to students using AI solutions. There's just a lot of things. But then, like I said, it's a very exciting space, but then it's marred with a couple of issues. So issues that not that they can be resolved, but issues ranging from funding to a lack of infrastructure or to generally a lack of technical skill. But it's a fun place to be at this time of life.
Okay.
So tech, Shaman, sorry. What's that tech? So Shaman, I know you do lots of reviews and content branding. You help us understand some of these technical products that are out there. But then again, what do you call the expertise that you bring to storytelling, especially when it comes to terms of explaining products to people who don't even understand it?
So when it comes to storytelling is very emotional because it tends to appeal to people more than just hitting the bull on the head with an arrow or something. So if, for instance, in my tech review, I'm talking about a Windows shortcut, for instance, that I learned. So I'll give an example. So I go to a library and I'm trying to cast my screen, my laptop screen on a bigger screen to run a presentation. And obviously, there's many ways you can have this done. You can have it done with a HDMI cord. That's the cord that you connect your system to the bigger screen. Alternatively, there are other digital solutions like using wireless solutions like Bluetooth or Wi-Fi. The thing now is that a lot of people wouldn't know that there's a shortcut to this, which is Windows button and key. So the thing now is when I am trying to project that solution to people, I don't just say, oh, go and do this. I'm giving an instance of where I felt embarrassed going to a library and trying to connect, and then I didn't know I could actually just use a shortcut. That way, it tends to appeal to the emotional side of people, and it's more relatable. That wins customers for tech brands faster than you can imagine. So if you notice brands on social media like Instagram and TikTok, you notice people like Malik, who talks about life tips. He always gives advice on how to behave as a man. Well, that's his advice, but then he tends to use personal experiences through storytelling. You also have someone like Kenye Koroye, who also uses storytelling, but he kind of uses a negative way to tell the story, which is still a good thing at the end of the day because he's still able to get people's attention. And getting people's attention is what gets people to trust you. Now, that's one of the things that brands need to have, trust. So storytelling plays a large role in getting brands to win people over.
Okay, thank you so much, Shaman. So there's this SOUQ ecosystem mixer event coming up, right? How do events like this help to, grow the community of, tech lovers and, innovators?
Okay, so let's think of it in the way of genuine connections. So you have creators come around, you have investors, you have people with ideas. Generally, you have people who are connecting on a genuine level. Creators are easily able to meet with other creators who would bring ideas together. They're also able to meet investors who they can pitch their ideas to. So SOUQ is a very promising area where you can have genuine connections, and genuine connections are what push for more innovation and push for more startups to emerge. So it's how would I explain this? It's more or less like having a meeting in person, yeah, and having a meeting online. So there's a difference between having a meeting online where you don't necessarily tend to see the person, so you can't read the energy in the room. But then when you have meetings in person, so you have executive meetings in person, you tend to be able to read the energy in the room, and it makes for better decision making. Not that having meetings online is bad anyway, but yeah, that's akin to what SOUQ will be bringing to the table.
Okay, so why do you think, or why would you suggest that no one should miss out at all at the SOUQ ecosystem mix at this time? Why? What would you suggest, or what should people be looking out for at the SOUQ ecosystem mixer?
Okay, obviously there's going to be a lot of brands that will be there. There's going to be a lot of creators. So it's going to be generally for creators, it's going to be for brands. What you should be looking out for is people who have ideas. Obviously, that's the reason why they're coming together. With this, you're ensured that you get value for what you're coming for. At the end of the day, it's a mix of different people with different ideas and different backgrounds with different promises, right? So I just generally feel that it's what you should be looking out for is collaborations generally. At the end of the day, collaborations are what bring about ideas or bring about innovation, and that should be the central focus of what people should be looking out for in the SOUQ media.
Well, thank you very much, Shaman. We would have loved to continue this conversation, but for time factor. And we should bring you back on the show again. I think we should.
Yeah, of course.
So once again,
definitely.
Thank you very much, Shaman.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
The conversation with Shaman underscores a vital truth. Africa's digital growth depends not just on innovation, but on trust. And that trust is built through consistent storytelling, transparency, and community engagement. We'll go on this quick break, and when we come back, we'll be going straight into the third segment of Just Africa. Like the saying goes, the best is always for the last. Stay with us, we'll be right back. Yeah, welcome back to Just Africa. This is the third segment, and of course, I still have Amulu with me in the studio to have another robust conversation. And as the saying goes, you save the best for the last. Now we want to talk about your source of artistic creation, transforming art, retail, and creative learning in Africa. This is it. Africa's creative sector is growing rapidly. Yet, artists and creative entrepreneurs face challenges in accessing financial resources, managing projects, and scaling their impact. Sustainable artistic ventures require a blend of creativity, strategic planning, and financial discipline. Joining us in this segment is Ayola Okedia. I hope I pronounced that well. He brings a unique combination of expertise as a financial analyst, project manager, and art curator. Through his platform, Pilgrim Arts, Ayola provides a space for artistic creation, unique retail, and engaging creative learning. His experience in project governance, financial oversight, and cross-functional collaboration positions him to offer practical insights into building sustainable creative ventures. Hello, Ayola. Welcome to the show.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for having me. I'm really excited to be here. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. So we want to go straight without keeping you for too long. How do financial management and project management planning influence the success of artistic projects? The reason is this. When people hear of project management, oftentimes they think of building constructions, they think of other things, maybe in the sciences, but not in art. So how do you put all these together?
Well, basically, I think for those who are aware of what project management means, there are different segments to project management. Yes, there's the construction aspect, but basically, my own role is to create a nexus between art, business, and finance, basically. So that's basically what I'll be explaining here today.
Okay. How do you put that when you want to bring it down to the art, to the artistic art sector? How do you manage this? How do you explain it to the average Nigerian or to the average African that financial management, being a project manager, that they are all important for you to have a successful career?
Well, you would agree with me that art is a business. While we also know that art is an expression of the creative's idea, but art is also a business, and we should also treat it as a business. So for creatives, I do realize that most creatives struggle with the business and the financial aspect of their business. So that's my role. My role is to help them, guide them, provide them a deep understanding of how best they can navigate the financial aspect, the business, the challenges they'll probably face in their career, and just opportunities as well. Because due to globalization, art is very vast. Art is really, really vast. There are so many aspects. Art is so vast that it's even beyond what I myself, I'm still discovering a lot of things. So yes. So one of the things I did realize is some of the challenges artists go through is, especially as African artists and the Black diaspora, is funding. And this funding is become a major issue because I did my research with some artists I know, and that's some of the challenges they have. And the first thing is they are not able to secure fundings from either traditional banks and all because those traditional institutions feel like there are not lots of collaterals and incentives to enable the artist to pay back, which is one aspect to it, and also for venture capital as well. Trying to help some artists who are open to it to secure venture capital. What venture capital means is investors get a percentage of the profits of the business as well. So like it's just for people who want to invest in arts in Africa. Like I said, the African creative space is really growing, and there's a lot of possible foreign direct investment opportunities for artists as well.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, excited to meet you. We're having this conversation off screen. But then again, I need you to share, because look, everybody's trying to understand what you do, right? And I want you to break it down to like barest minimum, using success stories of approaches that you have used to successfully go out or carry out a retail or an artist vision.
I'll give a very, very simple example. So while dealing with artists, one of the things we do is artist management. While dealing with an artist, one of the things you need to really understand is each artist is different. Their creative process, everything about the artist is different. So you have to make a tailor-made approach for the artist. And so, for example, we worked with a particular artist. For data reasons, I would have to withhold the name. And then one of the challenges this particular artist was having is most of his works were, they were undervalued. And then, prior to our time with him, and then, what he kept getting was, promises through exposure. We're going to put you on the digital, or make you more global and all. But then, was also crumbling the artist's creativity as well. So things like this, we speak to the artist and teach them there's also a legal way to do things. For everything you do, there's the legal aspect. So there has to be adequate documentation to this. So for us, we educate the artist. While you're going into some certain agreements, you have to sign some paperwork. For example, when we started working with this artist, then we had a commission-based agreement with the artist. We would do the whole marketing, distribution, transportation for you. Just focus on your creativity, and we imputed the factors of moving, transportation, shipping, and all of that. So while the artist focuses on their own aspect of creativity, we deal with the business end of things, and then it's brought some progress for the artist.
Okay, so I picked something from what you said now, from the experience you just gave, an artist being undervalued. So what does an artist need to do, or you as a person, as a manager, what do you think needs to be put in place to ensure that an artist is not undervalued?
I think the first thing is educating the artist, because it's one thing to be creative, is also another thing to know the business and legal ends of things. And intellectual property rights and things like that. So the first thing we need to do is to let the artist understand, like, okay, this is your right. You should not have your work undervalued, because most artists are really desperate to get their work out, to do things. Everybody wants that big break, but in that process, most times they get exploited. So our work is to strategize for them, put them in a position where, okay, it's a win-win for everybody. It's a win for the business. It's a win for the artist as well.
Okay, I want to ask a question about Art Pilgrim, but before I do that, I want to ask, like you rightly said, most artists want to put their work out there. They want people to hear their songs or to see what they have done, whether in movies, whether in painting, whatever it is, so long as in the creative industry. So most time artists focuses more on the fame. than the money, than the business side of it, because they believe that when they have the fame, the business side of it will come naturally. How do we change this mindset and let artists understand that the moment you come into this industry, it is all about business, it is not just fame? How do we move from being the fame level to the strong financial level?
I mean, I think this is where strategy comes in. You have to really sit with the artist and let them understand. Like it doesn't really work that way. Yes, you could have fame. You could also have the what's it called, the profitability as well. But then I think most artists should be more focused on profitability. So it's sitting with the artist, giving them a roadmap of what they have to achieve. Not just, and this is not boxing the artist into doing what you want, but understanding what the artist wants to do. So I'll give an example. There's some artists who paint series. So they have like a series of, it's like a collection. Yeah. So for artists like that, what we do is they already have a vision for what they want. And so it's not really, yes, leveraging on social media, Twitter, which is more popular for, putting out your work. Yes, it gives you attention, it gives you the audience, but then you need to also be present in like the artistic spaces, like the museums, galleries, get connections with collectors, and that's where most times you get your big break from. So that's our own role. Okay, fine. You have your strategy. It's just rubbing minds, exchanging ideas, and guiding the artist to understand, painting a broader picture as well for the artist.
Oh, that's good. That's great. I like the fact that at least there's an ecosystem for artists to, not just enjoy the craft that they have already been born with. They can also learn other things that are involved in it. But Pilgrim Arts, coming down to I think a company that you're associated with, how has it been able to contribute to that same ecosystem to ensure that there's cultural preservation, at the same time there's the skill itself continues to grow and be harnessed?
Okay, basically Pilgrim Arts is it's a black diaspora and African art business. It's aimed at just promoting black artists from around the world. So basically, one of the ways we've been able to achieve this is collaboration and community building. We've partnered with some other noticeable, black-owned organizations. We are based in the UK, so we've partnered with some noticeable organizations here in the UK. One of which is Kwanzaa Art, which has been very, very supportive to our work. So what we do is we partner with these organizations, rub minds, create events. For example, last month was the Black History Month, and we had the Black Victorian event, just celebrating black people who have been triumphant, in life and all of that. So through these events, we were able to foster connections with some other people who were present. We had loads of noticeable people acknowledge our work. So community building is very essential, which is, no man is an island, like we already know. Nobody can do it on its own. So you need to rub minds with people in the same space, because if you're going to go far, you need people as well. So we've been able to do that. There's a lot of synergy to our work. Basically, so synergy has helped us. Community building, yes. So synergy, community building, creating awareness in the community, not just in the UK, just globally as well in Africa. So that's one of the grounds on which we stand on.
Okay, we'll go on this quick break. Ayola will be back, and please, we want you to stand by. Very short break, and when we come back, the conversation continues.
When conversations around figures, I mean money, flies around, serious-minded and business-conscious people will at every point open their eyes because business ideas and opportunities can come up even at a bar. But for us, we are bringing you business ideas to your doorstep. And today I am saying welcome to Cashcraft, where we share with you tips on making money. We dig into the ordinary things around us, things we pass by daily, never knowing they could be our next income stream. My name is Grace Komolafe, and today we are stepping into the world of charcoal. Not the one you fan under your suya or barbecue, but the one that's quietly building millionaires, fueling export earnings, and heated up markets from Lagos to places like Nairobi. In the smoky corners of rural villages, behind the crackles of burning logs, lies a black treasure, charcoal. It may not glitter, but don't be fooled. Charcoal is hot business, literally and financially. Now,
Yeah, welcome back to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. Please follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. Amulo is still with me in the studio, and we have Ayola as our guest, and he's standing by. Hello, Ayo, are you still there?
Yes, I'm still here with you.
All right, thank you very much for staying tuned. Okay, so I want to ask if Art Pilgrim is Pilgrim Art.
Yes.
Is it a partnership with any other private sector, or are they just doing their thing their way?
It's something we're currently, looking forward to. But at the moment, like we said, we're just working hand in hand with some organizations here in the United Kingdom. But then we're looking to partner with some organizations in Nigeria and in Africa.
Okay. Like which of these organizations?
Are you talking about the private or public organizations? We are looking to work with the National Museum in the nearest future as well.
Okay, so I'm sorry, we have to talk business now. I mean, emphasize on business. How early should we start to educate young people, especially those who want to go into art, the business side of, the creative sector? How early should we start? We're talking primary school, secondary school, or, until they get in there, for us to teach them?
I think it should be incorporated into the curriculum from the get-go. It's one thing that is not really taught. Art is taught as a different subject, and business is taught, but like entrepreneurship, most entrepreneurship courses are majorly taught at the university, but I feel like the business aspect should be taught early on, very early on in anyone's career. Primary school, I don't think it's too much to say to teach people early and teach the kids early, and then they work with that mindset.
Okay, so I have come to understand that since you mentioned our educational system, that we should inculcate these things into our curriculum. Now, the music or the art is considered as a subject for those who, in quotes, who are not very intelligent. So that is one aspect when it comes to art. People now consider the arts, the creative industry, as a place where, okay, maybe, will I say a third choice of career, not necessarily because of they want to do it. It's not, in Nigerian language, side hustle. How do we correct this misconception, starting from our schools? How do we correct this, that the creative industry shouldn't be taken as a side hustle, but a full-time job career? How do we correct that?
I would say from the grassroots, I think the family is the first unit of interaction for every child. So I think yes, as parents, as uncles, as family members, we first have to like take responsibility before the schools, and then for the schools as well. I think that mindset needs to change because there are lots of really really wonderful creatives doing excellently well. And for me, I would think art is like, based on my level of exposure, I would even think that's the most difficult part because it's just doing something out of the ordinary. It's not boxing yourself into what every other person will want to do. Everybody wants a certain thing, but then it's just creating a niche for yourself, just finding something different. And I think it takes a lot of critical thinking and self-awareness to realize your potential and then be able to identify these skills. So I do think community, there should be a lot of awareness in schools, families, play groups as well. I think this would also help unlearn this what I call it toxic way of thinking.
I want to poke at you a bit, Ayola. Do you do any form of art?
Myself?
Yes.
Yeah, I am. I'm actually at the process. I'm learning how to paint as well. Yes, I am. I'm working in some art. Yes.
Okay, because I had to poke you a bit, because I do know that one of the things a lot of young people who are venturing into these things do not know that there are an array of art areas that they could specialize in. Is that also part of what you at Pilgrim Arts teach?
Yes. So there's also the educational part. We're working towards hosting a live section where we get someone to handle this. But then yes, there's a lot of artists. Artists, like I said, art is really vast. When we talk about art, people think it's just maybe painting or drawing. There's sculpture, there's ceramics. Music is also art. I think art is just really really all encompassing. So there are just a lot of there's poetry as well, which is a very very artistic part that I feel like is not really really spoken about in Africa. Yeah, this is it's just us helping artists to find their niche, helping them to understand their God-given gift, and then creating awareness, educational programs as well.
Okay, so as a project manager, you're into project management and all that. How do you apply the tools of project management to artistic initiative? Because when it comes to the creative industry, it requires a whole lot, so many steps, so many stages. So how do you apply those tools in the artistic initiative?
So I'll say understanding project management is basic to having a full understanding of what a project manager does. Project management entails strategy, basically, managing workload, managing the artist, meeting deadlines, prioritizing tasks, understanding what tasks are interdependent on each other. So I'll give an example. For an artist who maybe let's just say musician, so you cannot complete some. Let's say you cannot mix if you haven't recorded. So that's one aspect. So you have to understand that these are like interdependent tasks. So you have to finish one aspect, meeting up with deadlines. Managing the artist time. So this is one aspect of project management that that we focus on as well. It's just helping the artists plan strategically.
Okay, access to finance is a major challenge when it comes to this creative industry. It is always difficult. It is either the bank is telling you that we don't know if your song will blow, or we don't know if your movie will sell. We don't know whether the artist will be able to pay back. Access to finance. What do you think artists need to do, or what the financial industry needs to do to encourage artists in achieving their set goals?
I think I would say government needs to be more engaged in the artistic space. while looking keenly into our creative industry, I do notice that most labels or most art businesses are really owned by private individuals. So imagine a scene where there's like an establishment which is owned and managed by government enterprises, and then like the prices and rates for some certain things are subsidized. Most people are going to be more involved in this because I know a lot of people who, because they didn't have access to funding, it's kill their creativity. And so the government needs to look into this. Another thing they can do is make accessible maybe SME programs for artists, creatives, just to get them more involved, grants. Because I understand that as an artist trying to get a loan, it's, most times you won't be able to get this because there's no collateral. Private institutions, private people as well should also, look keenly into, establishing things for artists as well. So I think the community as well, the grassroots, local governments, there's so many talents, it's the same with sports, but then, there are like more, what I call it, facilities for sports, but then like you would hardly see any locally owned studio or, art space where a creative can just go to, an open air space. Imagine an open air field where, a creative can just go there to paint or a sculptor or whichever. It would be really good to facilitate creativity. And this will also, what we talk about, it creates job, because the whole process of art is a supply chain, is a broad supply chain process, because it entails marketing, it entails logistics. So if we're able to achieve this, while we're talking about the lack of employment and other things in the country, this would also create doors, and more opportunities beyond the stereotypical things we already know as businesses and employment as well.
So I'm particular about you suggesting places where people could go to learn particular things, right? Because I'm for the business side of it. So if, for example, I'm a fine artist, where would you recommend that I could go hone my skills? If I'm a painter, if I'm a videographer, do you have places or things that you could recommend for me to go watch or learn from? Some people learn fast, actually creatives, when they can mirror something else.
If I understand your question, I'll say like that's for like an upcoming maybe fine art. So I think one of the things I'll do is recommend mentorship. Just it's always good to have somebody who's gone ahead, in any field. So you could that's where the aspect of research comes in. When you want to do a certain thing, you should try to look into people who have gone that route, and then understand how basically their journey has been, and then learn from their mistakes, and then improve on their experiences as well. So yes, I would also recommend you watch thank God for the internet today. There's easy access to videos, opportunities, and I myself, you could also always reach out to me, and then I'm sure I'll like find someone. I mean, I could connect you to, depending on what aspect or skill set you want to learn, and then that's my way of giving back to the community as well.
Thank you so much for that one. Thank you so much for that one.
Yes, but before I let you go, your final words to someone who is in the creative industry or who want to have a startup like Pilgrim Arts, or a final word to the government on how to boost our creative economy.
Sorry, can you say the question again?
I said I want you to give your final words to someone who is in the creative industry, and maybe the person has tried and the person is trying to give up, and you do not want the person to give up. Your final word to the government and to someone who wants to have a startup just like the Pilgrim Arts. Your final word to them on how they can boost our creative economy.
Well, I'll first talk about the aspect of giving up. because in life, I think giving up is never an option because you never know when the big break will come. So hurdles and challenges are, they are always part of life, but then it just makes the story more interesting to share. And I would just say, keep your head up, keep pushing. I'm sure one day, it's going to all work out, and then you're going to look back and then be thankful you never gave up. Because, like you said, you lose 100% of the opportunities you don't take. So I mean, why give up when you can just wake up each day, find motivation in yourself, in an hobby, family, your support system, which is also one thing I encourage every artist or creative to do. Have a support system, have something that keeps your mind keeps your mind engaged, creative as well. And then to our governments, institutions, private owned investors, I would implore us to please look into the creative space as much as we're looking into the technical areas. I know AI is one of the leading trends right now, but at most developed countries, their artistic sectors, their creative sectors, they always have it well structured, and then they always invest in it. Creativity is something that we should not let die, and then hopefully I'm always also open to mentoring or speaking to any artist or any creative person who needs guidance. Like I said, I'm all for that, and then I would really be happy if anyone reaches out to me. And then, if you need any form of support, moral, or maybe not financial.
Yes, I think at this point you need to drop your social media handles so that they can. Anyone who wants to reach out to you will be able to reach out to you. Okay.
My email is that's my first name, Ayola. Ryan, that's AYOOLARYAN @gmail.com, or you can reach out to me on X at Ayo _Okedia, that's AYO _OKEDIYA, or also on Instagram at RG_MAHN.
All right, thank you very much, Ayola, for coming on today's show. We appreciate you. Ayola Okedia is a financial analyst, project manager, and art curator. Through his platform, Pilgrim Arts, Ayola Okedia provides a space for artistic creation, unique retail, and engaging creative learning. His experience in project governance, financial oversight, and cross-functional collaboration positions him to offer practical insights into building sustainable creative ventures. A very big thank you, Ayola, once again for coming on the show. We hope to bring you maybe some other time. Okay, Emmanuel.
I like the fact that we wrapped up like this because it was encouraging, especially when he was saying, you know what, if you have challenges, reach out to me.
Yes.
You on how to go about it, but not financial anyway.
But,
I like the fact that, he created that opening to say, you know what, at the end of the day, the knowledge that we have is to share it. Nobody goes to the grave with it. So reach out to him if you've got challenges or you want somebody to advise you on how to go about your art. But then I also like the fact that he was emphasizing on the business side of this thing. We brought somebody here, I can't remember his name again. When he talked about it, I said, oh yeah, I remember we had a music lawyer, entertainment lawyer. And he said, look, if you're not talking about the business side of your creativity, don't come to me.
Yeah.
Look, at the end of the day, creativity is good, right? But it should be able to put money in your pocket. It should be something like it is a full-time job in some of these developed countries that we are. And we're talking Africa. We shouldn't be selling our talent, our creativity just for free or for pittance. No. When we start to get that enlightenment, and just like Ayola said, we are better start early. Start from primary school. Have the conversations there.
Yes.
And create a cycle, like a circle for yourself that people will always encourage you, because at the end of the day, if your creativity dies, it's not just the creativity alone that dies. It's the money that should have been made for you that also die. So when we are seeing that kind of education passed down from people who have already done it to people who want to aspire to do it, perhaps Africa can now boast of a thriving economic culture from creativity and arts.
Thank you, Emmanuel. So this episode demonstrates how artistry, strategic planning, and financial oversight can transform Africa's creative sector. By combining creative learning, creation, and sustainable business practices, artists can drive cultural and economic growth. We urge the government, private sector, actors, and communities to collaborate to ensure the continent's art economy thrives sustainably. It is something that we should work together and ensure that the creative economy grows. Very big thank you for joining us on today's show. Please follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News Television. And of course, like, share, comment, and some of your comments will be read during the live show. I am Omivi Idolo. Have an amazing weekend.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Augmented reality, AR, is a technology that merges computer-generated images with the user's real-world view, creating a composite experience. This interactive experience integrates various sensory modalities, such as things you can see, hear, and even feel, making the experience interactive and immersive. In recent years, the emergence of this transformative technology has seamlessly integrated digital and physical realms. This groundbreaking innovation relies on specialized hardware like smartphones and smart glasses equipped with cameras and sensors, AR software, and Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core. Then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR software such as Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR's applications span diverse industries from gaming to education, healthcare, retail, and manufacturing. In education, AR enhances learning through interactive and dynamic experiences, while in healthcare, it aids surgical planning and medical training. Retail experiences are transformed as AR enables customers to virtually try on products and visualize furniture in their homes. Despite its potential, AR faces challenges such as technical advancements and user privacy concerns. Overcoming these hurdles will unlock even more seamless and immersive AR experiences, making it an integral part of our daily lives. As technology progresses, the horizon for AR broadens, promising a future where our interactions with the world are richer and more interconnected. Augmented reality is not just a trend, it's a revolution shaping the way we live, learn, and work. Goma Fortune, SOUQ News.
we're going to have increase in the number of facilities that we would visit in the year 2025 by 30%. We would have improved compliance and enhancement of data-driven decision-making using data analytics. We're going to strengthen collaboration between our partners, and we're going to have 25% increase in our compliance rates by carrying out the key strategies. We want to expand our monitoring coverage. We want to enhance our digital infrastructure by integrating a secure online pathway. We also want to include the e-learning platform and our mobile platforms on the digital infrastructure. We want to strengthen our community engagement and build capacity of both the farmer staff and our partners. We want to drive innovation and research. This year, we want to carry out research on quality of care. In doing all of this, we want to make the health facilities in Lagos safer by leveraging on technology and ensuring that all our processes are data-driven. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Onoriede, Dr. Nibo Shinowo, Dr. Veronica Iwayemi, and Dr. Abiola Idowu. Your Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Isiaq Salako. Taking us further in the comparative study, I want to especially welcome a professor, a consultant medical parasitologist at the College of Medicine, University of Lagos. He coordinates the International Malaria Microscopy, RDT Quality Assurance Center, as well as the country's World Health Organization malaria specimen collection sites in the College of Medicine, University of Lagos. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands together for Professor Wellington Oyibo for the very short comparative study. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, His Excellency, Executive Governor of Lagos State, the Honorable Minister of Health, here represented here by the Minister of State for Health. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, this is historic for us. This is a path we have planned, prayed for, and we are happy that this is happening. Mr. Governor, thank you for all you and for making this happen, my staff. I'm so happy and grateful to the Honorable Commissioner of Health. He has told the story. So I'm going to build on those stories as I make this presentation. I don't have much time. And part of the whole thing is the advances that Lagos has made for over 2 decades. The world is hearing it, and then the signature of this project through the impact project itself, which is calibrated around the impacts that this project will be again for Lagos State. My slide, please. So what we know about malaria, in the 15th century, why was it called malaria? It was called malaria because the cause of that fever illness was not known. And it was connected to marshy waters. So malaria in Greek is foul. And that was all they could do. And it took some another 100 years before it was connected to mosquito bites. And today we are talking about fever and say all fevers are malaria. So are we going to the 15th century? And this is what we're trying to really unbundle in Lagos as it's still over 30 million people. My slides. So if fever is still malaria, we go back to the 15th century. And then, of course, for evidence base, meant that we will have to quickly provide the evidence. Can I want to slide up? Yes. So the horrible complaint of school is out from here. So I've given this background. Most health workers will not accept the test results when it's negative. And that's the challenge. Next slide, please. Okay, and if you don't have data, which we are talking about digitization, you cannot calibrate where you are. And so if we look at the entire program and the plan of digital projects, is to see that real-time data is available and that tests are done. And when the test is done, we can say quickly, cost-effectively, this is where we are. Because you can get the rely on routine data. The country do not have quality data, and that's the challenge. Next slide. So low confidence in the test. Basic things are being used. Lagos is making progress. How do we handle this? 94 to 96% of the reporting for malaria in the DHIS that categorizes states and Nigeria comes from the primary healthcare sector, and this from the public sector. It's important to recognize this. Next slide. And we're bringing this on board because we provide the quality platform for quality diagnosis at the College of Medicine. Next slide. And we do all of this carefully to ensure that these tests are good to be used for humans. Next slide. And what is learned? Please just keep on going on the slide because I'll just go through them. There are changes in Nigeria in terms of malaria epidemiology. Next slide. And then we see from the 2021 malaria indicator survey where Lagos is next month. And you can see where we are here at 2.6% hopeful. And next slide. Good progress. And we're talking about the path for pre-elimination. We have that path. And we are happy that this is being mentioned here today. And like I said, this signature. And in line with the stratification strategy and subnational tailoring by WHO. So we are quite on course on this. Next slide. And then you can see the different tests available. You can keep on hitting enter. You have microscopy that is powered by a human being. And then you have this rapid diagnostic test that is technology. But somehow we refuse to accept technology and we stay with humans with all the challenges. So that's what you see with microscopy. Just keep on pressing enter and all of this. And this is the test 15 minutes. The result is out. The other one will take any time. It will be 1 day. And then based on that, we have done the scoping assessment of facility in Lagos.
Recent times, cosmetic clinics. So we're finding it difficult. We have limited capacity to ensure monitoring of these facilities. We also have inefficient manual processes because our digital platform is unable to carry out some of the processes in the agency. We're sitting on a lot of data in the agency.
With AI to make sure that the test is actually having the results that the pharmacy or PPMD says it does. We then verify that the treatment, the appropriate treatment. And then in the impact program, we to the public health system for malaria-negative patients to ensure that they're getting the proper diagnosis that they need and have a better understanding of what other febrile illnesses patients might have. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'll just talk briefly about all of the other partners that are working on this as well. So we are working closely, of course, with the Lagos State Ministry of Health, which envisioned this work and brought us in to support on this, with NMEP, which is overseeing the work and providing technical oversight, with WHO, which is providing, again, technical support and facilitation, and then importantly with our private sector partners as well, so PCN, which is doing quite a bit of the regulatory oversight and ensuring the quality of care in a pharmacy setting, with SFH, which is enabling the supply chain, and then of course with LASHMA, which is to go quickly into the final results on why this is improved quality of care. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. So the work is providing network expansion, innovative innovative financing, integrated health systems, supply chain resilience, comparative research, and regulatory reform, leveraging all of these different partners that we've mentioned to ensure that patients are able to access quality care, and that the data is being provided back to Lagos State to help improve regulatory support, policy, and other things. I mentioned the partners that we have here already, but we're very grateful for all of the work that they are providing to ensure that there's quality in care in the private sector. And then finally, one final slide. To reinforce what Dr. Wellington said earlier, the work that is being done is also to be supporting with testing, understanding the difference between rapid tests and microscopy, to support on policy reform to ensure that rapid tests are always done before treatment for malaria in Lagos State. Thank you all so much, and we're very excited to be a part of this.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jessica Vernon, the CEO, Maishemets. Ladies and gentlemen, taking us further, Dr. Nina Ogunlafo. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Your Excellency, sir. We're very happy that this is happening today. So just permit me to do something unique in terms of our focus for malaria control in Nigeria. To do this, I will call on Dr. Dao, Hospital Director for Volta. We're going to have the Honorable Minister being tested for malaria. Honorable Minister, please. Thank you very much. This is showcasing the main focus for malaria control in Nigeria, which we refer to as the 3 T's. Your Excellency, the first T stands for tests. We cannot overemphasize, or we cannot underscore the importance of that. The second T, sir, is for treatment. Cannot have His Excellency and the Minister of Health standing for long, so once we take their samples, we're going to have them seated again. So can I have Dr. Walter on stage to come and quality check what is happening, sir, please? Thank you very much.
We are witnessing leadership by example. Leadership by example. by Mr. Governor, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, as well as the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Salako. Please, let's appreciate them. That is the way to go for every one of us all.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. So again, this is the way to go for malaria control program in Nigeria. The pre-elimination in Nigeria could commence in phases. We could commence pre-elimination in Nigeria in phases. Thank you, Your Excellencies. Thank you. So back to the fourth bullet on my slide. Your Excellencies, pre-elimination in Nigeria could be commenced in phases. It could start with the states, Lagos State, for example, and we could go geopolitical zones. So I was sitting with my sister, the Commissioner of Health from Ogun State. So the fever for pre-elimination have started. So I also want to say that it stands on Lagos State to make sure that this pathway for pre-elimination is properly done. The National Malaria Elimination Program is waiting to take the experiences and the processes that Lagos will use to achieve elimination to be replicated in other states. Your Excellencies, it's important to note that right now we have a couple of states under 10% prevalence in the country, and those states are Anambra, Kwara, and Rivers states. So what is happening in Lagos that has been flagged off today, it's like NMEP, it's poised to take what these processes and experiences are to states like that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ma. Let's appreciate her. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mr. Governor, sir, Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Ali Pate, who has been ably represented here today by the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Isiaq Adekunle Salako. A round of applause for him, please.
Your Excellency, the excellent Governor of the Center of Excellence, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu. I must recognize my brother, who is the one who has summoned all of us here today, the Honorable Commissioner for Health for Lagos State. All members of the Lagos State Cabinet here present, our partners, WHO, World Bank, distinguished stakeholders in the health sector, gentlemen of the press. Because of time, let me say all protocols to be extended. We cannot keep the governor for malaria alone. He has to attend to water, to road, to several other things. So I will shorten my speech, but I must say that today I'm wearing two caps. You may not see it physically. Standing in for myself, and also standing in for my brother, the coordinating minister for health and social welfare, Professor Pate, who is unable to attend because of other assignments. And I'm most delighted to be at this auspicious occasion of the launch of the Pathway to Malaria Pre-Elimination and Digitization Program in the Center of Excellence, Lagos State, led by His Excellency, the Governor, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu. I recall that Lagos State pioneered intensive malaria case management in the early 2000s through the Eco-Free Malaria Initiative under the leadership of now our President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the then Governor. I am most delighted to be here today to be part of another pioneer initiative now under Governor Babatunde Sanwo-Olu as Lagos State takes the lead in the agenda to end malaria by 2030. Your Excellency, the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare is elated with this giant stride, which aims to improve malaria diagnosis, case management, and accurate tracking of cases through the integration of digital health solutions in the form of real-time electronic reporting systems, all targeted at further reduction in the burden of malaria and its eventual elimination from our land. This momentous project will not only set a track for malaria elimination in Lagos State, but in Nigeria at large, thereby once again making Lagos State a trailblazer. I want to emphasize that this project is in line with the renewable agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the renewed vigor for the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare on the Rethinking Malaria concept that was launched in April 2024 and is aimed at fast-tracking the malaria elimination goal through strategic shifts. We have continued to make progress in this regard, and the inauguration of the advisory on malaria elimination in Nigeria, AMEN, the development of pragmatic costed plan of action, the expansion of permanent healthcare facilities, training of frontline health workers, and the initiation of domestication of affordable medicine facilities for malaria to make malaria treatment more affordable are all testament to the progress we are making. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry is taking these steps in order to reverse the undesirable trend of being the highest burden malaria endemic country globally, accounting for 27% and 31% of cases and deaths, respectively. I am confident that Lagos State possesses the needed attributes that can help drive Nigeria to malaria elimination through such case-setting initiatives like this program. Furthermore, Lagos has been consistently the lowest malaria prevalence state in Nigeria, as evident from all the malaria indicator survey conducted in the country, with the most recent result in 2021 showing 2% prevalence, hence indicating a tendency of attaining pre-elimination when concerted and consolidated efforts are put in place. I wish to report that the challenge of let me use this opportunity to call on all stakeholders not to relent on their support towards this impactful intervention, which will contribute significantly to the drive at eliminating malaria from the world. Nigeria is ever committed to this drive and will continue to toe the path of global best practices. I wish to assure all Nigerians and our partners that the change in the policy of the United States government with respect to global health funding will not adversely affect our malaria elimination programs and other public health initiatives, as President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR has approved a robust mechanism to ensure adequate and cost-effective funding for our public health programs. I call on all state governments to join hands with the federal government to ensure that our country becomes self-sustaining in the funding of our public health programs. Before I end this address, let me commend once again and appreciate His Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, and his health team, led by Professor Akin Abayomi, for initiating and executing this laudable innovative project. I wish to also sincerely appreciate all the partners, World Bank, WHO, all the implementers, especially for providing the needed human resources, technical support, and the funding for the implementation of this initiative. I wish all of us a successful launch of this impactful project as a springboard for the elimination of malaria from our country. Thank you, and God bless the federal government.
Distinguished invited guests, Your Excellencies, Honorable Minister of State, have your results. Pleased to say that the Honorable Minister of State, we will not be confined confining you in a bed in Lagos, your result is negative. Indeed, when patients go to clinics and the doctors tell you that they've performed a test, it is your responsibility as a patient to see the test. Please ask for the test and take a picture of it and have a record on your phone. My governor, the excellent excellency of Lagos State, I'm pleased to tell you that you may continue with your duties. Congratulations, sir. Negative, in line with the low prevalence of malaria in Lagos as well. Chart, of course. Thank you very much for your support, both the Honorable Minister and our Governor and members of the Lagos State Executive Council. Mr. Governor, if you would like to approach the podium to give your keynote and to launch a pathway to malaria elimination in Lagos.
Practitioner himself and a strong politician, Dr. Thank you very much for finding out. Members of the State Executive Council, especially Professor Akin Abayomi, and Special Advisor on Health. Thank you very much. Other cabinet members, all the permanent secretaries in the Health Ministry, there are several of you that are here. Thank you very much for taking our time. The country director for the World Bank, Dr. Diop, the country representative for the WHO, Dr. Walter, all of our partners that are here, MyShamed, Impact, SFH, the National Malaria Organization, our friends from our neighboring state, the Honorable Commissioner for Health in Ogun State, thank you. All of our health practitioners, stakeholders that are here, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. When you are asked to come forward and conduct a test that you did not prior psych yourself for, what will happen is you quickly raise, your brain will raise back and say, have I been feeling unwell? What is going to happen? It just brought us back 5 years during COVID, and they said that they're going to do a COVID test. It was like, the heart was going to open and you don't know what will be the outcome. But you see, it's an important activity that we need to continue to subject ourselves to. You might think it's a simple thing, but it's so important. And that ability for you to come forward, if it has turned positive, what it will have just meant is that we need to make a treatment. It's not a death penalty, but it's really just for all of us to know that we need to do this thing and we need to be able to come forward transparently at all times and let us end all of these things that we don't want again in our society. Thank you very much. And so it's an honor that I stand before all of you in this room are very strategic to launch the first in the country, another Lagos first, the pathway to malaria pre-elimination and digitalization program. We're here to affirm our commitment to safeguarding lives and the livelihood of every Lagosian. Malaria is more than a disease. It's a socio-economic burden that has held back individuals. It has held back families and communities for such a long time. It robs us of our productivity. It drains us of our household incomes. And for many households in Lagos, especially those modest earners, malaria, the name it alone brings shivers. It reduces their earning and reduces their ability to continue to earn more for their family. And so this financial strain often affects families and a lot of times causes heartbreaks and the rest of it. But we're here to put a stop or to even bring a voice to the step at which we want to eliminate that completely. It has affected school children from going to school. It has affected businesses. It has seen a whole lot of absenteeism and a lot of challenges in our society for several decades. But today, we have to change all of that narrative. The eradication of malaria is not just a good health news. It is indeed an economic imperative. It's a good news that all of us must beat our chest and be able to carry, if there's a P, that we need to have, a pre-elimination, the campaign for it, we need to have it, and we need to be able to dot it everywhere. We know from statistics how much malaria has cost our GDP, billions and billions of dollars. Imagine what Lagos could achieve with a lot of resources if we're able to eliminate all of this. We no longer have to choose between survival and opportunity. Imagine a Lagos where every child can attend school uninterrupted because of ill health, or an adult can contribute fully to the economy. And one thing that is instructive was the demonstration of the slide by Professor Campbell, and I saw others as well. I can see that Prof already has a side job in animation and cartooning. It's a job that he can conveniently retire into. And the narratives were very clear. But the message was very, very transparently done. And all of us, in one form or the other, are guilty of this. You feel unwell, you think you have a fever, the next thing is you are diagnosing yourself with malaria. Very easy. Just give me injection. Just give me this tablet. I know what it is. We are all, self-diagnosing ourselves and self-telling ourselves that that is what it can only be and that is what it is. So just give us. But we can see that with knowledge and with communication, a lot of all of those negative things you can rewrite them. And so this program represents a hope rooted on innovation, collaboration, and determination by leveraging digital tools that will ensure that every malaria case is tracked in real time. This is digital. Long are those days when you need to take a whole full blood from your body to just do a simple malaria test. I was asking for my bottle of Mortina because those days when they take your blood test, they must replenish it with a bottle of Mortina. But you can see that with just a small prick, and in no time you can actually. That's what digital life, has done. And so it has helped us by strengthening partnership with the private sector. We will expand access for quality care. It will help communities to have the knowledge and resource. It will build a culture of preventing that leaves no one behind. And that's a message we need to come out of from here. All of us sitting in this room must immediately turn ourselves into an advocate, into a cheerleader, to be able to carry this message forward, to be able to tell everybody that needs to know. Go into our communities, pass on this message that this pre-elimination launch program has started, and it's for all of us to see it, to buy into it, and to work with it. The benefit of eradicating malaria goes beyond just health. The malaria-free Lagos, and indeed in future, the malaria-free Nigeria is achievable in our time, and we've all put our minds to it. It's something that could be done. We believe that if we can eliminate it, it will increase productivity, it will improve educational outcomes from our children, it will reduce considerably our health costs. It would also enhance quality of life. All of these points speaks to a better livability standards in all indices. And so this vision, though ambitious, I believe is achievable. It requires, therefore, all of us, government agencies, healthcare practitioners, healthcare providers, community leaders, development partners, and indeed all citizens to work together with an unwavering resolve. Success will not come overnight, but will be sustained effort and collaborative action. We will prevail. You saw the slides that a farmer and the lady on malaria and the lady on immunization. You saw the statistics between January and February, what the run rate should be. Yes, we will say that, this is just March, but we need to be able to double those numbers. We need to push those numbers to be able to achieve the 2025 target. We need to be able to push and achieve, because there's no magic to it. If your target is 2 million and at the end of February we are still doing less than 200,000, we are doing far less. So you need to double, your spike shoots. You need to work harder, twice as fast, twice as much for you to achieve the 2025 record. And Doctor told us, Prof told us from WHO that it's 2025. They are going to close the envelope. Hello? Yes, they said they are going to close it. And there's a 20. Where is it? I thought it was. They're going to close it. Our target is that we have to take that $20 million. We have to do everything to make sure that we'll meet the criteria very quickly. Because if it's something that we all say we want to do, then everybody must be on the same page. I want to commend the farmer and all the ladies that came forward transparently to show us those data. And what we need to do is we don't need to wait in October before we now cry. We need to be able to track this thing on a month-on-month basis. So I want to thank all of you. I want to thank our partners, the World Health Organization, the World Bank, the National Malaria Elimination Program. Our community pharmacists are here. All of our pharmaceutical associations are here. Thank you very much. Our various private and public hospitals, and all of you that are here for your valuable support and making this initiative possible. Of course, permit me to thank in absentia our very hardworking Honorable Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Ali. Our best regards and our best wishes to him. We know all of the things that he has brought about in his tenure as the Honorable Minister of Health. We wish him well. We are also tracking and monitoring, all of his deliverables so that we can say at the end of the day, in your time, you did all of this. And to also thank the Honorable Minister of State for cooperating and operations with the Honorable Minister. We believe that if you do all of these things and you do them well, your time, your time in that ministry will be written in gold, and Nigerians will forever be grateful, because we know that you are pushing everything to ensure that we save over 1 million lives, and you're doing so many things, so many big health initiatives. I want to wish you well. To Dr. Diop, our country director for the World Bank, thank you for your invaluable support at all times, funding your technical assistance. We believe it will continue to catalyze our health initiative. To our country director on the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Mr. Uche, whose organization's investment has been pivotal to malaria control. We say a big thank you. Dr. Walter, our WHO country representative, we believe that your expertise and your advocacy capacity has helped us to push this forward. Thank you very much. To all of our partners, Marshall, who I met last week, I did promise, I said I'll be here in person. And to all of our other partners, please, let's see this as a start work. It's only when we achieve what we have said for ourselves that we have done the job. They don't pay people for attempts, they pay people for results. And it's the result that is important. It's the result that takes us to that final breaking point in which we all can say that yes, we've done our best, we've contributed what we needed, and we've seen the results. I believe that we have everything to make it work. We believe we have all it takes to eliminate malaria completely in Lagos State. I want to congratulate our own Ministry of Health. Congratulating ourselves is telling you that you have a lot more to do, Prof, and all of you. But I will be watching, and I will do everything to continue to encourage you. And as a demonstration of that encouragement, I was whispering to Prof that I will also do something different. I will be promoting Dr. Idu as a permanent secretary. Clapping means that she's going to work twice as much. To my fellow Lagosians, fight belongs to each of us. Let us embrace a preventive measure like eliminating mosquitoes, adapt, test before treatment. our pharmaceutical establishment. Ensure that we can pass this message. Test before treatment. It is so important that we do not just take this for granted. Let us ensure that we can take this advocacy into our communities, into our nooks and crannies, and show truly that once we have started this campaign in Lagos, we will go around every part of the city. We can rewrite the history of malaria in Lagos, and it is in our hand. It's all of us in this room that can help. I want to wish you all the very best, and I believe that when we work together, there's absolutely nothing that we cannot achieve together. Thank you very much.
Mr. Governor, sir, may I plead your indulgence, Councillor President?
When we were doing this program, she thought I really didn't like her. She was frowning her face one day. She was doing her eye and her eye. This pre-examination launch of malaria from Lagos State. Pathway to malaria pre-admission and sterilization program in Lagos. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Governor, sir, may I crave your indulgence to quickly invite this Honorable Commissioner for Health, Special Advisor on Health and Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Health, to join you for the first photo op.
As soon as we are done, also we are inviting all the permanent secretaries in Lagos State to join the executive governor, actors from the Federal Ministry of Health, all the directors that have accompanied the Minister of State for Health, all the directors in the Federal Ministry.
bank was totally gone. So there was nothing to say they had. But we still approached them and said, we would like to take over this bank. The journey since 1997 has been one thing or the other. And I'm happy that many years down the line, we look back and we're happy that we're audacious and bold to make them move at the time. That's why today in UBA, perseverance, resilience is a core virtue, a core attribute, a core value of ours, because we apply that early on in this journey. So that's how it all started.
Leadership, according to some Peters, entails vision, enthusiasm, trust, verve, passion, and consistency. If there's one man who graciously combines these virtues, the name Tony Elumelu comes to mind.
They say that success to a large extent is dependent on being at the right place at the right time. I say to people, my elder brother, who is 7 years older than me, he don't have gray hair. I have gray hair. My gray hair started from the merger, because making it work, serving your customers, making sure that everyone in the universe of the institution, which was 428 branches at the time, that it was same level of service across board. Customers of standard trust bank that were used to a certain level of self-delivery, you will not want them to come to the new institution and have a drop.
From the womb of time, Tony Elumelu has been an embodiment of nobility and excellence. He remains one of the flying eagles and shining eggheads of the banking industry. The life and times of Tony is an inspiring tale. He is one Nigeria who is unmoved by material wealth and self-aggrandizement. Tony's noble qualities were on from his humble background. Growing up with 4 siblings in Jos Plateau State, the cowboy of the banking industry who hails from Anocha North local government area of Delta State, believed in the democratization of law combined with hard work. He began his career as a copier salesman. The Ambrose Ali University graduate of economics also bagged a master's degree in economics from the University of Lagos. In 2019, he received an honorary Doctor of Business degree from Bayero University, Kano.
Going to university, I just thought I wanted to be a businessman because my mom's brother, my mom and his brother were just 2 of them. So my uncle was a businessman, in Nigeria, and was quite successful at the time. And I was influenced. I thought he was very rich, and also I wanted to be a businessman, but not knowing whether just a businessman, you know what I mean? Because he was described then as a businessman. And but in the university, that was why I read economics, just to see. But in university, I got more enlightened because I knew more how things operated. And first degree, I was saying I just wanted a good job that would give me the start. But when I came to do my master's at Unilag, being in urban or Unilag, a lot happening at the time. And that was the era of new generation banks, a lot happening. Our friends, in banking, our friends, some got jobs in some banks. And so that's all of us who were doing masters at the time. I did masters in economics. Who were doing masters at the time, we just became interested and fascinated. We were interested in working in a bank. New generation bank, not old generation bank, not. And so that was how it all started. And we started applying for jobs in our banks. And I got, yes, at the master's level, it was clear I wanted to work in a bank. And yes, that was started. As in then, Santana was a posh guy. So we they oppressed us in school, I must say. And then we too wanted to become the big boys in future with the brochures, suspenders, white shirt, dark suits, etc.
The growth and development of any institution is determined by the quality of its leadership. For Tony Elumelu, his sterling performance and leadership scorecard in the banking industry remains a reference point. He rose quickly to become the youngest bank branch manager at Allstate Trust Bank at the age of 36. He formed a coalition to acquire a distressed financial institution, Crystal Bank, and became its CEO, an action that earned him and his circle of peers the nickname the Cowboys of Banking.
In 1997, some of us came together and acquired a distressed financial institution. We acquired the distressed financial institution, we turned it around, we set targets for ourselves, strategic plans, targets, the first year strategic intent, we want to make it a viable financial services company. Second year intent, we want to become a leading financial services group on the continent. And third financial intent is a strategic intent to become a player in the global financial arena. As we all know, there's so much private global capital seeking the right investment destination. All it takes is for a leadership to show that this country is set for business and people come there. We want to move into an economy where they can invest freely as well as move their monies out when it comes for time for dividend and remittances and repatriation of a dividend. So I will continue to invest because of the signal that we see in the market, because of certain fundamentals that are right.
He audaciously led the largest merger in Africa between United Bank of Africa and Standard Trust Bank. Tony's fancy for red tie remains emblem of his appearance. He retired as CEO of United Bank for Africa in 2010. He is presently the chairman of Heirs Holdings, the United Bank for Africa, Transcorp, and founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation.
I can't express how excited I am in words to be here and to be selected among the 1,000.
It's the opportunity for me to realize my dreams. So I go into business and start to make my way.
It challenges you to do things you never thought you could do.
Maybe if you'd have gone to a private school or an MBA, you must have paid a lot to get this kind of, enlightenment.
Ça me fait plaisir de voir des frères et sœurs qui veulent se rencontrer, se connaître, les partager et créer un réseau, peut-être le plus grand réseau africain.
Venho de Cabo Verde.
Je suis tunisien.
Je viens de la République du Bénin.
I'm from Edo State, Nigeria.
I'm from Ghana.
Zimbabwe.
Sudan.
From Rwanda. Gabon.
Uganda.
Senegal.
Niger. I'm from the Gambia.
Welcome and thank you for coming to Lagos. I'd like to start by congratulating all of you. You have done well. Most entrepreneurs are creative people. They have creative mindset. They're innovative. Those who dare to dream and who dare to innovate in Africa should have the opportunity to prove their innovation. And that is why we have $10,000 for these 10,000 Africans to help prove their concept and prepare them for bigger scale financial support. We don't give because we see it as a moral burden to just give charity. But we want to give people because we want to uplift them. We want them to be self-reliant. We want them to be fishermen. We want them to do what we are doing. We want them to prosper in life, become successful.
Tony made a tremendous contribution to giving back to the society. His selfless efforts and huge investment into humanity through the Tony Elumelu Foundation is widely admired as the leading philanthropy empowering a new generation of African entrepreneurs, driving poverty eradication, catalyzing job creation across all 54 African countries, and increasing women economic empowerment. Since the launch of the entrepreneurship program in 2015, the foundation has trained over 1.5 million young Africans on its digital hub. Tony, the Nigerian economist, entrepreneur and philanthropist, holds the Nigerian National Honors, the Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, a member of the Order of the Federal Republic, MFR. He has been responsible for creating business that are critical to Africa's economic development. He is a proponent of Africa capitalism, an economic philosophy which advocates for the private sector's commitment to Africa's development through long-term investment in strategic sectors of the economy that drive economic prosperity and social wealth outward. He was awarded the Daily Times the Nigerian Man of the Year in 2016. He was honored with the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2019. He is also on the list of Time magazine's 100 Most Influential People of 2020. On October 11, 2022, Elumelu received the National Honor of Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Tony, as a staunch professional and chairman of Foremost Bank, may understandably runs a busy daily schedule like that of a bee, but he balances the equation with creating time for sports. His love for lawn tennis and football stands undeniable.
My good workout is, I think I would say that I like to jump on the sport. I love yoga, as you said. Yeah. But these days I'm trying to get in the group of practice.
Tony is not just a champion in the bank here. He equally balances the equation when it comes to family life.
For me, as a family man, though, I try to make sure I balance things. I try to make sure my family side is not so. In that process, I was also growing a family, having my kids and co. So, but everything came together.
Tony is happily married to Awele Vivian Elumelu, who is the chairperson of Harvey Medical Practice Limited. Vivian also oversees the healthcare investment of AS Holdings. She holds a Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery degree from the University of Benin. The marriage was consummated in 1993 and blessed with 7 children. According to Forbes' list, Tony is among the top 10 richest entrepreneurs in Nigeria with a net worth estimated at $1 billion.
We don't just preach. We don't just theorize, we practice.
Tony has stooped to conquer not just in the banking industry, but in life. The strides of this living legend, popularly referred to as the Lion of Africa's financial industry, remains iconic.
So entrepreneurs who are listening, quick one, short one, straight to the point. Entrepreneurship is a long-term journey. Stop seeing it as a short-term goal. Long-term journey. Great companies, great and accomplished entrepreneurs did not make it in 1 year. They didn't make it in 3 years. It's a long-term journey. So moving, dare to dream, implement your dream, and stay focused.
Hello and welcome to World News on SOUQ News Television. I am Olumide Shukoya. Let's begin with today's top stories. Federal government commits 287 billion naira to boost a nationwide gas infrastructure development project. Federal government warns of heightened skin consumption threatens Nigeria's $5 billion leather industry. Ghana Finance Minister projects 4.8% gross domestic growth, end of 2026 economy rebound. U.S. and South Korea seal trade deal with $350 billion investment across shipbuilding key industries. And in sport news, Nigeria beats Gabon 4-1 in extra time to reach the 2026 World Cup playoff final. Welcome back. The federal government has disclosed that over 287 billion naira has been committed through the midstream and downstream gas infrastructure fund, MDGIF, towards gas infrastructure projects across Nigeria. This is part of efforts to drive energy access, attract investment, and reinforce the country's industrial base. The announcement was made by the Chief Executive of the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Gas Regulatory Authority, Farouk Ahmed, during the Energy Correspondent Association of Nigeria, ECAN, conference in Abuja. Ahmed was represented by the authority's legal advisor, Dr. Joseph Toluranshi. The fund, established under the Petroleum Industry Act, PIA, is expected to accelerate infrastructure development in gas sector, which officials say is key to meeting Nigeria's energy transition goals and industrial growth target. The conference also marked 4 years in the enactment of the PIA. The Nigerian Senate has initiated a sweeping investigation into trillions of naira allegedly generated through stamp duty collections between 2016 and 2024. The probe targets commercial banks, the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FYRS, and state government. Chairman of the Senate Public Accounts Committee, Senator Ahmad Aliyu Wadada, said in Abuja that the committee will demand comprehensive records and accountability. He cited growing concerns over the humongous revenues accrued from stamp duties and questioned the transparency of their management and usage. Wadada emphasized that the investigation aims not only to trace the funds, but also to ensure their judicious application. He vowed that the Senate will leave no stone unturned in exposing any misappropriation. Nigeria has been identified as the primary force behind the recovery of West African off-grid solar market, according to the latest semi-final Global Off-Grid Solar Market report by Googler. Released in November, the report reveals that the sales of solar energy kits and appliances across West Africa rose by 22% in the first half of 2025 compared to the same period in 2024, with Nigeria leading charge due to its rapidly growing off-grid energy demand. Google attributed the growth to increased investment, improved policy support, and greater adoption of solar solutions in Nigeria's underserved rural areas. The report also noted rising consumer interest in energy-efficient appliances as regions pushes towards energy access targets. Nigeria's expanding off-grid ecosystem is expected to remain pivotal in scaling sustainable power delivery across West Africa. Now, the federal government has raised an alarm over the rising consumption of hide skin, popularly known as pomo, warning that it threatens the sustainability of Nigeria's leather industry, currently worth about $5 billion. Speaking at the national campaign against the consumption of pomo in Abuja, Director General of Raw Materials Research and Development Council, Professor Nyalugo Ikedumoso, stated that the widespread consumption of pomo deprives local industries of essential raw materials for leather production and export. He noted that the Nigerian leather goods market, valued at $2.79 billion in 2024, is projected to grow to $4.96 billion by 2033. However, continued use of hides and skins for food instead of processing could derail the trajectory. The government is urging a shift in public behavior and support for policies that prioritize industrial growth over consumption of raw materials vital to national development. The Airlines Operations of Nigeria (AON) has criticized the upcoming $11.50 levy set to be enforced from December 1st, describing it as an unjustified financial strain on the aviation industry. Now, according to AON spokesperson and chairman of the United Nigeria Airlines, Professor Obiora Okonkwo, the fee originated from the Nigerian Immigration Service but is being implemented by the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority (NCAA). He warned that though the charge is technically passed on to passengers, it adds further cost pressures to already burdened airline operations. Okonkwo raised alarm over the rising number of levies imposed on airlines, noting that such policies threaten sustainability in a sector already grappling with high operating costs, forex challenges, and infrastructure issues. AON has called for urgent stakeholder engagement and policy review to prevent further damage to the aviation ecosystem and travel affordability. The Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, MAN, has projected a 3.1% growth in the country's manufacturing output for 2026, up from 1.6% in the second quarter of 2025. The anticipated growth is tied to upcoming tax incentives, levy harmonization under the new tax regime, effective January 2026, and increased government patronage, according to MAN's October 2025 Manufacturing CEO's Confidence Index. This growth could raise the sector's contribution to Nigeria's real gross domestic product to 10.2% next year. Dr. Oluwasegun Oshidipe, director of MAN's Research and Economic Policy Division, said the projection rests on the successful execution of reforms, including the National Single Window Project and the proper implementation of Nigeria's industrial and Nigeria First policy frameworks. He emphasized that the sector's recovery will hinge on policy consistency and improve operating conditions to restore investor confidence and exchange and enhance competitiveness. The Lagos State government has unveiled plans to harmonize its climate strategies with federal and international policies to unlock green finance and support ocean innovation. The initiative aims to accelerate investment in renewable energy, coastal resilience, and marine projects. This resolution was part of the outcomes of the 11th Lagos International Climate Change Summit. Participants at the summit emphasized the need to structure bankable projects across aquaculture, marine, technology, and sustainable energy to appeal to private and institutional investors. The communique highlighted the use of blended finance, fiscal incentives, and transparent regulatory systems as tools to attract both local and global capital. Officials say the strategy will help remain a climate-resilient coastal city while positioning it as the hub for blue economy investment. Still in the news, China warns Japan of crushing defeat of a potential military intervention in Taiwan. We'll bring you more details after this break. Stay tuned.
The Three Wise Men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of three men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodu Shodende in 1991 and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the three sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue called the Three Wise Men by many has become a major signature for the state. 3 white-capped chiefs clad in white wrappers, knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages which the posture of the engraved images signifies. The 3 wise men has been relocated thrice from its original position at Ojodu Berger end of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to Magodo area before its final relocation to its present site at Olowo Drive. The sculpture has suffered severe damages over the years and renovated. Bodun Shodende, through this sculpture, depicted the highest honor that can be afforded to anyone in the Eko greeting tradition. The 3 wise men, Arometa, SOUQ Enlightenment.
My name is Shino Gbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Welcome back. Ghana's economy is rebounding from its most severe downturn in a generation, with the government projecting real domestic product growth of at least 4.8% in 2026. Finance Minister Kasil Atu-Forson made this known on Thursday while presenting the national budget to the parliament. Forson said the recovery is driven by a mix of fiscal reforms, tighter expenditure controls, and renewed investor confidence. He noted that macroeconomic stability is returning, with improvement in currency, inflation outlook, and external reserves creating a stronger ease for growth. He added that the country is on track to restore debt sustainability and enhance public finance management under its economic reform program. With confidence improving, the government aims to deepen its structural reforms, expand social investment, and boost private sector involvement in infrastructure and job creation. Ghana's recovery, he noted, sends a strong signal to investors of its resilience and long-term economic potential. South Africa is keeping expectations in check ahead of a credit rating review by S&P Global Ratings. Finance Minister Ina Godongwana said on Thursday, while the government will welcome an upgrade, Godongwana emphasized that a positive decision is not guaranteed, describing it as a bonus if the ratings is improved. Speaking in Cape Town, the minister acknowledged ongoing challenges in the country's fiscal and economic landscape that could influence ratings outcome. He stressed that South Africa continues to focus on maintaining fiscal discipline and implementation reforms irrespective of external assessment. Analysts note that a rating upgrade could bolster investor confidence and lower borrowing costs, while a neutral or negative review may sustain market caution. Godongwana's measured stance reflects a pragmatic approach as South Africa navigates complex economic pressures ahead of the S&P announcement. Thailand's economy is expected to expand by 2.1% in 2025 before slowing to 1.6% in 2026. The International Monetary Fund (IMF) said, citing rising economic challenges. The IMF highlighted the careful collaboration of policy mix is needed to maximize effectiveness amid limited fiscal and monetary space. The outlook follows a staff visit to the Southeast Asia's economy, assessing growth prospects and policy measures. Economic conditions suggest room for further monetary easing if the IMF added, noting that the Bank of Thailand keeps its one-day repurchase rate at steady 1.50% in October. The central bank had previously cut rate by 100 basis points since October 2024, reflecting efforts to support domestic growth and maintain stability amid headwinds. The next monetary review is scheduled for December 17 as authorities continue to balance growth support with inflation management. Policymakers are closely monitoring domestic and global development to ensure Thailand's economy remains on a stable and sustainable path in the coming year. Chinese leader Xi Jinping welcomed Thailand's King Maha Vajiralongkorn. We'll go on a short break and we'll be right back. Welcome back. Chinese leader Xi Jinping welcomed Thailand's King Maha Vajiralongkorn and Queen Sauthudia on Friday, marking the first visit by Thai monarch since diplomatic ties were established in 50 years. Now, the visit is being portrayed as a signal of China's reliability as a partner and its commitment to fostering benign economic relations amid global trade tensions. Chinese media highlighted the arrival alongside Spain's King Felipe VI earlier this week as part of Beijing's effort to strengthen its image internationally. The leaders discussed deepening strategic coordination and cooperation on major projects, including cross-border railway and expanded trade in Thai agricultural products. China emphasized historical trade ties, citing centuries of exchanges that included Thai rice, spices, and tea oil for Chinese silk, tea, and porcelain. Officials framed the talks as a continuation of long-standing collaboration and mutual economic security, signaling Beijing's ongoing regional relevance. Analysts said Thailand's engagement reflects the need to balance relations with a rising China, while the U.S. influence recedes. Despite concerns about Chinese expanding role, Thailand recognizes the economic benefit of close ties. The visit reinforces China's push to expand trade partnership and portray itself as a trustworthy cooperative neighbor in the Southeast. Now, Japan's core consumer inflation likely accelerated in October for the second consecutive month. A Reuters poll showed as reduced energy subsidies pushed up utility costs while food price gains moderated. The nationwide core consumer price index CPI, which includes energy items but excludes fresh food prices, is expected to have risen 3.0% in October from a year earlier, up from 2.9% in September. Core inflation are expected the Bank of Japan's 2% target for more than 3 years, keeping market expectations alive for a potential near-term interest rate hike. Bank of Japan Governor Kazuo Ueda emphasized that the central bank aims to moderate inflation alongside growth and overall economic improvement, signaling careful monitoring of price pressures. Analysts said the rise in October reflects a comparison with last year's heavier utility subsidies, even as food inflation showed. Japan's Ministry of Internal Affairs will release official CPI data on November 21st at 8:30 a.m. local time. China's Defense Ministry warned on Friday that Japan would suffer a crushing defeat if it uses its forces to intervene in Taiwan, escalating tensions following recent remarks by Japanese Prime Minister Sanai Takaichi. Takaichi's comment in Parliament last week suggested that a Chinese attack on Taiwan could threaten Japan's survival and prompt a military response from Tokyo. Her statement sparked a diplomatic row with Beijing, which views Taiwan as a core issue. Now, this sharp exchange highlights rising regional tensions as China intensifies its warnings against foreign involvement in Taiwan, while Japan signals increased concern over security in East Asia. Still to come in the news, Raquel Reeves scraps planned income tax rise in 26 November budget to protect a Labour manifesto promise. We'll bring you more of this in this break. Please stay tuned.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East. SOUQ News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
The growing interest in Nigeria's lithium reserves comes as countries worldwide scramble to secure supplies of the mineral which is essential for powering the green energy revolution. In this special report by Bayo Olaoye, the need to harness this resource for growth and development is examined with the evolution of electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems. Lithium is a key component in the production of batteries for electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems, and Nigeria is positioning itself to become a major player in the global lithium market. Nigeria's vast lithium reserves, valued over $34 billion, is no doubt attracting world attention, while lithium factories are springing up in different parts of Nigeria already. The attention of the international mining industry is also focused on lithium because it is critical raw material for the production of solar panels and electric vehicles. Analysts predict that global lithium market could grow robustly over the next decade, driven by the rapid adoption of electric vehicles and renewable energy technologies. Data from a global future market insight showed that the lithium mining industry has emerged as a cornerstone of the clean energy transition, driven by the skyrocketing demand for lithium-ion batteries. The surge in lithium demand is driven largely by the electric vehicles market, which accounted for over 70% of the global lithium consumption in 2024, according to an Iranian-based research firm. With countries such as the United States, China, and members of the European Union pushing for next zero emission by mid-century, lithium demand is expected to escalate further. The federal government, indeed, the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development, should intensify efforts geared at renewing and resuscitating the viable lithium industry in the country to its full potential. As Nigeria diversifies its economy into other sectors, the lithium industry offers hope and expectation that this sector would earn more revenue for the country. Nigeria should not just watch with folded arms, but must strive with the political will to develop and strengthen the country's vast lithium reserves.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade and later under the British indirect rule It's surrounded to exports that fuel the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an Armed Forces Remembrance Cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of lock-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Markets, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Welcome back to the World News on SOUQ News Television. Now, the United States and South Korea on Friday announced a major trade agreement that includes $150 billion in South Korean investment and in the U.S. shipbuilding sector, and an additional $200 billion targeted at other industrial sectors. The deal follows a high-level meeting in October between South Korean President Lee Jae-myung and U.S. President Donald Trump, where both leaders agreed to reduce American import tariffs on South Korean goods from 25% to 15%. Officials said the agreement aims to boost bilateral economic cooperation, stimulate industrial growth, and strengthen the strategic partnership between the two nations. The reduction in import duties is expected to improve trade flows and provide South Korean exporters with better access to the large U.S. market. This deal marks a significant step in addressing trade imbalances while promoting investment and job creation in key industries on both sides. Reports from the Financial Times indicate Raquel Reeves has abandoned plans to raise income tax rates in the coming budget scheduled for the 26th of November. The reversal comes amid concerns that an increase would break Labour's election manifesto promise and risk alienating both voters and party members. Cultural Secretary Lisa Nandi told reporters that no final decision had been made before the budget is officially presented in the House of Commons. The uncertainty surrounding the tax plan has already impacted financial markets, with the United Kingdom government bonds and the pound coming under pressure. The move reflects Labour's cautious approach as it prepares for the budget, balancing economic strategy with political consideration ahead of the key fiscal announcement later this month. Argentina is moving to make its peso more flexible to strengthen foreign reserves and attract investment. Investors say a dynamic currency could support growth while maintaining market confidence, though officials promise any changes will be gradual to protect stability. Now, recent bond sales raised over $1.7 billion, providing dollars for local businesses, while U.S. Treasury support helped stabilize the currency. Combined with careful policy adjustment, these measures are expected to improve liquidity, encourage investment, and expand opportunities for Argentina firms. Analysts believe that flexible peso will boost competitiveness, protect purchasing power and support long-term economic growth. By coordinating fiscal strategy, reserves, and investor-friendly policies, Argentina is positioning itself for sustainable development and stronger ties with global markets. Brazil's Finance Ministry on Thursday trimmed its 2025 economic growth forecast to 2.2% from 2.3%, citing weaker third-quarter results that weighed on the outlook for the final months of the year. Latin America's largest economy has been slowing after an aggressive monetary tightening circle by the central bank aimed at returning inflation to its 3% target. Policymakers halted the rate hiking circle in July after lifting borrowing costs by a total of 450 basis points in September 2024, bringing the benchmark SOUQ interest rate to 15%. Now, the ministry also cuts its 2025 inflation projection to 4.6% from 4.8%, citing a stronger Brazilian real, lower wholesale, agricultural, and industrial inflation, and global oversupply of goods amid trade disputes. Now, in the 12 months through October, Brazil's benchmark IPCA Consumer Price Index rose 4.68%, according to government statistics. Now, officials maintain the gross domestic product forecast for 2026 at 2.4%, expecting expansion in industries and services to offset a slowdown in agriculture economic policy. Secretary Guilherme Melo said the central bank is expected to start an easing circle next year to support growth. The Trump administration announced on Thursday that import taxes on coffee and bananas will be reduced under trade agreements with 4 Latin American countries. The deal involves Argentina, Guatemala, El Salvador, and Ecuador, and aims to ease economic pressures amid concerns about affordability in the United States. As part of the framework, a 10% tariff will remain on goods from Argentina, Guatemala, and El Salvador, while Ecuador's import will face a 15% tax. However, products like coffee, which U.S. cannot produce sufficiently, will be exempt from these tariffs. Now, the agreement comes as President Donald Trump faces increasing scrutiny over his economic policies. By lowering tariffs on key agricultural products, the administration hopes to support trade relationships with Latin America's partners and address domestic concerns about rising prices. In the world of sport, Nigeria took a major step towards the 2026 World Cup with a 4-1 extra-time victory over Gabon in the African playoff semi-finals in Morocco on Thursday, after Akko Adams gave the Super Eagles a 1-0 lead in the 78th minute. Gabon equalized late through Mario Leminas in extra time. Chidera Ejuke scored his first goal for Nigeria to regain the lead before Victor Osimhen sealed with the win in a brace despite a bonus dispute with Nigeria Football Federation days before the match. Nigeria showed resilience and composure throughout, overpowering Gabon and securing a spot in Sunday's final. The winner of the final will advance to the Intercontinental Playoffs for the chance to qualify for the World Cup hosted by the United States of America, Canada, and Mexico. Still in sport, Real Madrid and France star Kylian Mbappe dismissed the significance of scoring 400 career goals, aiming for much higher milestones to secure his place in football history. Speaking to Fabrizio Romano on Friday, the 26-year-old striker said 400 goals don't impress people. Mbappe referenced football legends who have scored over 900 goals, emphasizing that reaching 400 is just the beginning. Mbappe's ambitious target highlights his determination to join the rank of all-time greats as he continues to excel with Real Madrid and France. The forward is focused on surpassing records and leaving the enduring legacy in the sport. That's a wrap on the news, but before we go, here's a recap of the top stories today. Federal government commits 287 billion naira to boost nationwide gas infrastructure development project. Federal government warns rising heights in skin consumption threatens Nigeria's $5 billion leather industry. Ghana Finance Minister projects 4.8% gross domestic product growth in 2026 as the economy rebounds. U.S. and South Korean seal trade deal with $350 billion investments across shipbuilding and key industries. And in sport news, Nigeria beats Gabon 4-1 in extra time to reach 2026 World Cup playoffs final. Many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. I am Olumide Shokoya. Thanks for watching.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Marse Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Thank you so much. I think the bill is a good one for Nigeria. And I think that the bill will be a catalyst for business to thrive in Nigeria. So my position and my perspective to the bill would be that to be a very positive one for Nigeria going forward. If eventually the bill scales through the legislative processes and it actually eventually become a law. So that would be my position. Thank you. Yeah, the bill will help business in different areas. Let me mention, for instance, the payee is part of cost for a business. It's part of staff cost. And for especially small businesses, which are the major backbone of the economy, the bill is proposing a reduction, that is proposing tax exemption for some category of lower staff cadre, which in essence is a cost reduction for businesses. So by that, it will help the business to thrive. Also, many people will come, by virtue of that, employ more people, which will bring a robust activity for the economy. And at the same time, there's some category of people that their tax will also be reduced compared to what is currently in operation. So it is a positive atmosphere for business. And when you look at it from the perspective of VAT too, you also see that there's going to be zero tax on some product. There's also going to be a tax exempt on some products, especially for masses, people, low income earner. So some certain products, they're going to be exemption. There's some certain product that's going to be zero tax related. So by that, it will bring a more robust business activity. So by it, and then it will have positive effect on business and economy in general. Yeah, the argument is important. It's very, very important. But when you look at it, fix and fix, the small business, it will encourage more small business. And also, even the 50 million turnover is not a small thing for business, though it is still small relatively to the economic activity. Then, but it is a plus, right? And again, for business that their activity are more than 50 million, then it's good that they should pay tax and contribute little as company income tax to back to the economy. Now, if their taxes are used judiciously, then it will bring more infrastructure to the economy. Then there will be development in the country. Then we'll also be able to look at the advanced country. We envy them, we look at them that they are infrastructures in places, then these things are not cheap. They are not cheap. So, but the main focus for now is that is in a positive trend. It's a positive trend. I encourage that the bill should be passed and the implementation then should be followed so that it will bring a positive effect to the economic generally and the business will thrive going forward. Well, I don't see disadvantage, but I see challenge. Okay. Yeah, one of the things is that naturally, human beings were adverse to change. So if something is bringing a change, especially when you want to take us out of a comfort zone, we may not want to willingly agree with it. But for me, I think the positive and the benefits outweigh whatever probably challenge or the disadvantage we may envisage. So I still strongly believe that the bill is in the right direction for us. Okay, I think from the angle of the value-added tax, what I would like to say in that area is that it will help the lower income earners because, like I mentioned earlier, that there's some products that's going to be zero rated, which means that there is not going to be tax VAT on them. There are some that are totally tax VAT exempted, so which means that, and these products, they are products that commonly is everybody really, but more of a masses low income earner will know the VAT that will have been paid on it will have been an impact on them, then it's taking off. So I think from that perspective is also a good and a welcome one. And it compared to what was proposed before, a general increase in the VAT rates across board. So this one is narrow it down to a particular area. So wherein it also exempt or puts zero rated on some products that are commonly used by the masses. So it's a positive direction. It's a good one. Yeah, okay. one, from the tax perspective, one of the very good things about this bill is that it allows that you claim input fats. VAT is what you sell, what you buy. So the net effect of it is what you remit. Then this bill also helps to claim some expenses which currently is not in operation. So it's a positive one. Then again, you mentioned the increase in the VAT going forward. Well, let's appreciate that the increase is going to be gradual. That's one. Then two, let's also remember that the VAT, some of these products, they are not going to be with VAT again. That with common people like me and you, transport, there's not going to be VAT on it. Rent, no VAT on it. Food item, no VAT on it any longer. And many more. Health, no VAT on it any longer. So you can see that the VAT is going to be increased gradually, but it's not across board. So those basic that we know is every day is already been taken care of. So I think it should give it to the people that work on this bill. Okay, thank you so much for that angle and the question. I want to say that Federal Inland Revenue Services, they are really trying. And I can tell you, there's no system that doesn't have its own challenge. But FRS, they are trying. And they are moving from those days of analog. Now we have tax promise. You can do your filing right from the comfort of your office. You don't need to visit their office except there is a challenge. Right? So they are doing well, but they are not yet at the best. So, and there is room for improvement. They are already deploying technology. So what they need to do is to scale up and up to the task. But currently, they are doing well. So they just need to improve. Yeah, well, it depends on the perspective you look at it. Is it shrinking? Yes, we have some companies that are no more within the soul of the Nigerian. So in that case, their taxes is no more coming to us. But again, look at other businesses that are springing forth. So definitely those are coming to the tax net. And then again, there are some companies that are not, businesses that are not in tax net. So through the use of technologies by FRS, they're already bringing them to tax net. So the tax net is increasing. So the net effect of it, you can say, is increasing. Though we have some that are leaving the soul of Nigeria. So net effect of it, the tax net is increasing. Because we have people that businesses that are coming to Nigeria, and we have people that are businesses that are already in Nigeria, but they are not in tax net, but they are already bringing them to tax net. So it's like they are looking at perspective of increasing the threshold from 25 million to 50 million, as the case may be. Yeah. So are they saying that government should also still be taxing 25 million threshold? So we should applaud the bill that give opportunity for businesses that their threshold is less than 50 million, as the case may be. So, but from that angle, if you are looking at it that the business is shrinking, I don't see from that angle. I see from the angle of if the business is doing well and you are not to pay tax, rent, then your business is becoming robust, then you exceed the 50 million threshold, then you also come back to the tax to be paying. So it is a way of giving boost to the business. And by the time the business is doing well beyond that threshold, then they'll be able to give back to the society. So it's a win-win situation. It's like giving a kind of relief to a business for them to thrive. And when they become better, doing well, then it's an encouragement to business, which they will also come to the net after that. So it's a good one. The chairman of the year.
The chairman.
SOUQ.
Yes. How would you assess his performance so far?
Yeah, I think Mr. SOUQ is a reformer. Yes. Looking at the step he has taken after assuming the office, and I also see that he's somebody that is listening. He has a close relationship with the former chairman of FRS. Probably he has learned some of things from him, challenges that he faced when he was there. So I think he's helping the current chairman. And if you look at the revenue they are getting, they are meeting up with the target. And at the same time, if you look at the staff, I don't see much of issues, challenges within them. So those are the indices that you can look at from the performance of a leader. Look at the staff that is leading, look at the target, the businesses also, are they fairly? So I think he's doing well, but he can do better.
Well, thank you very much indeed. My name is Stephen Kola Balogun.
The Trump administration has once again thrust U.S. immigration policy into the global spotlight with the recent announcement of a new voluntary self-deportation program that offers a $1,000 stipend to undocumented immigrants who agree to leave the country on their own. This incentive-based strategy is a calculated shift from the traditional, more aggressive deportation measures and is already stirring debate among policymakers, immigration advocates, and the public alike. The program, introduced in early May 2025, is being implemented by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. It allows undocumented migrants to register for voluntary departure using the CBP-1 app, after which they will receive a government-funded flight and a $1,000 stipend upon confirmation of their exit. Homeland Security officials argue that this move is designed to save taxpayers significant amounts of money. According to data provided by the DHS, a forced deportation process costs the government an average of $17,121 per individual. In contrast, the stipend program is seen as a cost-effective alternative that also reduces the strain on overcrowded detention centers and court dockets. This new measure is a part of a broader, intensified effort by the Trump administration to curb illegal immigration and tighten control over the U.S. southern border. Since returning to power, President Trump has reinstated several policies from his first term, while introducing new ones aimed at deterring undocumented migrants. deportation numbers have surged, with nearly 66,000 individuals removed from the US within the first 100 days of his new term. Family detention centers, once heavily criticized for their impact on children, have been brought back into operation, while legal aid for unaccompanied minors have seen severe cuts. These developments come at a time when the United States is experiencing a historic high in its foreign-born population. As of 2023, nearly 47.8 million immigrants were residing in the US, with an estimated 11 million of them undocumented. Many of these individuals have lived in the country for over a decade, raising families and contributing to the economy. Immigrants, regardless of status, are a vital part of the US labor force, contributing billions in taxes and significantly shaping industries such as agriculture, construction, and caregiving. Critics of the $1,000 self-deportation offer argue that the program may oversimplify the complex reasons behind undocumented migration. Many of those targeted by the program have deep roots in the US, including US-born children, community ties, and long-term employment. Human rights organizations warn that such policies, while less aggressive on the surface, may pressure vulnerable individuals into making life-altering decisions without legal representation or full knowledge of their rights. There are also concerns about the ethical implications of offering monetary incentives for departure, particularly in cases involving asylum seekers or those fleeing violence. From a strategic standpoint, the administration insists that this approach is a practical way to reduce the migrant population without resorting to mass raids or extended detentions. Supporters say it offers dignity and a choice to undocumented migrants while protecting national interests. However, immigration experts question the actual effectiveness of the program, noting that similar efforts in the past have yielded limited results. The offer of $1,000 may not be enough to motivate individuals who have risked everything to seek better lives in the United States. The debate around this policy underscores the broader tensions within American immigration discourse, balancing border control and national sovereignty among humanitarian obligations and economic realities. With the 2026 midterm elections approaching, immigration remains one of the most polarizing and politically charged issues on the national agenda. In the wider global context, policies like this could set a precedent. As other countries monitor the US approach, especially those in Europe and parts of Africa facing rising migration numbers, questions around voluntary migration, incentives, and state-led deportation policies are likely to spark wider international debates. What remains clear is that the Trump administration's latest move is not just a domestic policy. It is a bold, controversial experiment in reshaping the global migration conversation. I am Moyosore Adibi for SOUQ News TV.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.